the surgical fruit in American comics. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 101 Hi-Emer, Part 1. I said I wouldn't participate, but I ended up participating anyway. Without Zeke's support, Annie and the others are likely in great danger. At the port of Marley, Shen Fei, hidden aboard a landing ship, officially landed in Marley. Marley is currently the world's largest nation by land area. Although at a disadvantage after the war with the Middle East Alliance, it hasn't lost much territory. Besides its mainland, it also has numerous islands. Therefore, Shen Fei's disembarkation went unnoticed. In this era, there were no such things as ID cards, and with Shen Fei's disguise, no one would notice he wasn't from Marley. First, I need to find a place to stay. Shen Fei quickly found a 3-story hotel that looked like a mid-range hotel. He had taken the money from the soldiers on the warship. The hotel was located directly on the street in front of the Liberio internment camp. It seems a bit militaristic. Reading the latest newspaper in the hotel, Shen Fei shook his head slightly. As a Chinese, he had no good feelings towards a country that actively invaded. While Marley was currently at a disadvantage, it was Marley that initially initiated the war, aiming to harness the Titans' power and unify the world like the Eldian Empire once did. Once we've obtained the blood of all 9 Titans, it's time to properly communicate with this world's dimensional space. At nightfall, Shen Fei quietly left the hotel using the disillusionment spell, ready to gather information about the remaining 2 Titans. After leaving the hotel, Shen Fei headed straight for the military headquarters. He had already identified his target during his daytime wanderings. Asking for information from soldiers was too much trouble and relied on luck, but the military brass surely knew the relevant intelligence. Damn, what are Zeke and the others doing here? And Reiner and the others? There's been no news for so long. Did they betray us? Although it was already night, the military headquarters was still brightly lit. Compared to Paradise Island, Marley's technology was far more advanced. Electricity had already been invented. In a small conference room, 5 men of varying ages, bearing the rank of general, gathered to discuss the latest battle reports. I believe Zeke and the others won't do that. Perhaps the situation on the island has changed. We can't rely on the power of the Titans anymore. As you can see, the United Nations in the Middle East already has the means to deal with the Titans. Now there's only Peak on the front line who can't do anything. We must abandon the power of the Titans and speed up scientific and technological research. Hasn't this issue been discussed many times? We simply don't have that much time to study now. We must capture the Titans on the island as soon as possible, but now the front line is almost unable to hold on. Once we fail to take Fortress Slava, there will be no chance of peace talks with them. In any case, Fortress Slava must be taken. Only in this way can we negotiate and gain more time, then order Zeke and the others to return first. After taking Fortress Slava, we can carry out plans on the island. After a long debate, a group of senior military officers finally made a decision to recall the Titans on the island first. Although Marley's technological level is higher than that of Paradise Island, it does not have the technology for long-distance communication. If they want to recall Zeke and the others, they must send warships on the front lines. This is causing some trouble. Shen Fei, who had been eavesdropping outside, felt a wave of frustration after hearing the servant's words. He knew the location of the current battle between Marley and the Middle East United Nations, as Marley had been promoting it. Slava Fortress, an island nestled between Marley and the Middle East United Nations archipelago, held a crucial strategic position. Whichever side controlled the island would gain a significant advantage in the war. Wars are fought on logistical ground, and the Middle East United Nations and Marley were not close. Trying to attack the enemy from their homeland was unrealistic, but occupying the island would allow them to rely on it for supplies. Previously, the island belonged to Marley, but shortly after the hometown 4 went to Paradise Island, the Middle East United Nations launched a surprise attack and seized it. Marley's subsequent deployment of Zeke failed to recapture the fortress, and instead severely injured Zeke. The island where the assassination took place already contained weapons capable of severely injuring Titans, railway cannons and naval guns. This was something Marley hadn't anticipated. It was precisely because of this that Marley allowed Zeke to go to Paradise Island after his injuries had healed somewhat. Zeke's Beast Titan was incredibly powerful, and some in the military didn't want him sacrificed in a pointless siege. Similarly, many in the military were wary of Zeke, and many high-ranking military officials didn't want him to go to the island. Ultimately, Zeke was sent because Marley was left with no Titans. In their initial push to capture the founding Titan, Marley had sent 4 Titans, resulting in a significant drop in Marley's power. Otherwise, the Middle East United Nations wouldn't have dared to attack. After sending the Homeland 4, Marley was left with only the Beast Titan, the Carve Titan, and the Warhammer Titan. The Carve Titan wasn't very powerful, and sending it to the island would have been a mere gift. The Warhammer Titan couldn't be deployed easily, so Zeke was the only one left. According to the original historical trajectory, this battle would have been a victory for Marley. Zeke, Reiner, and the others returned from the island for a period of time, helping to win the war and also reclaiming the Jaw Titan, Ymir. But now, thanks to Shen Fei's meddling, Zeke is now in his hands, his warships destroyed, and the final fate of the 3 Titans on the island remains uncertain. Commander-in-Chief Calvi, let's find him. After the military meeting broke up and separated, Shen Fei followed the commander-in-chief and subdued him with the Imperious Curse. What? Is this true? Shen Fei learned shocking news from Commander-in-Chief Calvi, news he had never expected. While Marley appeared to be controlled by Marley, it was actually controlled not by Marleyans, but by the Eldians. No one would have believed this news. The Eldians were the culprits behind the persecution and cruelty of the Eldians, under various pretexts. The Tiber family, the Eldians who controlled the Warhammer Titan, were one of the 9 Titan families of the Eldian Empire. They were the masterminds behind the civil war between the 9 Titans and subsequently used various means to seize ownership of all intelligent Titans except the founding Titan. Just as the Tiber family was preparing to seize the power of the founding Titan, something unexpected happened. King Fritz, the 145th king, fled due to his personality quirks. He took all the Titans with him, leaving the Tiber family stunned. Their plan was to gain the power of the founding Titan and become the new royal family of the empire. Although technology was advancing, the Titans at the time were still overwhelmingly powerful. With so many large Titans within the 3 walls, even modern technology would have been unable to defeat them, let alone the technology of a century earlier. King Fritz's escape dealt a near-fatal blow to the Tiber family's plans. While he possessed other intelligent Titans, he lacked subordinates, giving the Middle East United Nations breathing space and allowing them to develop their technology. In the end, the Tiber family was forced to hide behind the scenes in Marley, ostensibly claiming to be the heroes who ended the then-ruling Eldian giant empire. While the other Eldians suffered oppression and persecution, they enjoyed wealth and prosperity. Furthermore, the oppression and persecution of the Eldians were orchestrated by the Tiber family. The Titans' lifespans were too short, and the Tiber family held so many intelligent Titans, and they didn't want them to return to Paradise Island. The only option was to choose a successor. Relying on a single family to inherit so many intelligent Titans would be self-destructive, so they came up with the internment camps and brainwashing methods. Unfortunately, their plan was sound, but intelligent Titans were not so easy to control, and not all the Eldians were brainwashed. During a certain attack on Titan selection of a successor, the Tiber family disappeared. If this news leaks out, what will the people of Marley think? They've always been controlled by the Eldians, whom they discriminate against. Shen Fei took several deep breaths before regaining his composure. After hearing about the Tiber family's actions, he was furious and wanted to wipe out their entire family. So, Marley is a continuation of the Eldian Empire. No wonder it's so expansionist. After some consideration, Shen Fei decided not to kill Calvi, but to erase his memories of his past. The Imperious Curse and the Oblivion Curse were a perfect match. To this day, while the Tiber family continued to control Marley from behind the scenes, their population was not large, even with the current family, which had many women. Shen Fei now understood why Historian needed to produce more royal offspring. The Titans' lifespans were too short, and without enough humans, it would be difficult for them to inherit their power. As the commander-in-chief of the military, Calvi was naturally a member of the Tiber family, otherwise, he wouldn't have held such a position. Perhaps due to Marley's current situation, he treated ordinary Eldians with a friendly attitude. However, even this was all he knew, and he didn't fully understand the Warhammer Titan's abilities. Billy Tiber, after leaving Calvi, Shen Fei went directly to the Tiber family's luxurious estate, which he had obtained from Calvi. "I won't kill you for now," Using the Imperious Curse, Shen Fei quickly seized the Tiber family's estate. After questioning Billy Tiber and his sister, he learned about the Warhammer Titan's abilities. The Warhammer Titan could manipulate the Earth's power to form weapons. The Titan's power was already terrifying, but now that it could be used with weapons, it was even more terrifying. He also learned about the Tiber family's plans. Although it seems that the plan to go to the island to recapture the founding Titan was proposed by Zeke, the Tiber clan is actually very interested in it. The Tiber clan relied on the power of the Titans to control Marley, but with the advancement of technology, the power of the Titans has become weaker and weaker. The Tiber clan naturally wants to strengthen the power of the Titans, and even if possible, they want to eliminate the threat of technology to the Titans. Originally, Shen Fei was going to kill the Tiber clan, but after knowing the whole story, he had no good feelings towards the Tiber clan. However, after thinking about it, he decided to let them go for the time being. The Tiber clan is still very powerful, and their research on Titans is very deep. They were the ones who presided over the research on the Titan strengthening potion back then. However, because the only one who could adapt to this strengthening potion was the Ackerman clan, this research was gradually abandoned. The blood of the 9 Titans has finally arrived. After similarly erasing the memories of the Tiber clan, Shen Fei rode his flying skateboard to the battlefield, where he found the cart Titan, Peak. It was said to be a female Titan. The cart Titan's transformation could last for an extremely long time, up to 2 months, unlike the other Titans, who could only maintain it for a short period. This was likely due to the cart Titan's weak combat power. In the past, the cart Titan mostly spent its time scouting, but now, with access to modern weaponry, it has gained considerable combat power. Without further ado, Shen Fei obtained the Academy and spinal fluid from the cart Titan, then sought out an uninhabited island and began a period of secluded training and research. The portal was his foundation. If the people of this world weren't a significant threat to him, he wouldn't have waited so long before cultivating. He would likely have already cultivated a portal before moving on to other pursuits. How's your thinking going? During his training and research, Shen Fei hadn't forgotten about Zeke and the Tiber clan. After finding and settling on this uninhabited island, he informed them. As a result, Zeke remained stunned for 2 days, and the entire clan seemed listless. You really can solve the Titan problem, Zeke said, his eyes fixed on Shen Fei as he seemed to have finally come to a conclusion. I've already told you, I'm not completely sure. I can only try, provided you cooperate. Shen Fei's research and training had enabled him to open portals. He had also made significant progress in studying the blood and spinal fluid of the 9 Titans, enabling him to create strengthening potions similar to those used on Levi and Mikasa. With his research on blood and spinal fluid concluded, Shen Fei shifted his focus to the Titans' enormous size. Through his research, he discovered something amiss with their systems, and decided to conduct experiments with Zeke. He confirmed this by observing his transformations. Under other circumstances, Shen Fei wouldn't have been able to deal with them, but he had the surgery fruit. Chapter 102 High Emer, Part 2. One more time, as Shen Fei finished speaking, Zeke stabbed his palm with his knife. Then, with a loud bang, accompanied by golden lightning and a powerful shockwave, Zeke transformed into the Beast Titan. Shen Fei, using the opera fruit, observed Zeke's transformation into the Titan. This process had been going on for some time. Although Zeke was extremely exhausted after each transformation, he persisted. During this time, Zeke was constantly transforming into Titan, returning to his original form, and then returning to his original form. Shen Fei observed the transformation and returned to his original form. As expected, the matter transmitted from the dimensional space has coded Zeke, sensing the changes in Zeke's body through the opera fruit and combining it with Kamar-Taj's dimensional magic. Shen Fei seemed to understand the Titan's origins. The opera fruit alone might not have revealed the Titan's secrets, but the combination of dimensional magic made a completely different story. In a sense, the dimensional magic and the opera fruit were a perfect match. Looks like we can only go inside and take a look. The giant's power stems from a dimensional space. Even if anyone else knew, they wouldn't be able to enter, but Shen Fei could. Today should bring a conclusion. Remember what I said before, let's begin. Although Zeke looked exhausted, he was thrilled to learn that the giant's problem might be solved. He immediately cut his palm and transformed into a giant. As Zeke began to transform, Shen Fei formed hand seals with his hands. With the help of the hanging ring, he opened a golden portal. Through the portal, Shen Fei discovered that the desert lay beyond it. The desert was white, a vast expanse of white, devoid of any other color. Something's wrong, get out immediately. With this thought in mind, Shen Fei passed through the golden portal. The scene that followed stunned him. A tree. In the distance to Shen Fei's left stood a strange white tree, tens of meters tall, with countless branches, its branches densely covering the entire sky. What is this place? Just as Shen Fei surveyed his surroundings, Zeke, now in human form, also passed through the portal. Upon seeing the situation, Zeke's expression was no more radiant than Shen Fei's. Previously accessible only through consciousness, the giant dimension had now been entered in its true form thanks to Shen Fei's intervention. While Shen Fei was still scanning his surroundings for danger, Zeke stumbled towards the white tree. After a moment's deliberation, Shen Fei, maintaining the portal, followed. This is it. Arriving at the edge of the giant tree, Shen Fei was shocked to discover a human presence. A young woman in a tattered white dress was carrying a small wooden barrel and stacking giants. Each time she finished stacking a giant's body, it vanished from the space. Emer, Zeke excitedly rushed over, shouting upon seeing the girl. This is the ancestor of the Titans. Shen Fei had learned a great deal about the Titans from Zeke, the Tiber clan, and others. It was said that there had only been one Titan, Emer, the ancestor of the Titans. However, Emer ignored Zeke and continued piling up Titans until all were gone. Then, with a blank stare, she stood beside Zeke, unresponsive to Zeke's words. What is this tree? Shen Fei was standing beside the giant white tree, examining it with the power of the surgery fruit. This examination startled Shen Fei. As the tree's components were identical to the sand on the ground, and also to the materials that made up the Titans' bodies. It even held a hint of a dimensional aura. What a miraculous substance! It can actually transform into flesh and blood. It seems it can only be done through the power of a Titan. It was clear that the sand and soil here were valuable. The only problem was that Shen Fei couldn't use them. If my guess is correct, this should be the coordinate. The power of the Titans is transmitted through here. So even if an intelligent Titan's power dies without a successor, it will be passed down through this tree-like network, and someone will be chosen to inherit it. Is this Emer? Has she lived so long? Or is this dimension special? Shen Fei then went to check on Emer, but Emer wouldn't even speak to Zeke, let alone him. The magic's gone wrong. Shen Fei tried to use magic to get Emer to speak, but to his surprise, it didn't work. He could only extract some tissue and blood from Emer and prepare to go out to investigate. You want to stay? Fine, I'll come get you. As Shen Fei was about to leave, Zeke insisted on staying. As a descendant of Emer, and one of the 9 Titans, Zeke knew that even if Emer didn't speak, there were other ways to communicate. This was the privilege of being an Eldian royal, and in fact, a direct descendant of Emer. This meant that Zeke wasn't a founding Titan. If he was, things would be much simpler. So that's how it is. So Emer isn't a living being anymore? This thing is truly incredible, but a Titan. Shen Fei then investigated Emer's cells and blood, finally discovering a problem. Emer's body and blood were formed from the sand of that dimension, not normal human cells. This was likely the reason she had been able to survive for so long. The sand from that Titan dimension was a highly valuable substance, allowing souls to possess bodies. While the internal structure differed significantly, it was completely invisible from the outside. However, the problem remained. Shen Fei had no way of utilizing this substance. I found a way to eliminate all Titan power. After studying Emer and the giant white tree, and informed by conversations between Zeke and Emer, Shen Fei finally discovered the ultimate secret of the Titans and approached Zeke. What? How do I do this? Zeke asked excitedly. This had been his lifelong dream, one that had even betrayed his father and mother. Now that his dream was about to come true, one could imagine Zeke's emotions. Destroy this tree. Both the 9 intelligent Titans and the ordinary pure Titans were built through this dimension by Emer, then teleported using this tree as a coordinate. Without this tree, the Titans wouldn't be able to teleport. During this short period, Emer had been constantly building up Titans. Shen Fei and Zeke had witnessed this numerous times, even repairing them. The 9 intelligent Titans' healing abilities weren't their own, but rather the work of Emer using sand within the Titan dimension. During this time, Shen Fei and Zeke even conducted a special experiment, damaging Zeke's beast Titan and observing Emer's actions. Later, they experimented with transforming into Titan within the Titan dimension, further proving Shen Fei's hypothesis. Although Emer's movements were slow, Titans outside the Titan dimension could recover quickly during combat. This was likely due to the different speeds of time in the two dimensions. Even Ymir's slow movements were instantaneous in the outside world. Knowing that destroying the tree would permanently end the Titan's power, Zik immediately grabbed his weapon and charged at it, slashing at it with all his might. Ymir, standing nearby, watched with a blank stare, but didn't intervene. Unfortunately, Zik's actions were like Wugang chopping down a tree. No matter how much damage he inflicted, it was futile, as the tree healed itself the next moment. In the Titan's dimension, Zik couldn't transform into Titan. This was due to previous experiments, as the Titan's body could only be transported through the tree-like network. While this was possible outside, Zik couldn't do it inside. It was like preparing a package, only to discover it was destined for a location where the courier company had no delivery points. After a long pause, Zik ran breathlessly to Shen Fei's side, begging him to destroy the tree. He knew Shen Fei had a solution, and it was clear that Zik had guessed right. Shen Fei did have a way to deal with the constantly regenerating tree, or perhaps it was the Kamar-Taj wizard's specialty, dealing with dimensional monsters. Indeed, the Titans originated from dimensional creatures that, for unknown reasons, merged with Ymir's body, transforming into their current form. This answer also caught Shen Fei off guard. He had never imagined that this was the origin of the Titans. I can destroy this tree and completely deprive the Titans of their power, but is that a good idea? Without the power to transform into Titans, what will happen to the Eldians in Marley? The Eldians in Marley are all reserve Titans. This is Marley's last resort. If they ultimately lose the war, they might transform all of their Eldians into Titans. With so many pure Titans, even if they can't turn the tide for Marley, they can still buy them a significant amount of time. And what about the Titans on Paradise Island? If they lose their Titan powers, the wall might disappear. What will they do? Shen Fei's question about the wall was a guess. He wasn't certain. He needed to verify whether the objects left behind by the hardened Titans could persist forever. Shen Fei had no idea what was happening on the island. If the wall was breached and the Titans launched a large-scale attack, the casualties would be devastating. While Shen Fei was pleased to have solved the root cause of the Titans, he also needed to consider the survival of the islanders. And if the Titans' power was eliminated so quietly, would you think it was a good thing? Would people from other countries believe it? Since he could eliminate the Titans' power, Shen Fei was ready to help Eren and the others. As for how, as a modern person, it was too simple, a press conference. Yes, this world already had journalists, albeit in their infancy. Only a public announcement could convince the world that the Eldians had lost their Titan transforming ability. And the timing had to be chosen carefully. After Marley's defeat and severe devastation, it was unable to launch a war. The Middle East United Nations had united against Marley because of the Titans' threat. Once the Titans were gone, it was unclear whether the alliance would survive. That's it. First, unite with the others, then wait for the right moment. I'll go to the island and take a look, Shen Fei said as he sent Zik to Slava Fortress. Lacking Titans and support, Marley was already severely disadvantaged and couldn't hold out for much longer. As a result, the Eldians had suffered heavy losses, as they were effectively cannon fodder in Marley. Gabi, the little girl who shot Sasha in the original novel, made great contributions during the war, but her own legs were crippled by the gunshot and she was subsequently sent back to the orphanage. Due to brainwashing, the Eldians fought heroically in every war, but there were no corresponding rewards. They weren't even allowed to serve as officers in the Marleyan military. Even Zik was only a sergeant-in-chief. I originally said I didn't want to get involved in this war, but I didn't expect to end up getting involved anyway. A golden portal appeared at the empty dock on Paradise Island. Shen Fei shook his head helplessly as he passed through it. I wonder how Erwin and the others are doing now, Shen Fei thought, standing on the tall wall of the dock. Without Zik, the Survey Corps' strength wouldn't have suffered as heavy a loss against the hometown trio as in the original novel. That Titan is still here, Shen Fei observed once again, flying towards the island on his hoverboard. Even when unable to move normally, the pure Titans would still actively move towards the island. Looks like they've found Eren's basement. Through his telescope, Shen Fei spotted the Survey Corps members at Wall Maria. After some consideration, he dismounted from his hoverboard as he neared Wall Maria. The Titans around here have been mostly wiped out. Wall Maria was now devoid of any Titans, leaving Marley with no opportunity to place Titans on the island. Marley placed the pure Titans on the island, partly as a means of punishing the Eldians who rebelled against Marley, and partly to use them to see if they could eliminate the island's inhabitants. The Eldians have people who have been brainwashed by Marley and fight for them, but there are also resistance forces that fight against them. Even though the resistance forces suffered heavy losses due to Zeke's betrayal, they have not completely disappeared. Where there is oppression, there is resistance. This is an eternal truth. Who is it? Shen Fei's approach was quickly discovered by the Survey Corps on guard outside. It's me. Is Erwin there? Shen Fei waved his hand and said. The commander is inside. Chapter 103 Hymir, Part 2. A lot of new faces, and quite a few injured. It looks like Erwin and his men have already eliminated the Rice family within the walls. There are traces of fighting here. Perhaps the hometown trio were eliminated here. I wonder if any of them inherited the power of the intelligent Titans from Reiner and the others. I hope none do. Shen Fei had come here to resolve the Titan issue once and for all. If they inherited the Titan power from Reiner and the others, and only had a lifespan of 13 years, wouldn't that be ironic after hearing the news Shen Fei brought? Inheriting the power of a Titan requires a conscious effort. Not everyone dares to do so. After all, with a lifespan of only 13 years, Shen Fei wouldn't want the power of a Titan, no matter how powerful it is. The 9 Titan families have been able to inherit the power of Titans because they need it to maintain their power. Take the Tiber clan, for example. The current clan leader didn't inherit the power of a Titan, but rather his sister. Of course, different worlds have different philosophies due to their upbringing. Shen Fei couldn't possibly expect Erwin and Eren to accept such an idea, given their vastly different environments. I wonder what Mikasa will do after Eren dies. With this thought in mind, Shen Fei met Erwin, Corporal Levi, Hanji, and Eren. After Shen Fei glanced at Eren and the other 3, he set his sights on Erwin. At this time, Erwin, just like in the original story, had lost an arm, his left arm, while Levi and Mikasa both had bandages on their arms. Given their strength, the battle situation can be imagined since they were both injured. This was also because Zeke was not involved. If Zeke had been involved, only 9 of Erwin's group would have survived. There, at least half of them would still be left. Someone who voluntarily transferred from the military police to the Survey Corps also survived because of this butterfly effect. Thank you for everything before. After seeing Shen Fei, Erwin did not mention Shen Fei's departure without saying goodbye, but thanked him sincerely. Erwin was grateful that Shen Fei had told them everything. Using the books in Eren's basement, Erwin and the others had verified the information Shen Fei had shared. Furthermore, they had eliminated Kenny and the other Central Military Police, thus preventing heavy casualties for the Survey Corps. They also learned that the true identity of the royal family was the Race clan. Why are you here? Erwin asked after a brief greeting. Who is Eren? Shen Fei didn't directly answer Erwin's question, but instead inquired, even though he knew who Eren was. Finding Eren's identity was simple, just look at who Mikasa was closest to. I am. Eren was uninjured, which was understandable. Titans have remarkable healing abilities, capable of healing even a severed hand or head, not to mention other injuries. I've come here on your brother's request to discuss the Titan issue with you. Shen Fei didn't need to intervene to resolve the Titan issue. He could simply bring Eren to the Titan dimension. With the power of the founding Titan within him, combined with Zeke's royal status, he could free Ymir. The Eldians had controlled the Titans for so many years, it was impossible for them to be unaware of their origins. Even Eren and Zeke could travel to the Titan dimension, so surely Titans from other eras had also been there. This was his reason for coming here. To truly understand the reason why Ymir became a Titan. While he had theorized the Titan's origin, he didn't know the reason. This primary goal, along with other considerations, prompted him to return to the island. If that wasn't the case, he could simply chop down the tree. Why bother coming all this way? If he didn't thoroughly understand the cause, wouldn't it be a waste of his time following the Titans? If following the Titans didn't yield an answer, he'd find it himself. My brother? Zeke, he's there. Is he here too? Eren's expression was filled with excitement as he spoke Zeke's name. They had all read Grisha's diary and knew who Zeke was and what he had done. Eren, calm down, Mikasa said, looking at the suddenly agitated Eren. Seeing Mikasa's concerned expression, Shen Fei shook his head. Based on the time Eren became a Titan, he only had 8 years left to live. Shen Fei did have a solution to Eren's problem. The so-called 13-year lifespan was ultimately a matter of vitality. He had already confirmed this during his study of Zeke's body. While the Titan size was formed by the accumulation of Emer in the Titan dimension, this wasn't unconditional. The strange tree's enormous size was likely due to this. However, Shen Fei wasn't prepared to rescue Eren and the others. Extending lifespans was a maddening pursuit in any world, and his relationship with Eren hadn't reached that point yet. This was different from when he proactively helped Carter and Captain reunite. That was because he didn't want to leave Captain and Carter with regrets. The others were different. It seems you know what happened back then, but you probably don't know the reasons. Shen Fei had just finished speaking. Eren was about to object when Armin, beside him, stopped him. Of the Eren trio, Armin was the brains. Zeke did what he did back then to end the Titans' tragic fate. I've told you before, people outside call you Eldians the demons of the earth. As long as you possess the power of the Titans, their views will remain unchanged. As the saying goes, those who are not of my kind have different hearts. Why is the Marvel Universe so hostile to those with superpowers, the Inhumans? Isn't it because they are different from ordinary people? Of course, there's certainly an element of envy involved. Why do you have superpowers and I don't? Fortunately, the Marvel Universe Shen Fei is currently in doesn't have the X-Men, otherwise it would be even more chaotic, similar to the persecution of the wizarding world in the Harry Potter universe. So, you've found a way to end the Titan's power, Armin said, shocked. Indeed, by combining the blood of the founding Titan and the royal family, we can unleash unimaginable power. Through his research, Shen Fei increasingly realized that King Fritz, the 145th king, was an idiot. As the saying goes, if you want to wear the crown, you must bear its weight. For a king of a nation to be so capricious is truly astonishing. If it were an individual, it wouldn't matter, the impact wouldn't be significant, but for a king of a nation to be so capricious, it's a far bigger deal. Perhaps this is how history's most incompetent rulers were made. You can fight and argue all you want, I don't care. I'll just live my life behind closed doors with my people. That was probably the king's thinking. If he were the only one thinking that way, it would be fine. But he went so far as to use the Titan's power to cause his descendants to behave in the same way. Theoretically, a founding Titan of royal blood is exempt from the non-war pact, able to impose it on themselves and, of course, break it. The problem is that this king passed his ideas down through the Titans, so that after his descendants gained the power of the founding Titan, those who had initially planned to use the Titan's power to destroy the Titans outside the wall suddenly changed their personalities. As I said before, if they truly wanted the Eldian bloodline to slowly disappear from this world, they shouldn't have established a nation to continue their reproduction. Instead, they should have used their abilities, like Zeke did, to allow the Eldians to use their reproductive powers. Is that even possible? Shen Fei finished speaking. The people around him were filled with shock, hesitation, and disbelief. This news was just like Shen Fei's earlier statement that the Titans were their own kind. All their struggles, their lives, had been nothing but a joke. Indeed, that's why someone planned to seize the founding Titan. Zeke exploited Marley. Then how will we protect ourselves if we lose the Titan's power? Armin was the first to react, truly the trio's brains. That's up to you, but I can tell you about the latest developments outside, Shen Fei said, outlining the war between Marley and the United Nations in the Middle East, and of course, sharing the various countries' attitudes toward the Titans. He also produced several books from the outside world and handed them to Erwin, Armin, and the others, proving his claims were unfounded. Words were of no use. In the world of Titans, combat is completely devoid of military strategy. It can be summed up in one word: recklessness. Relying on the power of Titans, or on the power of modern technology, recklessness. Just like the Hometown Four, if they were agents raised in modern society, they would have already obtained the founding Titan. Sending soldiers armed only with the power of powerful Titans but lacking in intelligence to carry out such a mission is abysmal. Marley, the United Nations in the Middle East, Armin observed, tracing a map on the ground as he listened to Shen Fei's narration. Then, he fell into deep thought. This is a golden opportunity for the Eldians to fully integrate into this world. If you continue to control the power of Titans, no one will dare to cooperate with you, Captain. This is indeed the best opportunity, but we will need to use other methods to strengthen ourselves later, Armin said to Erwin, who was also lost in thought, after a long moment of contemplation. If you agree, let the founding Titan come with me, Shen Fei said, looking at Erwin. Okay, I'll go, Eren said, speaking from the side before Erwin could say anything. "Are you the founding Titan?" "I am. Wherever Eren goes, I'll go too," Mikasa said firmly, standing beside Eren. "No, I have to go alone. Trust me, I'll guarantee his safety. Too many people won't make it easy to infiltrate." Shen Fei flatly rejected Mikasa's offer. It wasn't that he couldn't take her, but Shen Fei simply didn't want to, and his reason was legitimate. "I'll go alone," Mikasa was about to say something, but Eren immediately stopped her. Seeing Eren's determined face, Mikasa finally relented. Eren was the only one who could make Mikasa obey. "If anything happens to Eren, I won't let you go," Mikasa said coldly, gazing at Shen Fei. "Can you beat me?" Shen Fei thought to himself, but outwardly, he said it was okay. "Be careful and safe," Erwin finally agreed. It wasn't that they truly trusted Shen Fei, but rather that they had no choice. If they didn't want to be targeted by all the humans outside, they had no choice but to take a gamble. "I'll be careful. You're lacking experience." Eren is now much simpler than he was at the same time in the original novel, but that's understandable. Thanks to Shen Fei's intervention, he's been spared many of the things he should have experienced. Aside from Eren's minor role in dealing with the female Titan, the Armored Titan and the Colossal Titan were dealt with by Levi and Mikasa, two members of the Ackerman family. It's not easy to ask them directly. Shen Fei didn't waste any time before riding away with Eren. He wanted to ask Annie how they were doing, but he couldn't explain how he knew so much, so he didn't ask. "This is Eren. Is he okay?" Shen Fei emerged from the golden portal on the unnamed island, carrying the unconscious Eren. Zeke, upon seeing Eren's appearance, asked with a worried look on his face. Although the two brothers had never met, Zeke still cared deeply for Eren. "It's okay. Don't worry." Shen Fei didn't want Eren to see the portal, which was why he didn't bring Mikasa with him, as he'd have to knock another one out. Unlike Zeke, Shen Fei trusted Zeke to keep his story secret, but Eren was different. As expected, Shen Fei observed, surprised as Eren and Zeke, transformed into Titans, began to interact. Leveraging the power of their transformations, Shen Fei had unlocked the Titan dimension, where Eren and Zeke, in human form, now resided. In some ways, this Titan dimension can be considered a consciousness dimension, or a soul dimension, Shen Fei speculated, observing Zeke, Eren, and Ymir holding hands. The person who could have freed Ymir was Eren, but not the Eren of today. He was the Eren of 4 years later, a grown man without the experience of that growth. Without that, the Eren of today would be unable to free Ymir. Is this why Ymir became a Titan? What a tragedy. Shen Fei sighed deeply after learning from Zeke and Eren about Ymir's life story and the causes and consequences of her transformation. The life of the founding Titan, Ymir, was a tragedy. No, not just her life, but her death was also a tragedy. It is precisely because of this that the Eldians have been plagued by great tragedy for millennia. The claim that only Eldians can become Titans is a tragic coincidence, and this is also the case with Ymir. If it were someone else, the Eldians would probably have taken a different path. Chapter 104 High Ymir, and I never imagined this world would be invaded by dimensional creatures. Over 2,000 years ago, the founding Titan, Ymir, was a common slave to the then leader of the Eldians. Once, a pig escaped, and the other slaves accused her of letting it run away. For an ordinary person, the pig's escape would have been a disaster, but Ymir, a slave, was sentenced to death. She was then used as prey for the Eldians' amusement. However, she survived, wounded by several arrows, and managed to escape into Tree Hollow. Unbeknownst to anyone, beneath the hollow lay a strange lake. Ymir fell into the water and was possessed by the strange creatures within, also known as dimensional beings, transforming into Titan. For any other normal person possessing such immense power, one can imagine what would have happened. At the very least, they could have become the king of the Eldians. However, Ymir, raised as a slave, became her master's trump card. Through Ymir's power, her master became king of the Eldians. To pass on her power, Ymir became pregnant and gave birth to 3 daughters, who became known as the 3 Walls of Paradise Island, Maria, Ruth, and Sina. Later, a nation was destroyed by the Eldians. Frustrated, some pretended to surrender, only to be assassinated. Ymir fended off the attack to save the Eldian king. While her strength would have saved her, she was exhausted and unwilling to live, so she died. The story would have ended there, but the then king assured her that even in death, she would still serve the Eldians, thus giving rise to the 9 Titans. After Ymir's death, The then king ordered her body to be devoured. These 3 daughters later inherited Ymir's Titan power and continued to fight for the Eldians. At this time, there were only 3 intelligent Titans, but 9 intelligent Titans and countless pure Titans later emerged. All of this was due to Ymir's accumulation within the Titan dimension. Without Ymir, the power of the Titans would have vanished after her death. At that time, the Titan dimension was left with only a bare trunk. Her 3 daughters later inherited the Titan power, giving rise to 3 branches, which in turn split into 3, forming the 9 intelligent Titans. All the pure Titans are descended from the branches of the 9 intelligent Titans. Strictly speaking, the current Eldians are considered Ymir's descendants, and the royal family is a result of this close bloodline. It's undeniable that the Eldians are truly formidable. Over the years, through continuous experimentation, they have unlocked the potential of the Titan's power. Is this a tragedy caused by Big? Of course not. The true cause of this situation is Ymir's deeply ingrained servility. Any normal person wouldn't be able to accumulate Titans in the Titan dimension for over 2,000 years, but Ymir, inspired by the words of the then Eldian king, has continued to do so. Of course, Ymir wasn't without resistance. Attack on Titan, in some ways, represents her inner cry. Unfortunately, this cry was too muted, and it wasn't until Aaron's generation, over 2,000 years later, that progress was made. What a horrific slave education, Shen Fei sighed deeply as he watched tears well up in Ymir's eyes. If it had been any other slave, this wouldn't have happened, but it had to happen to Ymir. Thinking this, Shen Fei glanced at Zeke. In some ways, Zeke was also a tragedy of the slave trade. His plan seemed grand. But it also revealed that he, in his heart, viewed the Eldians as demons of the earth, unfit for existence. And all of this was due to the education they'd received in Marley. Alright, we can begin now. After leaving the Titan dimension, Zeke was escorted away by Shen Fei. Meanwhile, the battle for Slava Fortress between Marley and the Middle East United Nations was drawing to a close. Marley had been defeated, and to avoid further losses, Marley began preparing for peace talks with the Middle East United Nations. The Middle East United Nations, perhaps exhausted by the protracted war, agreed to the peace talks. After all, if the war continued, Marley might have to deploy the Warhammer Titan. Perhaps for the sake of their international reputation, the Tiber clan issued a statement after the Eldians destroyed their nation, stating that they would no longer use the Titan's power on the battlefield. Their clan refused to abandon the legacy of the Warhammer Titan to prevent the Titan's power from being stolen and used on the battlefield by others. For this reason, they were willing to sacrifice their lives to protect the Warhammer Titan. It's undeniable that the Tiber clan is a master of showmanship. Furthermore, for over 100 years, they haven't used the Warhammer Titan on the battlefield. To this day, many people trust them, giving them a high international reputation. This peace negotiation was the result of the Tiber clan's involvement. Furthermore, to shift the blame, the Tiber clan has pinned their involvement entirely on Paradise Island, claiming unrest on the island, possibly violating their agreement not to fight, and necessitating a united response. This excuse is perfect. After all, for humanity, the Eldians, a clan of demons from the earth, are their greatest enemy. As for Marley's attempt to seize the Titan's power, what does that have to do with the Tiber clan? That was a decision made by the Marleyan High Command. Welcome everyone to this banquet. We've invited you all here because we've received intelligence that humanity is once again in danger. The Tiber clan's head, standing on the stage in a vast and lavishly decorated hall, declared passionately, microphone in hand. The hall was now packed with representatives from various nations, along with reporters. Everyone's here. How wonderful. I have a major announcement this time. Just as Belitibur was about to continue, another voice suddenly interrupted him. Warrior Captain, Belitibur looked at the suddenly appeared Zeke in shock. He had never expected Zeke, who had been missing for so long, to suddenly appear. Zeke, what are you planning on doing? Come down quickly. The Marleyan officials nearby also looked at the sudden appearance of Zeke with surprise. I'm sure you all know this person next to me, but you probably don't know his other identity. Zeke's words immediately piqued everyone's interest. Belitibur was a master of showmanship, and he held a high reputation across the world. After all, he was the hero who saved humanity from the Earth Demon. However, the Marleyan officials present all had their expressions changed. While the others didn't know what was happening in Marley, they did. However, it was too late to intervene. Zeke had already spoken. His other identity is that he's the true ruler of Marley. Marley's wars over the years have all been under his orders. Boom. Zik's words caused an uproar in the audience, who stared in disbelief. Their old cameras flashing non-stop. What nonsense are you talking about, Billy Tiber, who was beside Zik, shouted. At that moment, 6 Marleyan soldiers from both sides rushed onto the stage, their weapons pointed at Zik. You should know whether I am talking nonsense or not, Zik said, looking at the soldiers rushing to arrest him. Are you sure you want me to take action here? Zik's words immediately stopped the soldiers who were about to attack. They were well aware of Zik's identity. If they took action here, the consequences would be unbearable for Marley. I believe our commander should be aware of this issue. Zik's words caused the envoys in the hall to look at the Marleyan military commander and several other high-ranking officials. You're crazy. You've been possessed by the island's demons, Billy shouted. Zik had grabbed his arm, making it impossible for him to leave. Everyone, this is the second reason I came here today. After so many years of hard work, we Eldians have found a way to completely eliminate the demonic power. As Zik finished speaking, the hall erupted in a roar even louder than before. The demons of the earth had wreaked havoc on the world for over 2,000 years. It was only in the last 100 years that humanity gradually overcame its fear of power and realized that the demons of the earth were not invincible. Is everything you say true? A representative from one of the Middle East United Nations countries shouted. Of course, such things are easy to verify, aren't they? In fact, the demonic power had completely disappeared when I appeared here. In the giant dimension, as the golden axe in Shen Fei's hand vanished, the giant tree finally fell. At the moment the giant tree fell, Emer, who had been silent until then, finally burst into tears. Her sobs were so heartbreaking that Shen Fei couldn't help but sigh softly. At this moment, Emer, trapped for 2,000 years, finally found complete freedom, even though she would soon dissipate. Thankfully, Kamar-Taj's magic is specifically designed to combat dimensional beings, otherwise it would be incredibly difficult. What a shame, Shen Fei sighed again as he watched the fallen giant tree slowly crumble into sand. In the world of giants, everything depended on the giant tree, the giant dimension. With its fall, all the power of the giants would vanish, meaning all Shen Fei's painstaking research would be in vain. This left Shen Fei somewhat frustrated, but he felt no regrets. The power of the giants could only be fully manifested in Emer, the founding titan. Even if someone else devoured 9 intelligent giants, they could never match Emer's power. Only Emer, the founding titan, could break the giant's power for 13 years. This meant that unless one could obtain the dimensional being that had originally bonded with Emer, it would be impossible to gain the full power of the giants. Dimensional beings were truly remarkable. Such a small creature could cause such a commotion. Emer, from today you're free. Shen Fei smiled and waved at Emer, whose body began to crumble like the giant tree, yet a smile remained on her face. Thank you, Emer uttered before completely dissolving. It was the first and last time she spoke in her life. Let's go. Shen Fei looked at Aaron, who had fallen silent after Emer's dissolution. He grabbed his shoulder and left the Titan dimension. Without the guidance of the Titan's power, even he couldn't enter it again. It's time to take you back. Leaving the Titan dimension, Shen Fei immediately used his wand to erase some of Aaron's memories, then knocked him unconscious. He then took Aaron back to Paradise Island. They've really disappeared. How is that possible? Seeing the Eldians, injected with a Titan potion but unable to transform into pure Titans, the envoys and reporters from various countries were frantic. Zik had been arrested, along with Billy Tiburak and others. Of course, this was just the beginning. Because of the information Zik had previously shared, Marley was plunged into turmoil. The Eldians who were seeking to restore power seized the opportunity and began to take action. Meanwhile, the Eldians in the Liberio internment zone were completely unsure how to react to the sudden change of circumstances, and most of them remained in hiding. Their future depended on the political changes in Marley. The Titan's power has vanished. On Paradise Island, the Survey Corps members who had consumed the Colossal Titan and the Armored Titan immediately reported the situation to Captain Irwin upon discovering they could no longer transform into Titans. Thanks to Shen Fei's intervention, Armin, despite his own injuries, didn't consume the Colossal Titan. Instead, he consumed the Survey Corps members who had died in the previous battle. Is it over? Irwin, upon hearing this news, remained silent for a long time. Annie, you're finally awake. With the Titan's power gone, Annie, who had been isolated in her own isolation, awakened in the basement. Hange, Armin, Mikasa, and the others watched. "You guys," Annie was startled upon seeing them. Just as she was about to make a move and transform into Titan, Armin spoke. "The power of the Titans has completely disappeared from this world." Annie looked at the bloody tooth marks on her palm, her eyes flickering, and then she leaned against the wall without saying a word. As expected, without the suppression of the Titans' power, the Middle East United Nations has begun to split. With the division of the Middle East United Nations, the previous strategy against Marley was naturally halted. Marley, on the other hand, was plunged into civil war. This change in the situation was very good news for the Eldians on Paradise Island. Erwin and his team also organized a group to go to Marley. Seeing the ocean and other humans for the first time surprised Eren and his 3 companions. After all, knowing is one thing, but actually seeing it is another. Chapter 105 Ghost, Part 1. The existing Titans won't disappear. In the Shiganshina district of Walmaria, Shen Fei, riding his flying skateboard, looked at the large Titan within the wall he had cut through. Bathed in the sunlight, it remained unchanged. The world of Titans is undergoing tremendous changes due to the disappearance of the Earth Demon, whether it's Paradise Island, Marley, or the United Nations in the Middle East. Erwin, Eren, and Zeke had previously met and begun to work together, preparing to bring the Eldians from Marley to Paradise Island. Due to the civil unrest in Marley, Zeke was rescued by Eren and the others. It must be said that although the Eldians on the island are much more technologically advanced than those outside, they are not far behind in the world with their amazing 3D maneuvering devices. This technology, which allows them to fly back and forth on buildings, is, in some ways, even more advanced than that of the outside world. In a large-scale war, the island wouldn't be able to defeat the outsiders, but in special operations, Eren and his crew held the advantage. Luckily, Eren lacked the vengeful instincts of the original story, and with Erwin still alive, they didn't launch a surprise attack on Marley for retaliation. Instead, they leveraged their advantage to secure the right to take the Eldians. In this broader perspective, Erwin was far superior to Armin and the others. This wasn't to say Armin wasn't intelligent, but rather that he lacked experience. With this group of Eldians, the island's technology would flourish for a period of time, as many of the Eldians brought to the island possessed technological talent, precisely the kind the island currently lacked. With the disappearance of the Titans, many of Paradise Island's inhabitants had already emerged from the second wall and returned to Walmaria to rebuild their homeland. It's time to go back. This time, I'm going to start a satellite-related company. That way, I won't have to buy satellites. The Titans' world had returned to normal. While it wouldn't benefit Shen Fei's personal cultivation, it would greatly benefit his company and his power. As long as he could calculate the relevant data for this world's planets, he could launch several digital satellites. This would allow Red Queen to play her role. Furthermore, this world's vast landmass and sparse population made it a perfect colonization paradise, perfect for colonizing other worlds. He was also secretly doing what the Tiber clan had done before, secretly controlling Marley. Now was a golden opportunity for him. No wonder investors always invested heavily in presidential campaigns. It was a highly profitable business. With a little manipulation, the leader in power could quickly recoup their initial investment. Shen Fei was doing this to gather resources from this world. No matter what company you were, if you were still small, no one would care. But if you wanted to grow, you had to deal with a local government. To avoid future trouble, it was better to deal with it now. The utilization rate of minerals and medicines in this world was still very low, and the vast majority of these minerals and medicines were not yet recognized. Hey, someone's breaking in. Pretty bold, Shen Fei, returning to the Marvel world from the giant world, had barely even begun to rest when he heard the Red Queen's alarm. This alarm caught Shen Fei by surprise. He had meticulously secured his residence. Many of the security measures designed by Stark. Technically, his current residence had the same level of defense as Stark's beachfront villa. Due to varying circumstances, the villa had 3 levels of defense. The lowest, level 1, was reserved for thieves and other thieves who sneaked in. This level of alarm was connected to the nearby police station, meaning a single alarm would ensure the police arrived in record time. Such was the privilege of the wealthy. To date, the police had apprehended over a dozen individuals attempting to sneak in. Such a large villa, with no security, made it a prime target for those with a grudge. Among those apprehended were several accomplished hackers, often minors. It's undeniable that, due to differences in upbringing, many of these talented hackers displayed considerable talent even as minors, much like Tom Holland's overweight friend. The US treats minors very preferentially. No matter what they do, even if they've killed a dozen people, they'll be called just kids, but that's only when there's no strong demand for accountability. Shen Fei won't treat these guys any favors. He's rich, anyway, and he'll pour money into his law firm, which he'll use to pursue these cases. The US treats minors preferentially, but it treats the wealthy even more preferentially. With all that money, anyone who dared to break into his villa has been sent to prison. If anyone dares to continue causing trouble, he'll continue the lawsuit. Legal fees here are incredibly expensive and can easily bankrupt you. But for Shen Fei, that's a small price he can afford. He'll show no mercy to these naughty kids. Until now, villa intrusions have only been limited to this level of alert. After all, circumventing Red Queen's surveillance isn't easy. It would require someone like Dr. Banner, Black Widow, or Nick Fury. Artificial intelligence isn't perfect. However, this level 3 alert, like the one Red Queen sent him, was the first time Shen Fei had encountered one. It meant someone had infiltrated his basement, and Shen Fei was deeply shocked. Looks like this person is a master, I wonder who they are, Shen Fei thought, and with a flick of his apparition, he arrived at a basement entrance. Only a handful of people in the Marvel Universe could pull this off, only the top scientists or agents could pull it off. Shen Fei had always assumed his villa's defenses were formidable, making it difficult to infiltrate unless attacked head-on, like when Stark was attacked by a helicopter in Iron Man 3. While such an event would be rare in China, it was not uncommon in the United States. Of course, this is the Marvel Universe after all, with brilliant scientists popping up one after another. Even if a formidable individual suddenly appeared, Shen Fei wouldn't be too surprised. Many scientists' abilities are hard to fathom unless you're familiar with their circles. For example, Shen Fei, a biochemist, knows many talented biochemists. What are you looking for? Tell me, and I might be able to help you. Leaning against a basement entrance, Shen Fei asked Red Queen to turn on the lights. He immediately spotted the figure who seemed to be searching for something. The figure was wearing a white, spacesuit-like bodysuit and a helmet. To prevent Red Queen from being exposed, Shen Fei ordered her not to appear in front of anyone unless she had his permission. After all, he wasn't Stark. And exposing the artificial intelligence would be extremely troublesome. Who sent you? Shen Fei asked immediately, observing the motionless intruder. Although he already had a guess in his mind about the intruder, only 2 organizations in the Marvel Universe could infiltrate his villa, and infiltrate to such an extent, S.H.I.E.L.D and Hydra. As Shen Fei finished speaking, the intruder dropped the lab materials and charged toward him, apparently attempting to subdue him. Woman. Facing the incoming fist, Shen Fei immediately raised his hand to grasp the intruder's wrist. The feel of her grip immediately revealed her gender. Could it be the Black Widow? The fact that she was a woman made Shen Fei speculate about her identity. He didn't assume that Fury would trust him just because he had a good relationship with her. To Fury, everyone except him would be suspect, not to mention his title as a magician. But the next moment, Shen Fei knew he was wrong. The woman he had grabbed suddenly slipped her wrist through his palm and punched him in the face. The sudden attack left Shen Fei stunned. It was something he hadn't expected. Fortunately, while the intruder's strength surpassed that of an average person, it wasn't very strong for Shen Fei, otherwise he would have been in trouble. Fuck! Just as the intruder was about to strike again, Shen Fei grabbed for his fist, only for it to pass right through his palm and strike him in the face again. Luckily, he was prepared this time, meeting it with his other hand. Then, the intruder's fist passed through his hand again, and then his body. Instantly, the intruder appeared behind him, kicking him in the crotch. Wow, how ruthless. Is this Kamui? Room, a slaughterhouse. Shen Fei immediately leaped forward, dodging the kick. He then turned and activated the power of the opera fruit, a saber appearing in his hand, slashing at the intruder. Ineffective. No way. Seeing the intruder not being bisected, Shen Fei was stunned. This was the first time in the Marvel Universe that the opera fruit's power had failed. Previously, even magic against Kamar-Taj had worked. Without this power, Shen Fei wouldn't have made such rapid progress. He'd probably be like the other Kamar-Taj disciples, spinning in circles for a long time. Not everyone is like Doctor Strange. Kamar-Taj used magic to heal many, but most of them died. Why? Because they didn't want to learn magic. In modern society, given the opportunity to learn such a remarkable ability, no one would give up. They gave up because it was difficult for them to advance. This is the quantum state, no way. Shen Fei quickly understood why his Operation Fruit had failed. Through the Operation Fruit's field, Shen Fei observed the intruder's body constantly shifting within the quantum realm. The hairstyle also made Shen Fei realize that the intruder's ability wasn't Kamui, but rather a quantum state transformation. Shen Fei couldn't attack the intruder in the quantum state. While the ability was similar to Kamui, the principle was completely different. Theoretically, the quantum state was far more advanced than Kamui. Even Thanos' snap couldn't destroy the intruder. No wonder they were able to sneak into the basement before being discovered. The quantum state could evade any electronic detection. This ability is truly insane. Fortunately, the opponent's strength is just a bit stronger than the average person. So it's her. Shen Fei already knew the opponent's identity, Ghost, one of S.H.I.E.L.D's hidden trump cards. This was because her quantum state didn't seem very powerful, and she was just an ordinary person. If she could control her abilities and possessed a formidable strength, there wouldn't be many who could match her. They really think highly of me. Such hidden trump cards were only used when absolutely necessary, but now that they were activated, Shen Fei didn't know whether to celebrate. However, now that he knew the opponent's identity and abilities, the next step would be easier. Just like against the Kamui, aim for the moment they reverted to their physical form and attack. After a moment's deliberation, and after blocking several of their attacks, Shen Fei immediately formed seals with his hands, opening up the mirror dimension. The opponent was a walking quantum state. Defeating her was easy, she couldn't hurt him, after all, but if she tried to escape, he wouldn't be able to catch her. But in the quantum dimension, things were different. He didn't believe the opponent's quantum state could escape the mirror dimension. After all, it was only a quantum state, not the quantum realm. The ghost was not stupid. After seeing Shen Fei make hand seals and the space began to change, she immediately prepared to escape. Unfortunately, it was too late. After all, she was just an ordinary person. Even after rigorous training, she had not exceeded the limits of human beings. The mirror space caught her in an instant. Except for Thanos, who possessed the Infinity Gauntlet, the mirror space has not been destroyed by anyone. Where is this place? The ghost who was trapped in the mirror space immediately realized that something was wrong after discovering that she could not leave this place. The current ghost is not the one in Ant-Man 2, who is in an extremely unstable state and could disappear at any time because of the destruction of S.H.I.E.L.D. Now, under the suppression of S.H.I.E.L.D's technology, she can control her own abilities at will. You're actually here? Did the people who sent you tell you who you needed to deal with? This is a magician's realm. Even you, don't even think about leaving. Of all the abilities in the Marvel Universe, Ghosts is one of the best. If possible, he would like to obtain such an ability. This ability, like Kamui, would make him invincible in battle, and it wouldn't be disabled by the world. The quantum realm covers the vast universe. The only question is whether such an ability can be obtained. In the entire Marvel Universe, only 2 people have gained abilities from the quantum realm, Ant-Man's mother-in-law, the Wasp, and Ghost himself. Harry Potter is set in the 1990s. Please make sure you understand the time period. The technology in Harry Potter and the Wasp seems to have remained relatively unchanged 19 years after Voldemort's defeat. Chapter 106 Ghost, Part 2. That's enough. You can't beat me. Shen Fei shook his head helplessly, watching the ghost push to the ground and still trying to get up to attack him. Ghost's quantum state shifts were indeed powerful, but because she was just an ordinary person with training, she was unstoppable against ordinary people, even mutants. But against someone with enhanced physical fitness like Shen Fei, as long as she was vigilant, she had no chance of success. If Shen Fei wasn't afraid of her escaping, he wouldn't even have needed to activate the mirror dimension. If he hadn't wanted to study Ghost state, killing her would have been easy. Ghost couldn't maintain its quantum state forever. However, due to Ghost's quantum state shifts, any study required her cooperation. Her unique ability made it difficult to trap her. Even now, Shen Fei could only rely on the mirror dimension to trap her. If it were Ancient One, perhaps there were other ways to trap her. Your physical state is strange, but I can help you. Just as Miss Ghost was about to continue, Shen Fei's words finally stopped her. For Ghost, restoring her body to normal is her greatest wish. She became S.H.I.E.L.D's ghost because S.H.I.E.L.D. promised to help her recover, but even after all these years, it hasn't materialized. You really can do it, Ghost said, removing her helmet and revealing her true form, a beautiful woman with long brown hair. Anyone else wouldn't have believed Shen Fei so much, but Ghost had suffered for so many years, and as long as there was a glimmer of hope, she wouldn't give up. Quantum state transfer is indeed a powerful ability, but it also comes with significant side effects. Ghost must wear her specially constructed S.H.I.E.L.D. combat suit to move freely. During rest time, she's confined to a specially constructed room in the laboratory, where she eats and sleeps. Of course, I can show you right now, Shen Fei said, walking over to Ghost, placing his hand on her shoulder and channeling his magical energy into her body. Ghost's quantum state transitions are extremely difficult to resolve scientifically. Major powers, including S.H.I.E.L.D, are researching the quantum realm, but progress has been minimal. Even Dr. Hank only created a tunnel to the quantum realm during the time of Ant-Man and the second half of the 20th century. However, using the magic of Kamar-Taj would make it a much easier task. From another perspective, Ghost is now a perfect candidate for practicing Kamar-Taj magic, as her body is imbued with the energy of the quantum realm. If she could master the magic of Kamar-Taj, she would not only resolve her own problems but might even retain her current abilities. However, Shen Fei couldn't teach her the magic of Kamar-Taj. As Mordo once said, too many mages are not a good thing. Ghost's problems with Ant-Man's mother-in-law, the Wasp, were no major issues for the Ancient One, easily solvable. However, the prerequisite for resolving these issues was finding her and engaging her. Ghost looked at Shen Fei in disbelief, sensing the changes in her body. Alexander Pierce? This guy is quite the daredevil. I haven't even bothered him yet, and he dares to bother me first. Shen Fei sat on the sofa in the villa's living room, sipping coffee and thinking. Ghost, upon learning of Shen Fei's abilities, quickly revealed her full purpose. She was sent by S.H.I.E.L.D, but not by Fury, but by Alexander, the former director of S.H.I.E.L.D, and current member of the board of directors. The goal was simple, the enhanced serum. Has Carter's situation been exposed? After hearing Ghost's words, Shen Fei immediately guessed that the problem must be with Carter. As one of S.H.I.E.L.D's founders, Carter's rejuvenation and his association with Captain America were surely not hidden from Fury. If Fury couldn't hide this, then Alexander would surely have received the relevant information. After all, as the former director of S.H.I.E.L.D, he also had level 10 clearance. As for whether Fury knew Ghost had been sent out, Shen Fei had no idea. After all, he wasn't fully aware of S.H.I.E.L.D's current situation. I understand. Now, you can go back. It will take some time to fully resolve your problem. From now on, just report to my lab every day. From now on, within 3 days, your body will be normal, even without your current clothes. Thank you, Ghost, Ava Star said gratefully, leaving. You're welcome. We're just mutually beneficial, Shen Fei said with a casual wave. He was helping Ghost for research purposes. S.H.I.E.L.D's support for her, in addition to her ability to become the ace agent Ghost, was largely due to this reason. This was a living quantum state. If it were made public, countless scientists would be fascinated. Shen Fei could indeed use this opportunity to get Ghost to work for him, but Ghost's abilities were rare for S.H.I.E.L.D, and somewhat useless to him. What Ghost could do, he could do, and do it even better. S.H.I.E.L.D has lost a top agent. I wonder what that one guy's expression will be like. Although Ghost had left, he certainly wouldn't be returning to S.H.I.E.L.D. In his previous conversation with Ava Star, Shen Fei had successfully instilled in her the belief that S.H.I.E.L.D. wouldn't be able to cure her. It was a simple matter. If Ava Star were cured, she would be just an ordinary person, and such an ordinary person would be of no use to S.H.I.E.L.D. The reason S.H.I.E.L.D. spared no expense in helping her was because of her abilities. As for whether such a powerful S.H.I.E.L.D. member would be in danger, that wasn't something Shen Fei could determine. He wasn't a savior, and Ava Star wasn't Ada Wong. Healing him was good enough, the rest, of course, was something she had to deal with on her own. Fortunately, Ava Star had someone behind her, Bill Foster, her adopted father, a colleague of her biological father's, who had been helping her over the years. Bill was also an expert in the quantum field and a university professor. Before leaving, Ava Star had informed her adoptive father. Ava Star was quite pitiful. At a young age, she was caught up in her father's quantum tunnel explosion, resulting in the death of both her parents. She survived by transforming into a quantum state due to the incident. The instigator of this was Hank, the inventor of the PIM particle. It must be said that the strategic scientific force back then truly possessed many talented scientists. Shen Fei had previously conducted a preliminary examination of Ava Star. There were two treatment options, one to completely restore her to normal state, and the other to utilize mana to stabilize her condition, allowing her to return to normal while retaining her abilities. Shen Fei immediately chose the first option. The second was too complicated. He had no connection to Ava Star, so he didn't want to go through such a hassle, even though she was truly beautiful. Of course. There was a simpler solution, to have Ava cultivate, but that had long been ruled out. Connects to Fury? After a moment's silence, Shen Fei immediately had Red Queen call Fury. Alexander had dared to trouble him, so he naturally had to return the favor. It's rare for you to contact me. A thief broke into my villa today. Shen Fei's words left Fury speechless. He was the director of S.H.I.E.L.D, with a multitude of duties to attend to daily. To contact him directly about a minor thief was truly a director, not a cadre. Her name is Ava Star. Just as Fury was about to say something, Shen Fei's words rang out again. Fury, who was in the Trident office, immediately stood up. He was very familiar with the name. S.H.I.E.L.D's ace. She had accomplished many seemingly impossible missions. Even Black Widow couldn't match Spectre. In direct combat, Spectre certainly couldn't defeat Black Widow, but when it came to infiltration, Black Widow was certainly formidable, but still far behind Spectre. Therefore, Spectre only had level 10 clearance within S.H.I.E.L.D, and was only given orders by those with level 10 clearance. If he didn't give the orders, it was easy to imagine who was giving them. With his mind racing, Fury immediately activated the S.H.I.E.L.D system. Seeing no official orders, his expression changed again, though his face was so dark that the change was invisible to the average eye. Ghost had been dispatched without a formal order, meaning Alexander had bypassed him and carried out the order privately, a potentially serious matter. How's she? Fury's tone was a little agitated. Shen Fei's mention of Ghost's name suggested Ghost might have been captured. While Fury found it hard to believe given Ghost's abilities, this was the only explanation. Nothing serious. I felt she was being exploited, so I treated her. By the way, when are you free to come by? I have some information I think you might be interested in, Shen Fei said before hanging up. Fury, how come you're free to come by? Pierce, sitting behind his desk in Alexander's office on the top floor of Trident, saw Fury enter. A flicker of surprise crossed his eyes, and he immediately stood up, quickly walked towards Fury, and said with a smile. You used Ghost, Fury said, cutting straight to the point. Why didn't you give me a formal order? That? I was just about to fill you in. I was so busy I forgot. I'm sure you understand why I used him. After a moment's pause, Alexander quickly came up with a reason. Only this time, Fury trusted Alexander deeply, but this incident had left him with a lingering suspicion. If he could bypass orders once, he could do it a second or third time. Ghost's abilities were so special that each use required a formal, written order. Only this time. I was just too excited after hearing the news, Alexander said, wondering who had tipped off Fury. Alexander had never imagined Ghost would be caught. If it weren't for this confidence, he wouldn't have sent Ghost into action. Since you know, Ghost must have reported the intelligence. What's the situation? Alexander said, a flicker of excitement in his eyes. If he had the enhanced serum, Hydra's grand plan might be accomplished sooner than later. I should have told you they were a magician, Fury said, looking at Alexander. I did. Alexander looked at Fury with a puzzled expression, not understanding what he meant. We don't know what magicians can do. Otherwise I would have already taken action. With Shen Fei's current abilities, if he caused trouble, it would be a huge problem for S.H.I.E.L.D, and it was precisely for this reason that Fury held off on taking action. Spectre failed. Alexander's face darkened. He cured Spectre. With these words, Alexander's expression darkened even further. Spectre had played a significant role in Hydra's growth within S.H.I.E.L.D. When he was director of S.H.I.E.L.D, there weren't as many rules and restrictions as there are now, and they used Spectre to their utter devastation. A long silence followed. After a few pleasantries between Fury and Alexander, He left Alexander's office and boarded a Quinjet for Shen Fei's villa. "I'm so sorry about what happened this time," Fury apologized immediately upon seeing Shen Fei. A face-conscious person like Stark wouldn't have apologized so easily, but for a Fury, such an inexpensive apology was something he didn't care about at all. After all, Shen Fei had saved Carter, and while Fury was deeply dissatisfied with it, the sudden appearance of a Queen Mother was undeniable. Even though Carter didn't hold a position within S.H.I.E.L.D., her influence within the organization couldn't be underestimated. Carter had recruited Melinda, Callison was a die-hard fan of the captain, and Hill also had great respect for Carter. Add to that Agent 13 and the rest, and Fury was truly frustrated. "Did Carter leak my information?" Shen Fei asked bluntly. "No, we were just speculating based on the intelligence we had." Fury and the others weren't fools, they were all incredibly shrewd. They certainly hadn't gotten any information from Carter, but it was harder to say about the captain. While he was incredibly intelligent, he certainly didn't think things through unless absolutely necessary. Carter's case was an exception. "I achieved this through magical means. I didn't call you here this time for that matter. I unexpectedly obtained some intelligence that I thought you might be very interested in," Shen Fei said with a smile. "What intelligence? This time, I hope to exchange it for S.H.I.E.L.D. Quinjet." Shen Fei didn't specify the intelligence, but rather stated his request. "What intelligence do I need to know?" Fury said after a long silence. Chapter 107, Death of Whitehall, Part 1. If anyone else had dared to make a deal with Fury, Fury would have absolutely ignored them. However, given Shen Fei's previous intelligence on the captain, Fury decided to listen. "This," Shen Fei said, tossing a badge onto the table in front of Fury. "This, impossible." Seeing the design on the badge, Fury's unpatched eye nearly popped out. The badge depicted a Hydra. Anyone else wouldn't have taken the side of a Hydra too seriously, considering it was a myth, after all. But Fury understood its symbolism perfectly. "They were wiped out back then," Fury said firmly. "Chop off one head, and two more will grow. I'm sure you haven't forgotten that saying," Shen Fei said with a smile. Since Alexander Pierce had dared to cause him trouble, he certainly wouldn't let him off easily. This, in turn, would give Fury less time to keep an eye on him. "Where are they?" Fury asked anxiously. Seeing Shen Fei's silence, he immediately added, "If it's really theirs, I agree to your terms." "Do you know this guy?" Shen Fei said, pulling out a photo from the side and placing it in front of Fury. It showed a handsome, middle-aged man in a suit. Without waiting for Fury to speak, Shen Fei continued, "His name is Daniel Whitehall, the chairman of a high-tech company." "Is he from Hydra?" Fury stared at the photo for a long moment before slowly speaking. After all, he was the director of S.H.I.E.L.D., and his previous anxiety was merely a knee-jerk reaction to hearing that the evil Hydra still existed. Now he had regained his composure. "He has another name, and I think you might be interested." Shen Fei ignored Fury's question, calmly holding his drink in front of him, looking at Fury with a meaningful smile. "Werner Reinhardt. I think you're familiar with that name." Shen Fei wanted to laugh every time he thought of an organization that supposedly maintained world peace, only to be parasitized by the world's largest terrorist. "What did you say?" Shen Fei had barely finished speaking when Fury instantly stood up, his left eye nearly bulging out. An ordinary person might have ignored the name, but Fury was different. He was Hydra's former number 2, second only to the Red Skull. "Werner Reinhardt," Shen Fei repeated word for word. After a pause, Fury immediately picked up the photo on the table and headed outside, pulling out his phone and rapidly dialing a number. "This is getting interesting. Pierce, I hope you won't be dragged into this." Whitehall was implicated in too many cases. Whether Fury could capture him or not, the inner workings of S.H.I.E.L.D. would be exposed. Hydra had originally planned to treat him like a goose, ready to be slaughtered slowly, but now that Pierce had dared to attack him, the situation was different. If it weren't for the 3 helicarriers involved in the Insight project, he might have leaked Pierce's information as well. The complete destruction of these 3 helicarriers by Captain and his men was a truly wasteful undertaking, representing billions, perhaps even tens of billions, of dollars wasted. "Fury, what are you doing here?" In an ordinary New York apartment, Captain and Carter, who lived together as a couple, were surprised to see the bald black man appear. Captain's current leisurely lifestyle was all thanks to Carter's rejuvenation. For Fury, leaving Captain's immense fighting power unused was a waste. He could have simply found a righteous cause to motivate him, But Carter's appearance shattered all that. Captain and Carter, reunited after more than 60 years, planned a world tour. "Something's wrong," Fury said to Carter gravely. "If it's wrong, go and fix it. You're the director of S.H.I.E.L.D., why are you here with us? Do you expect us to go to war or advance ages?" Carter said impatiently. She and Captain had dedicated their lives to this world, and now, finally, they had a second chance at life, so they naturally didn't want to waste it. "Walter Reinhardt," Fury immediately said the name. "Why did you mention him?" Carter looked at Fury with a puzzled expression. "Is this him?" Fury said, handing Carter the photo he had obtained from Shen Fei. As a veteran agent, Fury was extremely cautious. After sensing potential problems within S.H.I.E.L.D., he immediately abandoned S.H.I.E.L.D. and went to Ms. Carter, who had personally captured Reinhardt. "What the hell is going on?" Carter, after examining the figure in the photo, angrily slammed her palm on the tempered glass table in front of her, instantly cracking it with more than a dozen cracks. "This is from..." Fury immediately relayed the information he had obtained from Shen Fei. "You, go, meet him." Carter pointed at Fury with a grim expression, then stood up immediately. You're back." Seeing Fury return, accompanied by the captain and Ms. Carter, Shen Fei was stunned for a moment, but then he guessed the reason. "What's going on?" Carter's temper was already growing agitated because of the connection to Walter Reinhardt. "Well, this is some information I overheard from a senior who came to visit last time. I thought you might be interested," Shen Fei said. "Someone's coming over from your side." "How many people are coming, and why?" Fury, standing nearby, asked hurriedly after hearing Shen Fei's words. "This doesn't seem to concern you," Shen Fei said expressionlessly, looking at Fury. "You?" Fury's face froze at Shen Fei's words. "You should know who you are and what the consequences would be if your abilities were exposed," Fury said after taking a deep breath. "So what do you want?" "Let them apply for tourist visas." Shen Fei looked at Fury with a half smile, then continued, "Even if they need tourist visas, they wouldn't need to contact S.H.I.E.L.D. To be frank, S.H.I.E.L.D. isn't qualified. You can't represent Earth. S.H.I.E.L.D. is an organization authorized by the United Nations." "Of course, we can represent Earth," Fury said, staring at Shen Fei. "Do you know what I dislike most about S.H.I.E.L.D.? Shen Fei looked at Fury with a smile. "It's your arrogance, your belief that you know everything and control everything. In reality, you know nothing and have no control over anything. Times have changed. Do you know how many aliens there are on Earth now? Do you have the ability to find them all and get them visas?" "Okay, now is not the time to talk about that." Fury was about to say something when Carter interrupted him. "Do you have any more information about him?" "No, that's all I know, thank you," Carter said, leading the captain and Fury away. The captain remained silent throughout the entire process. "People are always greedy and insatiable," Shen Fei said, looking at Fury from behind. "Are you satisfied?" Carter, looking at Fury from the invisible Quinjet, couldn't help but sigh deeply. Carter knew why Fury was doing this. He was testing Shen Fei, but the result had surprised him greatly. "Okay, Peggy, what do we do now?" the captain asked. "We'll deal with this later. Right now, let's capture Reinhardt first," Carter said, sighing again. If this weren't about Hydra and Reinhardt, she wouldn't have bothered. Spending time with Captain was the priority. But now that Hydra was involved, neither she nor Captain would abandon the matter. That Fury guy is really used to picking on the honest. After Carter and the other two left, Shen Fei shook his head slightly. Fury had a history of this. Even after Callson's death, he was still dragged back to work for him. Others like Black Widow and Hawkeye were constantly on missions. But with Stark and the Hulk banner, Fury could only appeal to his emotions and reason. Previously, Fury had simply been testing Shen Fei's limits. After all, Shen Fei had always been nice to S.H.I.E.L.D., like when he told them Captain's whereabouts and the information about Reinhardt. "What? Are you kidding?" In a beautifully decorated villa, Whitehall, savoring the wine he had purchased years earlier, nearly dropped his glass when he heard the voice on the other end of the line. "You think I'm kidding about this? Get out of here. We won't be wasting time here much longer." With that, the call was disconnected, prompting Whitehall to throw his glass away angrily. He then immediately gathered his men and prepared to leave. Even though Fury and Carter had acted with extreme caution, they had no idea of the extent of S.H.I.E.L.D's infiltration, so their operation was immediately leaked before it even began. "What's going on?" "Boss," Whitehall's right-hand man, Sunil Bakshi, said with confusion after receiving the order from his boss over the phone. "S.H.I.E.L.D. has discovered this place. Immediately destroy all data and begin retreating," Whitehall said before hanging up. "Carter, you again?" After hanging up, Whitehall's usually relaxed expression twisted. He had never imagined that even with such a low profile, he would still be discovered. It wasn't yet the stage for S.H.I.E.L.D's dissolution, so Whitehall had always remained reclusive, generally staying indoors unless absolutely necessary, instead conducting his research in his villa. Just as his research was nearing a critical juncture, S.H.I.E.L.D. showed up. How could he not be furious? If he moved elsewhere, he'd have to start all over again. Damn it. I shouldn't have listened to his instigation. Alexander Pierce paced anxiously back and forth in his office on the top floor of S.H.I.E.L.D's Trident headquarters. If he hadn't infiltrated S.H.I.E.L.D. so deeply, and the task force was practically comprised of his men, he'd be in serious trouble this time. If Reinhardt were captured, he could easily pull out a large group, and even he wouldn't be spared. S.H.I.E.L.D's various divisions, each led by a different leader, had different goals. Alexander's goal was to dominate the world through Project Insight. Whitehall, on the other hand, was obsessed with Akri's creation of the Inhumans, believing it would grant him supreme power and allow him to rule the world. Baron Strucker's primary focus was on supernatural powers, and he was the one who later created Scarlet Witch and Quicksilver. Gideon Malik, on the other hand, sought to reclaim the Hive, seized by Hydra millennia ago, thereby facilitating its world domination. The methods differed, but the goal remained the same. Pierce had initially been unconcerned with Carter's sudden rejuvenation. He believed it would be best if Carter took Captain America away, thus saving him trouble. As for Carter, Captain America's feud with Hydra, that had nothing to do with him. He wasn't Hydra at the time, and he had no obligation to avenge the deaths of the older generation at the hands of Captain America and Carter. However, he couldn't resist Whitehall's persuasion. After all, this was rejuvenation, and for the upper class, nothing could be more alluring. Power naturally demands the enjoyment of it, and to enjoy it requires a long life, otherwise, there's no point in enjoying it after death. If it weren't for this reason, Walter Reinhardt might have died in S.H.I.E.L.D's prison. The reason they risked so much to release Reinhardt and provided him with a large number of subordinates to help him find Inhumans was that the other branches of Hydra wanted to regain their youth after ruling the world, so they could maintain their rule. Unfortunately, while the idea was good, not only did things not go as planned, but Whitehall was also exposed, which was a complete loss. Ronk Industrial Technology, a high-tech company based in the United States, may appear small on the surface, but it is actually a very powerful technology company. The so-called appearance was just a deception. After S.H.I.E.L.D. was disbanded, it openly used the Hydra banner. This was difficult for Shen Fei to understand, but it was perfectly normal in a capitalist society. At that time, it wasn't just this company that was openly exposed. There was also the Hydra company that attacked Pickham, who wanted to buy the Ant-Man suit. As long as there is enough benefit, the United States can cooperate even with a global evil organization like Hydra, just like Ian Quinn and Garrett wanted to sell the Centipede Warrior to the U.S. military, and the U.S. military also had generals to negotiate the terms. Quick, get started. At the top floor of Ronk Industrial Technology Company, many employees were deleting data in the data room, because the data were all paper documents. Even if they set fire to them, it would be difficult to get rid of them all in a short time. Hydra was also trying very hard to cover up its tracks. In this high-tech era, computers have almost replaced everything, but they still use paper documents here because they are afraid that secrets will be leaked on computers. Chapter 108, Death of Whitehall, Part 2. Damn it. How could this happen? Sunil cursed under his breath in the research lab of Ronk Industrial Technology Company while loudly urging his men to hurry. Ronk Industrial not only stored a vast amount of Hydra's internal documents, but also a vast array of state-of-the-art equipment. The destruction of some of this equipment would be heartbreaking even for Hydra, as Alexander and other Hydra leaders had painstakingly acquired it. Luckily I arrived just in time. Just as the Ronk Industrial building was being evacuated, Shen Fei paraded to the floor where the documents were stored. Who is it? Shen Fei's sudden appearance surprised the men burning the documents. They had never imagined someone could appear there. Bang, bang, bang. But their response was a continuous barrage of gunfire. Shen Fei showed no mercy to these Hydra members. As he fired, his wand in his left hand cast a water spring spell, dousing the burning flames. Shen Fei then immediately opened the portal and, using a levitation spell, launched the alloy document box containing the paper documents to the other side of the portal, a location Shen Fei had long been eyeing. However, to avoid being discovered by Hydra, he held back. It must be said that Hydra's personnel were exceptionally thorough in maintaining confidentiality, preferring to expend considerable manpower and effort preserving these paper documents rather than using computers. Hydra's secrets remained untraceable for so many years, thanks in no small part to Alexander's obsession with erasing all traces with an S.H.I.E.L.D, and the rest was simply due to caution. It's fair to say that if Alexander hadn't been so insane as to launch Project Insight, even if Hydra were later exposed, it wouldn't have implicated all of them. Chop off one head, and two more will grow, is a Hydra motto. Even the Red Skull was merely a branch of Hydra. If all Hydra branches had supported him, the outcome of World War II would have been much easier to predict. That's it, let's go. Watching the main high-tech equipment being loaded onto the truck, Sunil noticed that quite a bit remained. After a moment's silence, he made a quick decision: discard the rest, assuming he could spend money to get them later. At that moment, Sunil suddenly heard a startling sound. As Whitehall's personal assistant, he was very familiar with it, the sound of a grenade. Boom. Just as Sunil was about to say something, several intense beams of light blazed across the basement parking lot. When the light faded, all the Hydra members present collapsed, including Sunil. Strange marks appeared on their faces. The Mamba Venom bomb had a strong paralyzing effect, affecting the mind and causing a sense of spatial and temporal disorientation. In Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D, Calson had been affected by it before. To prevent the escape of the wrong industrial Hydra members, Shen Fei used it to temporarily freeze all the fleeing Hydra members. At this point, Hydra hadn't been exposed, and anyone working at Ronk Industrial was a die-hard Hydra operative. Now that he had taken action, Shen Fei was ready to wipe out these individuals. S.H.I.E.L.D is about to appear. The busy Shen Fei paused upon hearing Red Queen's warning. He then opened the portal and walked inside, carrying Sunil. Before leaving, Shen Fei pressed a button. Boom. The portal closed, and seconds later, the entire Ronk Industrial building was completely destroyed by a violent explosion. To prevent the destructive power from being insufficient, Shen Fei unleashed 2 missiles. After the blast, no trace of the building remained, leaving only a deep crater. Fortunately, Ronk Industrial was located far from populated areas, so no damage was caused to the surrounding area. What's going on? Fury, Carter, the captain, and the others, who had arrived at the scene in a Quinjet, saw the smoke rising from the explosion from afar. Upon arriving and seeing the shattered remains of Ronk Industrial, Fury's expression was visibly gloomy. Carter and the captain were similarly shocked. Damn it! Who leaked this? Fury angrily threw the walkie-talkie to the ground. It was now too obvious that the other party had gotten the information in advance. Fury and Carter had tried their best to avoid this, but it still happened, which meant the situation was even more serious than he had imagined. Damn it! Who leaked this? Alexander, far away at Trident headquarters, breathed a sigh of relief after receiving the latest intelligence, but then gnashed his teeth. This time, he had sacrificed a great deal to protect Whitehall. With this kind of situation, even a fool would know what was wrong. Alexander wished Whitehall's entire faction dead, but unfortunately, he could only think about it briefly. Eliminating Whitehall's entire faction wouldn't be a problem for him, given his control of S.H.I.E.L.D, but then he would likely face attacks from other Hydra branches, a price he couldn't afford. Hydra was able to remain hidden because of the tacit cooperation among its branches. You're lucky, Shen Fei smiled slightly as he watched Sunil, now under the Imperious curse. Hydra currently held immense power, and they could be exploited for many purposes. This was the reason Shen Fei hadn't proactively dealt with Hydra before. He could have simply ignored Alexander's actions and settled the matter during Project Insight. However, he wasn't one to resist, and so Whitehall was left in the lurch. In reality, Shen Fei's best option now was to control Whitehall, allowing him to profit from him and even completely annex Hydra's forces. The reason he chose not to do so was, firstly, his deep dislike for Whitehall, and secondly, the fact that controlling Hydra would be too easy for him. It would have been much easier to just go after Alexander and Gideon Malik. At the same time, he could also lay a trap within Hydra, Sunil, Whitehall's subordinate. After Whitehall's death, he could easily take over Whitehall's command and become the new leader of this faction. All Hydra leaders, with the exception of Gideon Malik, who came from a long lineage of Hydra, were chosen this way. What went wrong? Why was it exposed? Having moved to his new base, Whitehall, still holding a glass of red wine, quietly pondered what had gone wrong. Whitehall had kept a very low profile in recent years. Even Ronk Industrial Company was managed by his deputy, Sunil, and he himself rarely appeared in public, fearing exposure. As Red Skull's deputy, Whitehall was a formidable figure, second only to Arnim Zohar in intelligence within Hydra. However, Zohar's research focused on technology, while Whitehall's research focused on biological evolution. Because he pursued immortality, he was highly regarded by Red Skull. "You're back. Are you alright?" Just as Whitehall was still wondering where he'd been exposed, Sunil suddenly pushed open the door and walked in. Upon seeing Sunil, Whitehall immediately raised his glass and smiled. But his expression changed the next moment, as Sunil was followed by someone Whitehall knew. "Finally, we meet, Mr. Whitehall, or should I call you Mr. Walter Reinhardt?" Shen Fei, wand in hand, sat down on the plush sofa across from Whitehall, a relaxed expression on his face. Even though this was just Whitehall's temporary base, its interior was far more luxurious than Shen Fei's villa, which was more expensive due to its size and location. "It's you?" Whitehall stared at Shen Fei in disbelief, along with Sunil, who stood motionless behind him. Shen Fei's appearance immediately made him realize what had gone wrong. "Surprised?" Shen Fei said with a smile. "Sunil, I didn't expect you to betray me." Whitehall looked at Sunil behind Shen Fei, his eyes filled with anger. In Whitehall's view, Sunil had leaked Hydra's intelligence, otherwise, how could it have been leaked when Hydra was so secretive? Although Whitehall also wondered why Sunil had leaked the information, Hydra's selection process was very strict, especially for mid-level and high-level officials like Sunil, who had gone through many trials before being recruited into Hydra. These mid-level and high-level officials were different from those who were hypnotized to join at the bottom. "He didn't betray you, he was just hypnotized by me. Isn't that what Mr. Whitehall is good at?" Alexander really worked hard to evacuate so decisively. But this will probably make things difficult for him. Fury is not that easy to deal with. "How do you know this? Who are you?" Shen Fei's words made Whitehall, who had been calm just now, suddenly knock over his wineglass, and the fine wine spilled on his high-end trousers. But at this moment, Whitehall no longer cared. "I know a lot. Hydra is truly a massive organization. They have not only the former director of S.H.I.E.L.D., but also former members of the Security Council. No wonder they were able to turn S.H.I.E.L.D. into a branch of Hydra. Gideon Malik, Baron Strucker, Dr. Lister, Mr. Whitehall should know these people. Who are you exactly? Why do you know all this?" Whitehall looked at Shen Fei in horror. The names he mentioned earlier just happened to be the top leaders of several major Hydra branches. With these people, they could basically wipe out Hydra in one fell swoop, and there would no longer be the problem of chopping off one head and having two more grow back. "Since you know me, don't you know that I'm a magician? I have my own ways to get any information I want. I thought you guys were quite interesting, but why did you come to mess with me?" Shen Fei's words made Whitehall regret it immediately. It could be said that if there was a pill to regret it now, Whitehall would definitely do whatever it took to get it. He never imagined that such a powerful Hydra would be completely stripped bare one day. A star from heaven fell on ancient Earth. The Blue Angel brought a gift of happiness to all mankind. Mr. Whitehall must be well aware of this legend. Shen Fei smiled at Whitehall, who froze. No wonder some people say spoilers are fun, and the more you spoil, the more fun you'll feel. Just seeing Whitehall's constantly twisting and changing expression gave him a strange sense of satisfaction. "You know this." Whitehall was indeed a mad scientist. Even in such a situation, he was still obsessed with his so-called Blue Angel. This was understandable. After all, it was what Whitehall had always pursued. "I've said before that I know a lot of things. For example, you have been pursuing this all the time, and for this reason you have been constantly experimenting with humans using the obelisk. There was no breakthrough at first, until one day, you met someone who could not die by touching the obelisk. You were very excited, but unfortunately, Miss Carter showed up and captured you, shattering your dream. Just when you thought you were imprisoned in S.H.I.E.L.D. prison until you died of old age, Malik and Alexander and the others rescued you, and even found the person who could not die by touching the obelisk. Later, you found them, and in order to restore your youth, you replaced all your internal organs, and then you became what you are now. Am I right? Don't worry, I haven't finished yet. The legendary Blue Angels, you don't really want to know about them. I can tell you that they are not angels, but aliens, the Kree from the Kree Empire. They did bring gifts to Earth, but they were not gifts of happiness. Instead, they came to Earth to conduct biochemical experiments. At the time, the Kree were fighting another alien species. Looking for cannon fodder, they came to Earth. However, the war ended before their biochemical experiments were complete, so they left. Those who had been subjected to the biochemical experiments stayed behind. Because of the biochemical experiments, these people possessed all sorts of bizarre abilities. The obelisk is the key to unlocking these abilities. This means that only the descendants of humans who had been subjected to biochemical experiments at the time could touch the obelisk and remain immortal, possessing their abilities. You're lucky. The person you're looking for is an inhuman with the ability to recover. By the way, I'm telling you, she's not dead yet and has been lurking in the dark, seeking revenge on you. And to get revenge, she's gathered a large number of inhumans. What do you think would happen if I handed you over to her? That's impossible. Whitehall's face turned unusually pale. He could never have imagined that the legend he'd pursued his entire life would reveal the truth. Nothing is impossible. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 109 The Hulk, Part 1. Norse mythology has been proven to be about aliens, so what else is impossible? In fact, the origin of Hydra comes from aliens. You are looking for the Blue Angel, and I remember Malik seemed to be pursuing the first leader of Hydra, Hive. He has been wanting to find him and then rule the Earth. It's ridiculous. The so-called Hive is just an alien created by the Kree. At this point, Shen Fei shook his head slightly. The Malik family has very strong economic strength in the United States. Here, economic strength represents power, as can be seen from the fact that Malik was once a member of the board of directors of S.H.I.E.L.D. But such a family has been working hard for hundreds of years for that illusory Hive. I really don't know what they are thinking. I have to say, hard work pays off. Malik did welcome Hive back, but he probably didn't expect that the first thing Hive did after returning was to kill his daughter, and then even control Malik's clan. So I say, you Hydra made so much trouble, is it just to give away your lives? Okay, I've said enough, it's time for you to go, Mr. Whitehall. Shen Fei stood up as he spoke. S.H.I.E.L.D. behind him immediately pulled out the pistol from his waist and pointed it at Whitehall. Wait a minute, I'm still useful. You've seen my research. After seeing S.H.I.E.L.D.'s gun, Whitehall immediately panicked. When killing others, Whitehall could be very cruel, but when it came to himself, it was completely different. Not to mention, Whitehall was more afraid of death than the average person. It was precisely because of this fear of death that he had been tirelessly pursuing immortality. Of course I saw it. Shen Fei looked at Whitehall with a smile, but it's useless to me. Your research can't make you immortal, it just makes your lifespan longer than normal people. For me, I can do these things at any time, and I don't need the ability of an extraordinary lifespan. Shen Fei's words made Whitehall's expression even more flustered, but then he immediately said, I can work for you. With me here, you can control Hydra, and even S.H.I.E.L.D. That's ridiculous. You seem to have forgotten what I said before. For me, controlling Hydra is easy. If I wanted to do such a thing, do you think I would still be here today? Speaking of which, you were the second in command of Hydra back then. Now you look so ugly. By the way, there is one more thing I forgot to tell you. You know, your leader, Red Skull is not dead yet. What? The news that Red Skull was not dead yet made Whitehall's surprise instantly suppress the fear of death. Killing you like this seems a bit too easy for you. Let me imagine how to give you a fitting death, Shen Fei said as he walked over to Whitehall and fiercely plucked a handful of hair from his head. I really forgot about this before, Shen Fei muttered to himself. He pulled a bottle of potion from his bag, then took a wine glass from the nearby wine cabinet, poured some potion, and added a strand of Whitehall's hair to it. He then handed it to S.H.I.E.L.D., motioning him to drink it. The Polyjuice Potion, a potion from the world of Harry Potter, was a common one among wizards in Harry Potter's world. Although Shen Fei had never tried it due to its unpleasant taste, he still carried a bottle of it. In the wizarding world of Harry Potter, the Polyjuice potion was a common potion carried by most wizards, especially aurors and dark wizards. As the saying goes, it's better to be prepared. If the potion is prepared well, it can be preserved for a long time, and when using it, it can be added with a hair from the target. After drinking the Polyjuice, S.H.I.E.L.D, under Whitehall's horrified gaze, completely transformed into his own form, indistinguishable. The rest is up to you. Yes, Master, Shen Fei said, carrying Whitehall and opening a portal, returned directly to his basement laboratory. As Whitehall's assistant, S.H.I.E.L.D was very familiar with him. Shen Fei had originally planned to have S.H.I.E.L.D take over his power after Whitehall's death, but after thinking of the Polyjuice, his plans changed. With S.H.I.E.L.'s skills, and the lack of subordinate relations between the various Hydra branches, concealing the truth for a few years would be no problem. As for whether Hydra would still exist after that, it was still a question. What do you want to do? In the space extended by the infinite extension spell, Whitehall, strapped to the laboratory table, looked at Shen Fei, wearing a mask and a white coat, syringe in hand, with a blank expression. So many times, Whitehall had stood by the laboratory table, performing experiments on others, but now it was his turn. As the saying goes, karma pays off, and it's undeniable. Don't worry so much. I'm not as cruel as you. Shen Fei drew a large amount of blood from Whitehall and began to study it. No wonder Whitehall looks so young. It's because of this, with the help of various instruments and the operation fruit, Shen Fei figured out the situation inside Whitehall's body in just a few days and developed a potion. Come and enjoy it. Shen Fei injected the potion into Whitehall's body. Then he had Red Queen control a machine and placed a large mirror above Whitehall, allowing him to witness the effect of the potion. What did you do? No, this is not me. This is definitely not me. Not long after, Shen Fei heard Whitehall's screams of fear and the sound of his struggle, but the sound soon became muffled and the struggle gradually weakened. Modern technology is truly terrifying. Shen Fei couldn't help but sigh as he gazed at the completely transformed Whitehall, now lying on the lab table. Whitehall had transformed from a youthful youth into a frail old man, his once permed black hair now completely falling out. How does it feel to be restored to your true age? Shen Fei asked with a sneer, observing Whitehall, whose eyes had turned cloudy and whose teeth were nearly all gone. The potion he had injected him with was intended to reverse the changes in his body. Whitehall could only barely move his eyes to look at Shen Fei, unable to speak. This is retribution you deserve. Goodbye, Mr. Whitehall, Shen Fei said as he opened the mirror dimension. Using the power of the operation fruit, he cut open an area nearly 5 meters around the lab table and threw it into the mirror dimension. As he left the mirror dimension, he used fiery flame to cremate Whitehall. I don't know what's going on inside S.H.I.E.L.D. A few days passed, and S.H.I.E.L.D remained uninfected and had temporarily left the U.S., seeking refuge in another country. Since S.H.I.E.L.D had no personnel inside, they were unaware of what was happening. S.H.I.E.L.'s absence from the U.S. meant he couldn't get any information from S.H.I.E.L.D for a while, but Alexander remained unharmed at S.H.I.E.L.D, suggesting that even with the magnitude of this incident, he hadn't been affected. Fury might harbor suspicions, but without solid evidence, he couldn't do anything. This wasn't unacceptable. Without prior knowledge, who would have known that Alexander Pierce, the Nobel Peace Prize winner, was a Hydra agent? Furthermore, the vast majority of S.H.I.E.L.D personnel were Hydra agents. If Alexander hadn't been concerned about arousing Fury's suspicions, replacing everyone in S.H.I.E.L.D with Hydra agents wouldn't have been a problem. Shen Fei quickly put the matter of S.H.I.E.L.D behind him. Even if Fury were to defy fate, there was no way S.H.I.E.L.D could reverse its situation at this stage. The best outcome would be the destruction of both S.H.I.E.L.D and Hydra. S.H.I.E.L.D could only be rebuilt from the ground up, no other means would work. S.H.I.E.L.D was rotten to the core. Even if it were reorganized, it would no longer be the S.H.I.E.L.D of the past. In the original novels, after S.H.I.E.L.D was disbanded, it was divided into two factions during the reorganization, Coulson's faction and the one bribed by the United States. This meant that S.H.I.E.L.D had become an American organization similar to the FBI and CIA, no longer a United Nations-style organization. Go back and wait. I'll let you know as soon as I have the results of my analysis." That day, Shen Fei finally received good news. Clauser had obtained Manuela's blood, the Veronica virus. Clauser had obtained this with the help of Leon, who had a lot to thank for his romantic luck. Is this the Veronica virus? It's completely different from the G-Virus, but the result is the same. All viruses ultimately enhance the human body, improving strength, speed, reaction time, recovery, and so on. Compared to the individual enhancements of the T and G viruses, the Veronica virus's effects are more powerful. First, it can generate fire through blood. A normal person using blood to burn would likely die from excessive blood loss before their enemy was incinerated. However, those enhanced by the Veronica virus rapidly produce blood, so as long as they don't consume a significant amount of blood in a single battle, they're fine. With a good rest afterwards, they'll return to normal. This ability is quite similar to that of a certain female ghost. The Veronica virus also has another ability. It can control others infected with the Veronica virus. This ability originates from the ancient queen ant cells within the virus. While powerful, this ability is completely useless in human society unless you live among infected monsters. Simply put, it's like controlling zombies. Does it take 15 years to eliminate the queen's consciousness within the virus? Doesn't that make Marcus quite formidable? Veronica's virus reminded Shen Fei of Marcus, one of the earliest to die, the co-founder of Umbrella Corporation, and his Leech Queen virus. Marcus's subsequent resurrection was essentially the Leech Queen acquiring Marcus's memories, and if the Veronica virus can't fully integrate, the effect seems similar. It's a bit like Zhuanggong dreaming of a butterfly, or the butterfly dreaming of Zhuangzhou. Too bad it's useless to me. Veronica's virus was also based on the T virus, making it useless to Shen Fei, who had already been enhanced. The Hulk has appeared. While Shen Fei was researching the Veronica virus, Red Queen gave him the latest news, a green monster wreaking havoc on the campus. I wonder if my surgery fruit can cut the Hulk. As the supposed tanks and helicopters were reduced to scrap metal in the Hulk's hands, Shen Fei couldn't help but think. So far, he's only had to deal with the Operation Fruit failing once, and that was against Phantom Girl. Of course, if you include the Ancient One, Mjolnir, Thor, and the others, there's definitely more than one. Theoretically, the Operation Fruit's power should be enough to cut the Hulk, as the Hulk's defenses are physical, but his body, mutated by the Space Stone, might be able to resist the Operation Fruit, much like the effects of armament haki. Over the past few years, while cultivating the Operation Fruit, Shen Fei has been pondering whether he could cultivate haki. Since he already possesses a devil fruit, haki should also exist. Unfortunately, he hasn't felt anything yet, not even armament haki, let alone observation haki. Maybe one day I'll go to the world of pirates. Will there be two Operation Fruits then? Because of the existence of devil fruits, and their ability to travel across dimensions, Shen Fei has always had this question in his mind. Would his devil fruit be susceptible to the seawater there? He's tried everything in the Marvel Universe, Harry's universe, and the world of Attack on Titan, and he's not afraid of the water there. General Ross is a complete idiot. He's got a good hand, and he beat me like this. The Hulk was Ross's creation, yet Ross wanted to hunt him down. This reminded Shen Fei of movies he'd seen before, where monsters were created in labs and then fought on their own, without even a negotiation. This puzzled him. If that's the way it was, why bother creating them? If Ross had wanted to negotiate, Banner would have certainly helped him, given his daughter's relationship with him. But Fury, through his own actions, had taken advantage. The Hulk's power was immense. He'd beaten Loki, the god of mischief, to the point of questioning his own life. Among the Avengers, only Thor could stand up to him. Iron Man and Captain America, who were equally matched, were no match. While Iron Man, Cap, and Thor are generally considered the Avengers' big three, if we're talking purely in terms of combat, it would be the Hulk, Thor, and Captain America. Sadly, even the Hulk was later beaten so hard by Thanos that he doubted his own life and dared not come out. Chapter 110 The Hulk, Part 2. The Abomination has finally appeared. Watching the news on two massive monsters rampaging through the streets, Shen Fei immediately stood up, gathered his gear, and apparated to the scene. He'd guessed what would happen when he saw the Hulk appear, and now it had indeed happened. Ross had a knack for creating giants. While a disgusting body, the Hulk's presence was terrifying enough, but the Abomination's was even more disgusting. His exposed muscles resembled those of some zombies. Not to mention, The Hulk at least had the decency to wear shorts to avoid any damage, but the Abomination was completely naked. The bustling street had already been ravaged by the battle, leaving countless casualties. Blood stained the streets, and those witnessing the scene fled in terror. The aftermath of the Hulk and the Abomination's tussle was enough to kill ordinary people. As the two men tumbled, cars collapsed beneath their weight, crushing those who hadn't fled and instead had taken refuge in their cars. Roar! The Hulk and the Abomination roared and fought relentlessly in the street. Their sheer force caused the surrounding buildings to shatter, the ground to collapse, and the cars parked in the street to become weapons in their hands. What a force! Shen Fei's current strength meant lifting a car was no problem, but for these two, holding a car in one hand as a weapon was beyond their reach. Bang! The Hulk was sent flying by a kick from the Abomination, its powerful force embedding the Hulk's body into the wall of a nearby office building. The Abomination then rushed forward and unleashed a flurry of punches on the Hulk trapped within the wall. In pure power, the Hulk was undoubtedly stronger than the Abomination. He couldn't defeat the Abomination because Banner, a doctor and civilian, lacked any fighting talent. The Abomination, on the other hand, was Emil Bronsky, a mercenary with extensive combat experience. The American military's composition is incredibly complex. They have their own powerful squads, like Alpha Team, but they also employ numerous powerful mercenaries. This is due to the substantial compensation costs incurred by the American soldiers killed in action. If that were the only issue, it would be fine. The American government has plenty of money. The key issue is that heavy casualties can impact votes. In this situation, using mercenaries presents a unique challenge. Not only does it eliminate the burden of compensation, but it also eliminates the need to worry about votes. Attack! Ross, watching the Hulk being pinned down from the sky, immediately ordered an attack on the Abomination. Ross was practically choking with frustration. He had originally created the Abomination to capture the Hulk, but now he was forced to side with the Hulk against the Abomination. Ross had never expected that Emil Bronsky, after transforming into the Abomination, would disobey his orders. If it weren't for the soldiers around him desperately trying to stop him, Ross might have been killed by the Abomination. You useless piece of shit. You have so much power for nothing. Get up, Abomination roared, attacking the Hulk relentlessly. As expected of the Hulk, even under such attack, he hasn't even shed a drop of blood. Shen Fei couldn't help but sigh as he watched the Hulk being assaulted through the monocular in his left eye. He'd come here for the Hulk's blood, and now it looked like he was in trouble. Boom boom boom. Abomination, who is attacking the Hulk, suddenly heard three violent explosions behind him. The force of the blasts involuntarily sent Abomination back several steps. It was an attack from a military helicopter, three rocket launchers striking Abomination's back almost simultaneously. Despite being thrown back several steps, Abomination suffered no damage, and his defenses were still quite strong. In terms of pure defense, it's much stronger than the biovirus enhancements. Shen Fei, watching the scene from the side, couldn't help but draw a comparison with the biovirus. Looking at all the biochemical virus enhancements, there's nothing a single bazooka can't handle. If one doesn't work, then another. Even as powerful as Wesker, and later Kara, couldn't withstand a bazooka. What a shame, it's so ugly, it's a shame, but Shen Fei simply didn't care for it. It was simple, if he became that monstrous, he'd definitely lose girls. Not to mention Shen Fei had other ways to become stronger, even if he didn't, he wouldn't want to be in that state. After transforming into the Hulk, Banner had to avoid his girlfriend. Even his later relationship with Black Widow was more of a friendship, or perhaps more of a spiritual resonance. You're looking for death? Steadying himself, the Abomination ripped off a nearby car door and hurled it at the helicopter in midair. The helicopter had no time to dodge, and the door smashed through the propeller, sending it plummeting to the side. Soon, of the 5 helicopters in the air, only one, at the very back, barely escaped. Of the 4 destroyed, only 2 were military, the remaining 2 belonging to the news media. Shen Fei witnessed once again how they prioritized news over their lives. Hulk, just as the Abomination was about to attack the final helicopter in the air, the Hulk, having found a gap, finally emerged from the wall and sent the Abomination flying with a punch. He then angrily charged at the Abomination, who had fallen to the ground and crushed a car. Are you risking your life for your girlfriend? The last helicopter in the air contained General Ross and his daughter, Betty, Banner's girlfriend. Banner, it must be said, was quite unlucky. While not a wealthy man, he was a winner in life, talented and handsome, with 7 doctorates and a beautiful, gentle, and perfect girlfriend. If it weren't for the gamma radiation, he'd probably be married to Betty by now. Boom. The Hulk and the Abomination clashed once more, their battle blasting a water pipe on one side, and the ground collapsed from their attacks. A series of terrified cries suddenly echoed from the street, previously deserted by the battle between the Hulk and the Abomination. Looking in the direction of the sound, they saw a car wedged between other vehicles. Inside were 3 children of varying sizes, and a woman, presumably their mother, sitting in the driver's seat. They had been some distance away from the Hulk and the Abomination, but the battle between the 2 giants shifted course, drawing them ever closer. Perhaps seeing the monsters approaching, they ran from the car. Why didn't you run away before? You were hiding in the car the whole time. Now you're trying to run? Isn't it too late? Hey, why is he here? Shen Fei, watching the scene through his telescope, was surprised to see a figure descend from above, Spider-Man. Just as the fight between the Hulk and the Abomination was about to reach the fore, Spider-Man, from above, swiftly intervened and pulled them upwards with his web. Afterwards, Spider-Man sent the 4 people to the rooftop of a nearby building and joined the fight between the Hulk and the Abomination. Perhaps in an attempt to stop these 2 giant monsters at the same time, Spider-Man regarded them both as enemies. A large amount of spider silk shot towards their feet. It seemed that Spider-Man was trying to use the silk to fix the Hulk and the Abomination to the ground. Spider-Man is here, which means that someone else might be coming too. Shen Fei had just thought about this when he saw an iron armor flying over. Sure enough, Iron Man Stark was also here. Monsters down there, raise your hands and surrender immediately, or don't blame me for being rude. Iron Man's words stunned Spider-Man, the Hulk, and the Abomination. Who are they? Stark said to Jarvis in the iron armor, looking at the 3 people who were stunned below. That one over there is Spider-Man's hero, constantly fighting crime. The green guy is a target the military has been pursuing. There's no record of the other one. Jarvis shared the information he'd uncovered with Stark, and as he spoke, he played videos he'd found. These included footage of Spider-Man rescuing people and apprehending criminals, as well as footage of the Hulk battling the military. Hero. I'm not the first one. Stark looked at the information about Spider-Man with a hint of dissatisfaction. He'd always thought he was the only hero. Contact Spidey over there and have him take down one first. However, despite his dissatisfaction, Stark understood that stopping the 2 monsters from fighting was his top priority. As expected of Stark, that makes sense. Shen Fei pondered the appearance of Spider-Man and Iron Man, realizing he'd been tricked by the plot. In the movie, it was just the Hulk and the Abomination fighting, with no one else appearing. But this was reality. How could people's good neighbor Spider-Man not show up when faced with something like this? The same goes for the attention-seeking Iron Man. After officially becoming Iron Man, Stark staged several high-profile actions, earning him a standing ovation. Roar. A moment later, the Hulk and the Abomination roared simultaneously, breaking free from the spiderwebs beneath their feet. Just as the Hulk was about to attack the Abomination, Spider-Man struck him in the eye with Spider-Man. The Abomination, on the other hand, tried to seize the opportunity to attack the Hulk, but Iron Man stopped him and launched a direct palm shockwave attack at the Abomination. This is truly interesting, watching Spider-Man and Iron Man facing the Hulk and the Abomination, respectively. Shen Fei was at a loss for words. Of course, Shen Fei also knew that Iron Man and Spider-Man had made the right choice. After all, the Hulk and the Abomination looked similar, so it was natural for him to be mistaken for a monster. Bang! Iron Man, who had been attacking the Abomination at a leisurely pace, was hit by a punch from the leaping Abomination. His armor flew far into the air, and just as he was about to crash into a building on another street, he finally managed to stabilize himself with his flight gear. Jarvis, what's going on? Stark, who was thrown from his iron armor, felt dizzy and called out to Jarvis. Fortunately, his iron armor's shock absorption was good, so the majority of the force of the punch was absorbed by the suit, while he, inside, only took a small part. According to investigation, the target possesses immense strength and defense, Jarvis said, then played the video of the previous battle between the Hulk and the Abomination. Damn! How could such a monster exist? Jarvis, use missiles. Stark, returning to his position, immediately activated the iron armor's micro-missiles. Roger that. Whoosh! A micro-missile blasted towards the abomination ahead. Boom. Faced with a sudden missile attack, the abomination had no time to react before it was struck. Instantly, the massive explosion created flames that engulfed the abomination. The shockwaves sent surrounding cars flying. Fortunately, Spider-Man, pursued by the Hulk, had already left the area, otherwise he would have been caught in the blast. How is this possible? Stark, in his iron armor, cried out in shock as the smoke from the explosion cleared. The abomination, struck head-on by a missile, wasn't shattered to pieces, only losing his left arm and sustaining a severe chest wound. Stark had never encountered a monster that survived a single missile, even a micro-missile. Go to hell, the severely wounded abomination seemed to be ignited with ferocity. With its remaining right hand, it grabbed a nearby car and threw it at Stark. Two more, monster, having dodged the attack, Stark immediately ordered Jarvis to resume his attack. Perhaps fearing the abomination wouldn't die, he fired 2 micro-missiles at it. Boom boom. 2 micro-missiles struck the abomination almost simultaneously, exploding simultaneously. The blast completely engulfed the abomination. When the smoke cleared, only a charred corpse lay on the street. Seeing this, Stark, in his Iron Man armor, breathed a sigh of relief. He had feared the 2 micro-missiles wouldn't be enough to kill the abomination. The abomination is finished. Shen Fei, watching from afar, was speechless. He had never imagined that it would be Iron Man, not the Hulk, who would ultimately slay the abomination. I also want to see the Hulk's counterintuitive fire-extinguishing blow. Shen Fei's most profound impression of the Hulk was how he could extinguish the surrounding fires with a single palm, without harming the person in front of him. This kind of control of power was beyond his reach. But just because he couldn't do it didn't mean the Hulk couldn't do it. He really thought Banner's 7 doctorates were fake, considering one of them was in physics and mechanics. Still coming. You're not planning on killing the Hulk here, are you? Shen Fei was speechless as Iron Man Stark turned his attention to the Hulk, who was battling Spider-Man. After Spider-Man used his spider silk to escape the battlefield, Stark launched a missile. How could that be? If Abomination had shocked Stark, then the Hulk's attack had filled him with fear. Although the miniature missile had blown the Hulk away, the Hulk remained completely unharmed. Chapter 111 The Hulk, and Roar. That Stark has completely pissed off how. Shen Fei looked at the Hulk, who seemed furious at the missile attack, with a look of frustration on his face. The more angry the Hulk got, the stronger his power became, and there seemed to be no upper limit. Other people had limits to their strength, but the Hulk didn't. This meant that, theoretically, if the Hulk could sustain his rage, he might be able to defeat Thanos alone. Of course, this was only theoretical. After all, as a human, it's difficult to sustain a state of rage, not to mention Banner constantly searching for ways to control his anger. If the Hulk wields the Berserker Staff, he might be able to defeat Thanos if he persists for a while, but it's a shame, Shen Fei thought, watching Spider-Man and Iron Man flee in panic after being beaten by the enraged Hulk. However, Shen Fei soon abandoned the idea. While this method might work against Thanos, it wouldn't be without its side effects. After defeating Thanos, the enemy might become the Hulk. Normal anger could still distinguish friend from foe, but if someone's anger persisted, it would ultimately turn them into a madman. This was also the reason why Shen Fei, despite possessing the Berserker Staff, hadn't used it much in combat. For ordinary people, even as guardians, even with a staff, their stamina was limited and would eventually run out. However, the Hulk's stamina was limitless, potentially posing a greater threat than Thanos's. After all, Thanos had only wiped out half of humanity, while the Hulk might even be able to tear Earth apart. Speaking of which, Marvel's Earth was truly dangerous. It was apparently destroyed in agents of S.H.I.E.L.D, allegedly by Sky using her powers. Shen Fei had no idea if this was true, as he hadn't even seen the scene. What the hell is this monster? Stark exclaimed in his Iron Man armor, watching the Hulk charging at him with his nearly unlimited ammunition Gatling gun. Thanks to Shen Fei's infinite extension spell, Stark's Iron Man armor now contained a Gatling gun, loaded with ammunition. Even with such intense firepower, it only slowed the Hulk slightly. Tony, you look like you need help. Room. Shen Fei suddenly appeared beneath Stark. With a wave of his right hand, the power of the Okonomi unfolded, enveloping the Hulk in front of him. He then struck with a slash. Although I expected this, I didn't expect it to have any effect. Shen Fei sighed inwardly as he watched the Hulk, who remained motionless, stand still. This blow also made Shen Fei realize that the Hulk's powerful defense wasn't based on pure physical defense, but rather on something more like energy. "Tony, retreat first. Stop attacking," Shen Fei said to Stark through his earpiece as he watched the Hulk charging towards him. He then paraded away himself. "Tell Spider-Man to stop attacking," Shen Fei said hurriedly, dodging to the side as Spider-Man charged again. "What's going on?" Stark's puzzled voice came through Shen Fei's earpiece. "As long as there are no enemies, he'll retreat on his own," Shen Fei said. "Is it okay to just watch him leave?" Another voice came through the headset. It was Spider-Man. Stark connected the three people's conversation. "He's impossible to deal with, unless you want to tear down New York." As the others left the battlefield, the Hulk was left alone on the street, roaring and venting his anger. The ground, cars, and buildings around him became his targets. After a long rant, the Hulk roared, glanced at the military helicopter in the distance, and then leaped with all his might, disappearing into the distance. The place where the Hulk had stood was transformed into a huge crater by the immense force. After the Hulk disappeared, Spider-Man also disappeared silently. Shen Fei and Stark left soon after. The government would naturally take over the follow-up work. However, this incident was so serious, and it happened on the bustling streets of New York, so tomorrow was sure to be very lively. "What kind of monster is that?" Stark muttered in his villa, after removing his Iron Man armor. "From what I understand, it was accidentally created by the military trying to research the enhanced serum in Captain's body. It possesses extremely powerful defenses and strength. The original owner is Dr. Banner," Shen Fei explained as he treated Stark's injuries. Stark immediately asked him to find information about Dr. Banner, which shocked him because Banner held more doctoral degrees than Stark. These guys, after Shen Fei's treatment, Stark's injuries quickly healed. He then had Jarvis deploy a holographic imaging system, which contained footage of the Hulk's previous battle. After carefully examining it several times, Stark, ignoring Shen Fei's presence, began drawing a new Iron Man suit on his computer. "This is the Hulkbuster armor." Could it be that Stark started developing the Hulkbuster suit because of this battle? Looking at the massive armor on the blueprint, Shen Fei immediately recognized its identity. Of all the Iron Man suits in Stark's Mark series, the Hulkbuster was the largest. Since modern weapons were useless against the Hulk, the only option was physical strength. As expected of Stark, he'd come up with a countermeasure so quickly. Could this guy be secretly developing some kind of anti-magician armor? Shen Fei thought as he watched the Hulkbuster armor slowly take shape. Considering the numerous experiments Stark had him conduct on magicians, it seemed quite possible. "I'll be heading back," Shen Fei said, watching Stark get down to work. He'd originally planned to meet Banner, but things had taken a turn beyond his expectations, preventing him from meeting him at all. He was only able to obtain a portion of the Abomination's flesh. This Ross is incredibly bold. He thinks researching enhancement potions is like making coffee, adding everything to it. Upon returning home, Shen Fei immediately began studying the Abomination's flesh. Inside, he discovered a multitude of things, the T-virus, gamma rays, and more, a truly hodgepodge. Simply put, Ross mixed a bunch of enhancement potions and injected them into Emil Blonsky, transforming him into the Abomination. This is because the Abomination only exists in the Marvel Universe. In any other world, Emil Blonsky would likely have died instantly. Remember the centipede warriors behind Hydra, and the C-virus? They seem to have been mixed in the same way. Don't these guys have a bit of science? Even Shen Fei wouldn't dare do something like this, even with the Operation Fruit. While he used the blood orchid and the T-virus to observe the changes, it was merely an experiment, not a human. Actions like Ross and Hydra's were essentially heaping lives on the table to see if they could find a match. It's fair to say Emil Blonsky was lucky to succeed on the first try. I guess Banner's situation will have to wait. Banner's current attempt to expel the Hulk from his body is completely misguided. The best approach is for them to fuse together. It's not impossible to expel the Hulk, but it's not something that ordinary people can do. Even the Ancient One would struggle. Perhaps only a gauntlet with all the Infinity Stones could accomplish it with a snap of their fingers. As Shen Fei predicted, the next day, the entire United States, no, even the world, was shaken. The casualties caused by the Hulk and the Abomination, the devastated streets, were stark evidence. Thousands of people protested the military's biological experiments. Some even brought up the incident in Raccoon City, claiming the military had also conducted biological experiments there, only to have problems and then use a nuclear power plant leak as an excuse to dismantle the evidence. The incident escalated into a frenzy, with the other 4 of the UN's 5 leaders calling to inquire about the situation. Although the United States subsequently suppressed the relevant intelligence, including the footage, it still leaked. The United States often uses the pretext of biological experiments to attack other countries, but this time, the tide has turned. It's no wonder so many countries are concerned. After all, the 2 giants in the video are far too powerful. While it's not difficult for a nation to deal with, it comes at a cost. Although the government quickly launched an emergency public relations campaign, it was ineffective. If it were simply a battle between 2 monsters, it would have been fine. But with the addition of a biohazard, and the added fuel to the fire, the government and military's credibility reached rock bottom. The government and military immediately cast several prominent figures as scapegoats, with Ross being the first. After all, he was the creator of the Hulk and the Abomination, a responsibility he could not shirk. General Ross, having rendered numerous contributions to the nation, was spared imprisonment and merely dismissed from all positions. However, the others were not so lucky. They were all arrested and quickly put on public trial. They paid a heavy price, earning support from the United Nations and preventing a complete loss of public confidence in the government. However, it seemed the current president would not be able to run for re-election. Thanks to this incident, S.H.I.E.L.D's internal investigation was temporarily suspended, bringing a sigh of relief to Alexander Pierce, who had feared Fury would continue his investigation and uncover S.H.I.E.L.D's true secrets. Although Fury wanted to continue his investigation, the Security Council ordered them to quickly address the terrorists who were taking advantage of the situation, forcing him to divert personnel. Since the Hulk and Abomination incident, the U.S. has experienced numerous terrorist attacks, keeping both the FBI and the CBI busy. In fact, even before the Hulk and Abomination battle, international terrorist attacks had increased significantly. This was Pierce's response to Fury's internal investigation, forcing Hydra personnel to disperse, or, if necessary, die in action to avoid being discovered by Fury's internal investigation. Of course, these individuals didn't die, but were transferred to other Hydra branches. This was information Shen Fei had obtained from S.H.I.E.L.D. Furthermore, Alexander orchestrated these terrorist attacks himself, collaborating with other Hydra branches. This is why Cap, Carter, Black Widow, Hawkeye, and even Shirley have been so busy lately. Despite Fury and Carter's incredible intelligence, they could have guessed that something was amiss within S.H.I.E.L.D., but even with their imagination, they couldn't have imagined that S.H.I.E.L.D. was now over 90% Hydra, including 2 top leaders. With their combined efforts, S.H.I.E.L.D. uncovered numerous issues, including those related to Whitehall's release, but they failed to uncover the underlying issues. In fact, Carter had investigated this issue in his youth, but ultimately failed. Hydra wasn't foolish, otherwise, how could they have remained hidden for so long? They didn't necessarily have to target Hydra to suppress S.H.I.E.L.D. Over the years, they'd built up considerable connections, like Malik. His connections were so strong that even Fury and Carter had to beg for mercy. You haven't been exposed yet. You're truly invincible in the shadows. Why do you have to go out into the light? Don't you know that shadows can't exist under the sun? Shen Fei shook his head slightly after learning about Hydra and S.H.I.E.L.D. from S.H.I.E.L.D. Previously, Shen Fei had no source for S.H.I.E.L.D.'s internal intelligence. This time, with S.H.I.E.L.D., he gained considerable insight into Hydra and S.H.I.E.L.D.'s internal affairs. In reality, if Fury continued his investigation, Alexander would have to resort to his last resort, assassinating Fury. Once Fury was dead, he, the former S.H.I.E.L.D. director, could step up and lead S.H.I.E.L.D. Even with Carter and Captain America restored to their youth, there would be no way he could do anything about it, as Carter had already stepped down from leadership. The 5 powers would never allow Carter to lead S.H.I.E.L.D. Alexander refrained from doing so because he knew only Fury could lead S.H.I.E.L.D. to strength, and a strong S.H.I.E.L.D. would be a strong Hydra. Take, for example, Project Insight. If he had proposed it, the 5 powers might not have approved. But Fury was different. Project Insight required funds and personnel that Hydra simply couldn't afford. It could only be accomplished with the help of S.H.I.E.L.D. and the combined strength of the 5 powers. Otherwise, Hydra could just build a space battleship in secret and launch it into space, and that would be the end of everything. The fact that Hydra was not exposed with an S.H.I.E.L.D was also a good thing for Shen Fei. He had obtained a lot of Quinjet fighters from S.H.I.E.L.D. If he had known this earlier, he would not have needed to trade with Fury. Most of the Quinjet fighters reported as damaged or destroyed with an S.H.I.E.L.D were not actually damaged, but were hidden by Hydra. Chapter 112 Goodbye Cassilis. You're in good shape, fully recovered. In the Shen Fei Company laboratory, after observing Clauser's recovery, Shen Fei said this after a moment's silence. He had originally considered recruiting Clauser, but after careful consideration, he decided against it. He didn't have anything he needed to do privately. Officially, he didn't need bodyguards, as the company had its own security. He had also wanted Clauser to obtain the Ouroboros and Placa viruses, but that was no longer necessary. He knew Leon, Chris, and the others had already obtained them. The samples were stored at the Resident Evil Defense headquarters, and he could access them at any time. Perhaps because he had eliminated Wesker beforehand, and because Leon and Ada Wong were unaware of each other, although the T-virus had been eradicated, significantly reducing the amount of biochemical viruses on the market, Leon seemed to have run into problems with a Placa virus, which had leaked out. The Placa virus is a parasitic virus, and Shen Fei is no stranger to it. After killing Wesker, he acquired numerous parasitic viruses from Umbrella Corporation, primarily Alpha and Beta. These viruses are used to control Tyrants and lickers. During the previous civil war in the Eastern Russian Republic, the biological weapons used by both sides were controlled by parasites. Shen Fei might have been somewhat interested in this before, but after discovering that the Veronica virus had no effect on him, he lost interest. If it didn't improve his own strength, and Shen Fei didn't want to use the virus to sell biological weapons, what was the point of researching it? Currently, on Earth in the Marvel Universe, only Wakanda's technology caught his eye. Unfortunately, Wakanda is extremely xenophobic, and learning their technology would likely only be possible after they lift their isolationist policies. I never thought something like this would happen. It's truly amazing. Stark, invited to the lab, observed the ghost's form under examination with a look of shock. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he would never have believed that humans could enter a quantum state at any time. After conducting some research on ghost cells and blood, Shen Fei immediately invited Stark to join him. While Shen Fei's research capabilities were impressive thanks to the Operation Fruit, he knew he was still far behind Stark. Giving Stark early access to the quantum realm might allow him to develop a tunnel into the quantum realm. Beyond the quantum realm, there's also nanotechnology. While Zhao Halen is undoubtedly capable of developing nanotechnology, Stark's involvement might accelerate the process. Stark is incredibly intelligent, but without pressure, he can be quite unfocused. This is a common trait in the Stark family. However, pressure can transform him. Consider the massive arc reactor, which hadn't made any progress for years. Yet, Stark, in a cave, built a miniature version in a matter of days, simply by rubbing his hands together. He also created the Iron Man armor. Similarly, Stark has also completed the Hulkbuster armor. When powered, he can unleash incredible amounts of energy. Didn't you see Stark even create the Infinity Gauntlet later, even though it was only a disposable item? For Shen Fei, if nanotechnology could create it, it would be incredibly convenient. Nanotechnology allows for the storage of individual intelligent systems within the armor, allowing it to maintain combat capabilities even without satellites, just like when Stark battled Thanos on Titan. Of course, the most important thing is its portability. Is this element alloy? It's certainly strong enough. While Stark began studying the quantum state of Ghost, Shen Fei was studying Captain America's S.H.I.E.L.D, which Stark had temporarily borrowed from him. Stark was extremely curious about this super strong S.H.I.E.L.D, which Howard had accidentally developed. As for Stark's curiosity, it was, of course, Shen Fei who accidentally leaked the information to him. Originally, Stark wanted to help his father complete his research. Stark figured that if his father had been able to develop the S.H.I.E.L.D back then, wouldn't it be easy to scan the S.H.I.E.L.D structure and replicate it with Jarvis' help? Unfortunately, Stark was later slapped in the face. Even with Jarvis's help, he couldn't fully understand Captain's S.H.I.E.L.D structure. After exhausting his research and failing, Stark abandoned his research, and the S.H.I.E.L.D fell into Shen Fei's hands. It seems we can't go anywhere else for a while. The S.H.I.E.L.D was only on loan. Carter and Captain were currently on a trip arranged by Stark, and upon their return, the S.H.I.E.L.D would definitely have to be returned. While S.H.I.E.L.D faced significant problems, Carter had been retired for years, so it wasn't appropriate for him to interfere too much in the agency's internal affairs. As for Captain, while he could fight, it was difficult for him to handle these issues. So, the two of them went off to spend some time alone, or rather, together. After Cap was frozen in ice, Carter gained a young Fangirl. This Fangirl was from the same organization as Black Widow, and in fact, was Black Widow's predecessor, Dottie, the ace agent from the Red Room. Compared to Carter's age, Dottie looked much the same. She had been injected with a weakened version of the strengthening serum back then. A world of three, just thinking about it was exciting. This was practically the Crystal Palace, only sadly it wasn't Cap's Crystal Palace, but Miss Carter's. Bang, bang, bang. This kinetic energy absorption effect is truly terrifying. No wonder Cap could go head-to-head with Thor. After some experiments and tests, Shen Fei had a rough idea of the effectiveness of Cap's shield. If a suit of steel armor were made from adamantium, even a direct hit from the Hulk wouldn't seriously injure them. The only problem was that it was too difficult to replicate. It's truly difficult to popularize. Howard, and later S.H.I.E.L.D, both conducted extensive research on the shield, spending vast sums of money. After all, if the formula for such a material could be obtained, the weapon would be virtually invincible. Unfortunately, in the end, nothing was achieved. It seems that if you want to replicate element alloy, you must first have a large amount of vibranium. After carefully examining Captain's shield with the power of the opera fruit, then cutting it into several pieces for observation, Shen Fei couldn't help but sigh. He now understood the reason why Howard, Stark, and S.H.I.E.L.D replicated element alloy. Vibranium is a precious commodity. Its inherent properties alone are already remarkable. Furthermore, using large quantities of vibranium to experiment with new alloy formulas would be difficult for even S.H.I.E.L.D. Only Wakanda could do it. Shen Fei, who had just taken a break from his research and was playing games, suddenly felt a change in his surroundings and jumped up to look at the 7 people who appeared before him. Mirror space, Casillas. Shen Fei couldn't help but feel a little surprised at the familiar figure appearing before him. Finally found you, Casillas said, his eyes coldly looking at Shen Fei. Why is this guy looking for me? Shouldn't you be fighting the Ancient One to the death? The appearance of Casillas left Shen Fei deeply frustrated. He was frustrated because he couldn't kill him. He was the Ancient One's chosen pawn. If he dared to kill him, there was no way to predict what would happen. If it were Odin or even Thanos, Shen Fei would just hide in the Harry Potter world or the Titans world and never return. But the Ancient One, don't forget that it was he who taught Shen Fei the dimensional magic. Casillas, why are you looking for me? Shen Fei asked, his thoughts shifting. Hypocrite's lackey, Casillas seemed to have no desire to waste time with Shen Fei. As he spoke, the 6 people around him immediately cast magic, summoning various weapons. 3 of them were golden chains, the other 4 were weapons resembling transparent blades. I've already left Kamar-Taj. You shouldn't bring your grudge against Kamar-Taj to me. As Shen Fei spoke, he didn't immediately take out the ring. This wasn't the past, there was no need to turn around and run. Casillas snorted coldly at Shen Fei's words and ignored them. The 6 men then charged towards him in a fan-shaped formation. Casillas, if you leave now, I can still pretend nothing happened. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude, Shen Fei said, clasping his right hand behind his back and pulling out his Desert Eagle automatic pistol. Casillas naturally ignored Shen Fei's words. At this moment, the man in the front had already reached Shen Fei, slamming the golden chain towards him. Bang! Facing this attack, Shen Fei exerted force on his feet, leaped backward, and simultaneously launched a pistol. In an instant, the man was sent flying, his chest dented. Times have changed, everyone, Shen Fei silently said to himself. However, the man's chest was only dented, which made Shen Fei realize that magicians' constitutions were indeed much stronger than those of ordinary people. If it had been an ordinary person, the previous shot from the Desert Eagle would have at least left a large hole in his chest. Seeing their own men fall, the remaining 5 men immediately stopped and took several steps back. Kamar-Taj wasn't isolated, it had wireless internet, and they knew about firearms. However, battles between magicians were primarily conducted with magic, and no one used guns. Shen Fei's use of a gun left them stunned. Casillas' face darkened as he looked at the pistol in Shen Fei's hand. He had never imagined that this battle, supposed to be between magicians, with both sides summoning weapons and engaging in 300 rounds of fighting, would now involve guns. Don't you know, this is wrong? Don't you know that magicians fight in close combat? Leave now, and I'll let you go, Shen Fei said, pulling out a desert eagle in his left hand. Facing Shen Fei's threat, Caecilius suddenly clasped his hands together and began to form hand seals. Instantly, Shen Fei felt a gravity shift, and he fell to one side. Fortunately, his physical condition was good, and he reacted quickly. Leaping to the side before firing a shot at one of the 5 men ahead, who was also unable to react. Bang! The shot missed, as a sudden earthen wall blocked the dictionary. As expected of the strongest mage in Kamar-Taj besides the Ancient One, your control of the mirrored space is truly impressive, but I want to see how many people you can save. As the surrounding buildings continued to flip, Shen Fei sheathed the pistol in his left hand, using his free left hand to grab onto buildings. His pistol was powered by PIM particles, allowing it to be enlarged and shrunkable, otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to carry it with him. His right hand, meanwhile, fired non-stop at the other 5 men. Under the influence of the traceless extension spell, his pistol had 100 rounds of ammunition. Bang, bang, bang. Although Caecilius tried his best to save his men, Shen Fei still killed 2 of them. Shen Fei's firing rate was much faster than Caecilius's magic. Damn it. I didn't bring my web shooter. I wouldn't have bothered with all this. Slaughterhouse. As Shen Fei thought this, he unleashed the power of the Operation Fruit. He then transposed space with one of the corpses, switching places closest to the other. He did this for the ring on the corpse's hand. Shen Fei didn't mind having an extra ring. Seeing this, Caecilius immediately abandoned his attempts to control the mirror space to attack Shen Fei. He then opened a portal near the survivors, sending them out. He then summoned 2 shields with both hands and charged towards Shen Fei. I don't think I can kill him. Seeing Caecilius charging towards him, Shen Fei immediately fired. Bang! The bullet hit Caecilius' shield. As expected of Caecilius, you're not afraid of killing me now. Caecilius was indeed much stronger than his men, and Shen Fei's continuous fire from the Desert Eagle could only temporarily halt him. Sure enough, he's no match for Strange. No wonder the Ancient One chose him as the new Sorcerer Supreme. Thinking about the magic used by Doctor Strange in the battle with Thanos, and comparing it to Caecilius now, Shen Fei couldn't help but shake his head. In terms of training time, Caecilius had many more years than Strange, but their strength was worlds apart. Do you really think I'm afraid of you when it comes to magic? Shen Fei said as he put away his pistol, formed hand seals, and 2 golden shields appeared in his hands. He rushed towards Caecilius. Bang, bang, bang. What followed was a physical battle between the 2. Their shields kept colliding. Shen Fei's powerful strength forced Caecilius to retreat continuously. Faced with this result, Caecilius's face was bruised, but unfortunately it didn't help the battle at all. Shen Fei was much stronger than him. As a mage, Caecilius's physical fitness was better than that of ordinary people, but it was far inferior to Shen Fei. Get out. I won't kill you this time, but if there's a next time, don't blame me for being rude. Shen Fei kicked Caecilius' shield and sent him flying. Because of Ancient One, not only could he not kill him, but he couldn't interrogate him either, which made Shen Fei very depressed. Chapter 113, Charida, Part 1. After Caecilius climbed to his feet, he glared at Shen Fei with furious eyes. If looks could kill, Shen Fei would have been utterly wounded by now. Despite Caecilius's fury, Shen Fei simply looked at him calmly. The 2 stared at each other for a long moment before Caecilius, with a look of resignation on his face, opened the portal and departed. Grassland? Is this Africa? Shen Fei glanced at the landscape beyond the portal and muttered to himself, Ancient One is playing on a mixed-out character, with a bunch of alts. With Caecilius's prowess, it was no wonder he couldn't inherit the title of Sorcerer Supreme. Strange, why haven't you had a car accident yet? With this thought in mind, Shen Fei also left the mirror dimension and returned to his villa. Strange was currently a highly regarded surgeon. As a top surgeon, countless people begged him daily. He could even remove a bullet from a head without causing any harm. His audience rating was currently 100%. Of course, this 100% success was also due to his choice of patients. Strange would refuse surgery if the injuries were too severe and he had no other options. For example, there was a man who was nearly completely paralyzed and later healed thanks to the magic of Kamar-Taj. This man, Jonathan Pangborn, was a black man. Now not only is his body intact, but his physical fitness has surpassed that of an average person, almost reaching the level of a professional athlete. Jonathan Pangborn had originally struggled, but after returning from Kamar-Taj, thanks to his exceptional physical fitness, he'd made a comeback. Unfortunately, Mordo later reverted him to his original form, drained all his magic power, and killed him. After possessing Red Queen, Shen Fei had her secretly track important figures in the Marvel Universe, using cameras and possibly individual selfies. Modern technology, power, and influence have made it incredibly easy for powerful individuals to spy on someone. The Ancient One didn't show up. I thought he'd show up. After waiting for a moment, Shen Fei realized the Ancient One hadn't appeared and immediately picked up his phone and dialed a number. Wang, it's me. I've been attacked by S.H.I.E.L.D. Shen Fei was speaking with the bald king of Kamar-Taj. As fellow Chinese, they had a good relationship in Kamar-Taj. Although he had left Kamar-Taj, that didn't mean he couldn't return. He had returned several times in recent years, bringing gifts and even money. The people of Kamar-Taj weren't particularly good at business. While they had plenty of food and clothing, that was about it. Students who graduated and achieved success often donated money back to their alma mater, let alone Shen Fei. Of course, if the Ancient One were willing to sell some of Kamar-Taj's items, they would be priceless. They were antiques. It was said that the Ancient One even had the legendary Excalibur in the stone, the real one, not a replica. Be careful. I'll tell the Sorcerer Supreme about this, the king instructed Shen Fei before hanging up, presumably to report to S.H.I.E.L.D. That should be alright, right? Since the Ancient One hadn't appeared, Shen Fei pretending nothing had happened wouldn't be a good idea. It would be better to report it proactively. After all, there could be many reasons why the Ancient One hadn't appeared. While the Ancient One was powerful, he wasn't omniscient. Not even Odin, Thanos, or the others could be omniscient. What? S.H.I.E.L.D. attacked the library. A few days later, Shen Fei, while inspecting his newly acquired comic book company, suddenly received a call from Wang. Wang informed him of the events at Kamar-Taj and urged him to be cautious. S.H.I.E.L.D's attack was perfectly timed, with the Ancient One, Wang, and the other mages away, making Kamar-Taj's defenses at their weakest. I understand. You should be careful too, Shen Fei said after hanging up, surprised. Logically, S.H.I.E.L.D shouldn't have attacked so early, considering Strange hadn't even been to Kamar-Taj yet. Confused, Shen Fei simply gave up on the idea. He'd warned Wang to be cautious because the previous librarian had been killed by S.H.I.E.L.D, and Wang was now the librarian. The plot seems to be messed up already. Alice, with the intrusion of Resident Evil, it's already messed up. Unbeknownst to Shen Fei, it was precisely because he had seemingly defeated S.H.I.E.L.D so easily that S.H.I.E.L.D's plan had been set in motion. S.H.I.E.L.D believed that Shen Fei's strength was due to the Ancient One's concealment of secrets during his instruction. Otherwise, Shen Fei couldn't possibly be more powerful than him, hence his raid on the library, the Book of Cagliostro, and the ripped-out page. If he hadn't feared the Ancient One's pursuit, S.H.I.E.L.D would have taken all the books of Cagliostro. In Kamar-Taj, other magical books were freely accessible, but the Book of Cagliostro was forbidden. Shen Fei then dismissed the matter. Even if S.H.I.E.L.D gained Dormammu's power, he might not be able to defeat him. As for Dormammu, the Ancient One would naturally deal with him. The power disparity was too great, and there was nothing he could do against him now. Shen Fei put the matter behind him and focused on inspecting comic book companies. Through them, he planned to enter Hollywood. The film industry is a highly lucrative one. Most importantly, for Shen Fei right now, there's no barrier to entry, it's a lucrative business. The reason for this is that, thanks to Red Queen and the holographic imaging system, anything he can do can create a fantastic popcorn movie. As for the plot, that's irrelevant, special effects are all that matters. It's an animated film. Other companies wouldn't be able to get Shen Fei to do the same, as they can't use artificial intelligence for such a feat. Honestly, it would be a massive waste. While the Marvel Universe is technologically advanced, its animation industry lags behind the world before he traveled through time. As Shen Fei was planning his next move, the bald Cyclops quietly appeared with Hill at the entrance of a vast underground base, the location of which was kept secret. They then took the elevator directly to the bottom level. Why have these unexplained changes occurred? Upon reaching the bottom level, Fury asked Dr. Sylvig with a serious expression. It's still unclear, It's a sudden change. Dr. Sylvig led Fury, Hill, and Hawkeye to a sci-fi-inspired laboratory. He pointed to a large, blue cosmic cube nestled within a sci-fi machine. The cosmic magic was now shrouded in a strange energy. Because of this energy, Sylvig couldn't even stop the experiment. As for shutting off the power source, that was impossible, as cosmic magic contained a near-infinite supply of energy. Fury stared at the changes ahead with his large, single eye, then turned to Sylvig and asked, "What are your theories?" As a top-tier agent, Fury possessed considerable technical expertise. But each profession had its own specializations, and the situation before him clearly exceeded his scope. "My theory is that someone seems to be using the other side of the cosmic cube," Sylvig said. Sylvig was a highly accomplished astrophysicist, having calculated the convergence point of the 9 celestial bodies. The other side. Fury was stunned by Sylvig's words. "Yes, according to my research, this is it," Sylvig said, walking towards the machine ahead. Just as he was about to explain to Fury, the tesseract in front of them suddenly glowed brightly. Then, a tunnel-like object appeared before them, and a figure emerged from it. Loki. Seeing this figure, Fury and Sylvig were stunned for a moment, but Hill and Hawkeye weren't. One pointed a gun, the other a bow and arrow, at Loki. The other agents nearby also drew their weapons. "Loki, what are you doing here?" Fury demanded immediately. However, Loki ignored him and turned to retrieve the tesseract from the machine. "Loki, put that thing down immediately, put it down. This isn't something you mortals can possess." Loki, holding the tesseract in his left hand and a scepter in his right, sneered at Fury, seemingly unfazed by the weapons aimed at him. "You're Loki, where's Thor?" Sylvig asked. His student, Jane Foster, was very important to Sylvig. So, upon seeing Loki, he immediately inquired about Thor's whereabouts. Thor's absence had left Jane feeling deeply unhappy, and even her fundamental research had become somewhat slack. "Thor," Loki turned his gaze upon Sylvig's voice, tapping his chest with his staff. Sylvig then looked at Loki respectfully. This startled Fury and the others. "Go ahead, but don't hurt the doctor," Fury said, as Hawkeye, standing nearby, unleashed his bow and arrow. That's it, Loki swung his staff in his right hand, deflecting the incoming arrow. Just as Hawkeye was about to fire a second arrow, Loki appeared beside him and tapped his chest with his staff. Bang, bang, bang. Meanwhile, Hill fired continuously at Loki. The bullets pierced through Loki's body and hit the wall behind him. Loki's body vanished without a trace. "Kill them," Loki's voice echoed from his previous position. "Shoot." The surrounding agents finally reacted, but they were obviously not as fast as Hawkeye. Before they could fire at Loki, Hawkeye's arrows had already pierced their bodies. This was a very secret research facility, with only 4 agents around. The others were upstairs. "Director, what should we do now?" While Hawkeye dealt with the others, Fury and Hill hid behind a pillar. Hawkeye's defection put them in a very passive position. As former members of their own team, Fury and Hill were well aware of Hawkeye's strength. Meanwhile, Sylvig produced a specially crafted box and placed the tesseract in Loki's hand. "Kill them." Yes, Hawkeye, receiving Loki's order, drew his explosive arrows. Seeing this, Fury immediately pressed a button on his body. The instant the button was pressed, the base's evacuation alarm sounded. Fury knew the dangers of studying the tesseract was dangerous, so he had pre-installed self-destruct devices throughout the base. In the event of any problems, the tesseract was buried underground, over 100 meters deep. A complete collapse would surely bury most of the enemies. As for the tesseract, at worst, it could be dug up later. Fury, who had pressed the button, saw Hawkeye's explosive arrows coming his way and immediately dodged to the side with Hill. Hawkeye, who had been preparing to attack at this opportunity, immediately informed Loki of the situation after hearing the alarm. "Let's go." Responding to Hawkeye's warning, Loki abandoned his plan to kill Hawkeye and Hill and prepared to leave. However, Fury and Hill didn't want them to leave. They both drew their guns and prepared to fire when Hawkeye's explosive arrows launched towards them, forcing them to dodge. Damn it. Chase, although they knew Hawkeye would be a formidable opponent, and adding Loki to the mix might be even more formidable, Fury and Hill gave chase. They couldn't let them take the tesseract, and the base was about to self-destruct, so they had to leave as soon as possible. There was no one left in the base to stop Loki and his men. Upon hearing the alarm, everyone immediately began an orderly retreat. "Director, what's going on?" Fury, Having opened the door and quickly escaped the base's self-destruct range, angrily pounded the steering wheel. At that moment, the voice of Natasha, the Black Widow, rang through his headset. The base's self-destruct device was connected to S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters. When it was activated, Natasha, the Black Widow, raced over at top speed in a Quinjet. Loki has appeared and taken the Tesseract. Hawkeye has been taken over. Track the vehicle immediately. The tracking signal has disappeared. All the vehicles at the base were equipped with tracking signals to prevent accidents. Unfortunately, Fury hadn't anticipated Hawkeye's being taken over. With Hawkeye's abilities, disabling the tracking signal was a piece of cake. I understand. Natasha has a mission for you. Bring him here. Fury took a deep breath, then regained his composure. He quickly gave Natasha an order to find Banner. Captain, what's this? Hill, the co-pilot, looked at Fury in shock. Fury's previous order had made her realize what he was up to. Now is the time. Return and begin searching for them immediately. Fury and Hill didn't have to wait long before two Quinjet fighters arrived, carrying Fury and Hill away. Chapter 114, Chirida, Part 2. I think you're trespassing. Shen Fei reclined leisurely on a lounge chair by the spacious private pool at his villa, looking at the dusty Fury with a strange look. As the director of S.H.I.E.L.D., Fury was known for his attire. His black trench coat was always spotless, but how could it be covered in dust like now? Loki's here again, Fury said directly, standing in front of Shen Fei. Come on, it's not your first time. Is it worth the rush? After the Thor incident on Asgard, in response to the alien incident, Fury approached Shen Fei and inquired about Asgard, focusing on Thor's brother Loki. Not wanting to see Loki on Earth, Shen Fei provided Fury with a photo of Loki. Fury then sifted through S.H.I.E.L.D's intelligence network and big data, and indeed, he spotted Loki on Earth. At that time, Loki was dressed in a suit and tie, strolling around. Fury then contacted Shen Fei, hoping he could help expel Loki, but he refused. He couldn't defeat Loki, and that was his excuse. He also told Fury not to use force against Loki unless he did anything. As for how Fury would deal with Loki, it was easy to guess. Since he couldn't defeat him, he would have to keep him under surveillance to prevent him from doing anything to Earth. Strictly speaking, with advanced preparation, Loki wasn't impossible to defeat. After all, Earth possessed the ultimate weapon, a nuclear bomb. If someone was willing to sacrifice themselves, they could have launched one against Loki. Fury's refusal was due to Loki's identity. He was, after all, Odin's child. Unrelated text follows. This time is different. Loki stole the Tesseract. What did you say? Fury's words made Shen Fei jump from his recliner. Loki stole the Tesseract, Fury repeated. It's about to begin, Shen Fei muttered to himself. He looked at Fury and asked, so what do you want me to do? Reclaim the Tesseract. I've already contacted Stark and the captain. If you join us, we should be able to get the Tesseract back, Fury said. Reclaim the Tesseract? Okay, I'll join this time. After a moment's hesitation, Shen Fei nodded in agreement. Fury left immediately after receiving the answer. As the director of S.H.I.E.L.D., he was a very busy man. If he hadn't had some disagreements with Shen Fei recently, he wouldn't have come in person this time. The Mind Stone is here, but the Tesseract is too conspicuous to be used. Of course, the most crucial thing was the lack of the Infinity Gauntlet. It seems we'll have to speed up our exploration. We must acquire sufficient military power before Thanos, the director of the Family Planning Commission, arrives. Otherwise, it will be difficult to obtain the Infinity Gauntlet. When Fury left, Stark's side also welcomed someone, Coulson. Recently, Stark Corporation has experienced rapid development due to the arc reactor. Stark and Pepper Potts are planning to purchase 2 more plots of land around Stark Tower and build 2 new towers, forming an equilateral triangle with Stark Tower. Shen Fei wanted to object to this decision, but he couldn't find a reason. Now, there was no need to find an excuse. Stark had been refusing to answer Coulson's calls because he was planning a very romantic dinner with Pepper Potts that night. However, with Coulson already here, Stark couldn't kick him out. After all, Coulson had helped Pepper Potts before. Meanwhile, in the Brazilian jungle, Black Widow also found Dr. Banner, a doctor hiding there. While the military's Ross had always taken a hardline approach to Banner, Fury was much smarter. After gathering a large number of psychologists and analyzing Banner's past, he decided to adopt a more conciliatory approach. While the military was constantly searching for Banner's whereabouts, S.H.I.E.L.D. had always kept track of Banner's whereabouts. S.H.I.E.L.D. was happy to have Banner stay in those primitive and remote places. After all, the Hulk's destructive power was too great, so it was better to let him destroy the wilderness than to destroy the city. If it weren't for Loki's attempt to steal the Tesseract, Fury probably wouldn't have contacted Banner. While S.H.I.E.L.D. was carrying out their operations, Loki's was also underway. Led by Hawkeye, they found a lot of laboratories, instruments, equipment, and even scientists. S.H.I.E.L.D. was extremely powerful, and naturally, many people were very unhappy with S.H.I.E.L.D. Of course, S.H.I.E.L.D. knew all this, but it was difficult to intervene until the enemy did anything too harmful. Many people now fell under Loki's scepter, becoming his pawns. S.H.I.E.L.D. was the luckiest of them all. Although controlled by Loki, he gained access to alien technology. S.H.I.E.L.D. was later able to calculate the convergence point of the 9 realms, a feat he had no doubt contributed greatly to. "What are you doing?" After Fury left, Shen Fei immediately pulled out his phone and made a call. The call connected moments later, and a slender figure appeared on the screen. "Mission," Ada said with a chuckle. "Don't come to New York for the time being. Something's going to happen there soon." Shen Fei nodded and said, "Something's going to happen? It's dangerous?" Ada said, puzzled. "Yes, and don't let this leak out." "I understand." 4 days later, a helicopter landed on the beach at Shen Fei's villa to pick him up. "It's not a Quinjet." Shen Fei was speechless when he saw it was a helicopter. Compared to the quiet Quinjet, a helicopter is incredibly noisy. Surely, Shen Fei was surprised to see the dashing figure descending from the helicopter. It was Shirley Platinum. Although they had video called each other several times, this was the first time he had seen Shirley in her adult form. "Long time no see." Shirley smiled and hugged Shen Fei. "Yes, let's go. It seems Wesker's son won't get to meet her now, so it's a funding issue." On the helicopter, Shen Fei learned from Shirley why a helicopter had arrived instead of a Quinjet. Quinjet aircraft were extremely expensive. Even S.H.I.E.L.D., with its deep pockets, couldn't possibly equip every Quinjet. Just like the military, it's impossible to equip every soldier with the most advanced weaponry. Aerospace battleship, the helicopter quickly descended onto the sea, landing on a ship that looked very realistic. If one hadn't known it was an aerospace battleship, one would have mistaken it for an aircraft carrier. Numerous aircraft were parked on the deck, and a large number of people were busy moving about. Fighters, bombers, helicopters, everything was on deck. "Captain, Ms. Carter, nice to see you again." Shen Fei, having just disembarked from a helicopter, immediately spotted Captain and Carter disembarking from another. This time, Dottie didn't follow them. "Is Fury's condition serious?" Carter nodded at Shen Fei, then addressed Fury, who was walking ahead. "If not handled properly, this could be a very serious matter." Fury's expression was grave. For the past 4 days, S.H.I.E.L.D. had been intensely investigating the whereabouts of Loki, Hawkeye, and the others, and the results were becoming increasingly grim. Loki had Hawkeye, who was familiar with S.H.I.E.L.D.'s affairs, so it was only natural that they couldn't find any trace of them. However, they had discovered several missing scientists and a large number of advanced equipment. These signs indicated that Loki and his team were carrying out some hidden plan, one that was definitely not to their advantage. As he spoke, a Quinjet suddenly appeared, and Black Widow Natasha and Dr. Banner emerged. "Welcome, Doctor," Fury immediately greeted them. "Hello, everyone," Banner nodded gently to the people around him. "This way, the outside is about to be sealed off," Fury said, leading the group towards the central room. It was a hall filled with various scientific instruments. A large number of staff members were intently staring at the screens ahead. Hill stood at a raised platform in the back, directing the group. Beside her was Stark, who seemed to be the first to arrive. "Tony," Miss Carter greeted Stark. And Stark's face twitched at the sight of Carter. Although he looked extremely reluctant, he finally called her by her name. It couldn't be helped. Ms. Carter and his father were of the same generation, and of course, only Carter could allow Stark to do so. As for the captain, Stark probably would never call him uncle. Given Stark's usual personality, he would have been quick to confront the captain, but with Miss Carter's presence, Stark couldn't be too aggressive with the old-fashioned captain, or he would be the one to suffer. So he just ignored it. The group then entered a conference room nearby, where Fury presented his complete intelligence. Here's the thing. Although we don't know what Loki's plans are yet, I hope to leverage your help to find them quickly and stop their evil plans. Could you please introduce them? Banner asked, raising his right hand like a schoolboy. Excuse me, Doctor, who are these? I don't think you need to introduce them. This is the Captain, this is Ms. Carter, and this is Mr. Shen Fei, a magician. Fury immediately introduced the people in the conference room to Banner. Captain, Ms. Carter, a magician. Banner's expression brightened after hearing Fury's introductions. He was surprised to see these two people, who should be very old, look so young. After all, he was also a researcher on the enhancement serum. However, Shen Fei's presence challenged his worldview. Like Stark, Banner was a pure scientist. If Asgardians exist, it's not surprising that magicians exist, Shen Fei said with a smile, watching Banner's gaze fixed on him. Indeed, it seems I'm a little behind the times. Banner gave Shen Fei an apologetic smile. The cosmic cube, so that's what it is. How interesting. I never thought S.H.I.E.L.D actually possessed it, and even dared to research it. I have to say you're quite courageous, Shen Fei suddenly said with a smile, watching the enlarged image of the cosmic cube on the screen in front of him. Is there a problem? Shen Fei's words immediately drew the attention of Fury and the others to him. What's the problem? This is a serious problem. This thing is undoubtedly a treasure, but this treasure is a bit hot to handle, Shen Fei said slowly. After a pause, Shen Fei clasped his hands together, and a golden magic circle appeared. Countless years ago, the Big Bang created 6 Infinity Stones. Each of these 6 Infinity Stones possesses infinite power. One of these 6 Infinity Stones is called the Space Stone. As Shen Fei spoke, the golden magic circle before him continuously changed, from the Big Bang to the 6 Infinity Stones floating in the universe, and finally, an object resembling the cosmic cube appeared before everyone. The Space Stone, what's the Space Stone for? Stark asked directly. You can guess what the Space Stone does from the name. With it, the vast distances of the universe become nothing. With proper use, you can instantly reach any point in the universe. So-called energy is just a crude application. Fury had previously explained his desire to harness the infinite energy of the Tesseract for the benefit of Earth. You can teleport anywhere, there are only 6 in the entire universe. Fury and the others fell silent after hearing Shen Fei's words. They had never imagined the Tesseract had such a profound origin and such terrifying powers. There are 6 Infinity Stones. What are the other 5? What are their abilities? Stark asked curiously. The other 5 are the Mind Stone, the Reality Stone, the Power Stone, the Time Stone, and the Soul Stone. Each of these stones possesses terrifying powers, but the Power Stone is the most terrifying. It can destroy anything it comes into contact with. What about planets? Stark asked after a moment's silence. Of course it will be destroyed. As long as the Power Stone touches the surface of the planet, the entire planet will instantly collapse and turn into cosmic dust. Generally speaking, there is no difference in the power level of the Infinity Stones, but if we look at the destructive power they show, the Power Stone is the most powerful. Silence, endless silence. After listening to Shen Fei's words, even Stark's face changed. Such a dangerous thing must not be allowed to Loki. We must take it back. After endless silence, Fury spoke first. Loki has been found. Just when others wanted to say something, Hill's words suddenly rang in the room. After hearing the news, the group immediately went to the previous hall. Chitauri, because of the translation problem. Chapter 115, Chirida, Part 2. He doesn't seem to be trying to hide. The group arriving at the hall immediately spotted Loki, dressed in a suit and tie, on the screen. He was attending a dinner party. Walking among the crowd, Loki would occasionally glance up at the cameras and smile. It's on Koningstrasse in Stuttgart, Germany. Hill immediately reported Loki's location. Captain, please excuse me, Fury said to the captain. Fury addressed the captain because, of the people present, he could only command the captain, Natasha, and Shirley. He couldn't easily command the others, including Stark, Shen Fei, Ms. Carter, and Dr. Banner. The enemy was Loki from Asgard, and sending Natasha and Shirley wouldn't necessarily be a match. So, only Captain, who had been enhanced with the serum, could be sent. Of course, Fury hoped the others would volunteer. Count me in. I'm very curious about Asgard. Stark had been utterly defeated by Loki's destroyer the previous time, and Stark still held a grudge. Count me in, Seeing the looks from Carter and Fury, Shen Fei, who had initially been reluctant to go, hesitated for a moment before finally speaking up. He knew Loki was deliberately trying to get captured, but the others didn't know. Shen Fei and the captain then boarded Black Widow's Quinjet and headed for their destination. As for Stark, he was in another Quinjet. Before the battle, he needed to don his Iron Man armor. "Tony, how's Pepper doing?" Shen Fei called Stark on his cell phone from the plane. Ada had given him a heads up, so Pepper would definitely have to. "She's been arranged to leave New York," Stark said. "That's good, Loki has appeared, and where's the Tesseract?" Fury said from the aerospace battleship. "Any lab you can contact that has gamma-ray detectors, have them place all their detectors on the rooftop," Banner said. "Hill, understood," Hill said, and immediately began to instruct S.H.I.E.L.D personnel to contact all the labs in New York with gamma-ray detectors, instructing them to do as Banner instructed. As one of the world's economic centers, New York boasts tens of thousands of laboratories, large and small. And that's just the formal labs. If you add in the small workshops, like those conducting experiments in garages, the number would be at least hundreds of thousands. How cruel. Shen Fei tilted his head as he watched the video of Loki stabbing a high-tech device directly into Dr. Heinrich's eyeball. It was painful to watch. With the advancement of modern technology, confidentiality has improved dramatically. Fingerprint verification, facial recognition, and even eyeball verification have emerged, seemingly foolproof. Unfortunately, even with all this advanced technology, these methods aren't foolproof. While many consider obtaining someone's fingerprints, facial recognition, or eyeballs incredibly difficult, others consider it a simple matter of scanning. Loki was currently scanning Dr. Heinrich's eyeball with a device, transmitting the data to Hawkeye to open the safe and retrieve the element. Seeing Loki so brutal, the banquet attendees screamed and ran outside in panic. Soon, Loki was left standing alone in the hall, surrounded by a dozen bodies. They were the bodyguards. Those who had left the hall and entered the street couldn't truly escape, as several Loki figures suddenly appeared on both sides of the street. Not in a suit and tie, but in Asgardian armor and a horned helmet. Loki then emerged from the hall and stood on the stairs, shouting at the terrified crowd to kneel before delivering a rather naive speech. Meanwhile, Shen Fei and his companions had arrived. The captain, wearing his new uniform, leaped directly from the plane, which was over 10 meters high. Illusion magic. Speaking of which, Asgard's magic system is quite powerful, Shen Fei muttered to himself, observing the Loki standing around him. "You didn't go to help," Natasha, the Black Widow, who had stabilized the plane, said immediately after the captain jumped. "Don't worry, the captain won't lose so easily." The captain, with a 50-50 chance, wasn't an easy opponent, especially with his shield. As expected, Loki suffered a setback from the start. The shockwave from his scepter bounced off the captain's shield, striking him directly. Of course, Loki wasn't injured, but he was left humiliated. "You soldier!" Frustrated by the initial humiliation, Loki roared, brandishing his scepter and charging at the captain. The two immediately engaged in a clash, the clash of scepters and shields sending out dazzling sparks. For a moment, the two seemed evenly matched. Seizing this opportunity, the kneeling men around them immediately began to flee, and this time Loki didn't stop them. After the crowd fled, Black Widow Natasha immediately controlled the Quinjet's mounted weapons and aimed them at Loki below. Just as Natasha was about to speak, the screen in front of the plane suddenly changed, and the latest rock music began to blare from the plane. "Looks like I've arrived just in time," Stark's voice echoed from within the plane. Then, a red armored suit descended from the sky, its hands unleashing shockwaves that sent Loki, who had been pinning down the captain, flying back. "Bambi, best not to move now." As Stark finished his words, several weapons emerged from his armored suit and aimed at Loki, who crouched on the ground in front of him. Simultaneously, Natasha's weapons also aimed at Loki. Seeing this, Loki immediately raised his hands. In a flash of light, his armor vanished, revealing him in a suit and tie. "So, I'm the one who's finally here," Stark said, gloating as he watched Loki surrender. "This physical fitness is truly remarkable." Shen Fei couldn't help but sigh in admiration as he watched Loki, unscathed by Stark's two shockwaves. It also seemed as if Loki had survived Calison's heavy firepower head-on, remaining unscathed. Truly worthy of a Proteus body. "Anything wrong?" Natasha asked, looking at Shen Fei, who looked pensive. "It's a little too simple." It seems he let himself be captured on purpose, Shen Fei said. Intentional, Natasha nodded, saying nothing. Soon, Stark brought the handcuffed Loki and Loki back to the plane, which then headed for the helicarrier. Speaking of which, if I take the scepter now, it seems the portal won't open, and the Chitauri won't be able to invade. This thought suddenly occurred to Shen Fei, as he glanced at Loki's scepter, held in Stark's hand. Of course, this was just a thought. He had no reason to take the scepter now, unless he had to physically seize it. Boom. As the plane raced back to the aerospace battleship, a sudden thunderclap erupted in the sky. Lightning flashed across the sky, and Loki's body shuddered as the thunder roared. What's wrong, our little Bambi? You're afraid of thunder? I just hate that guy. Something's coming from behind, Natasha said. I'll go check it out, Stark said, standing up immediately. There was no way to remove his Iron Man armor on the plane, so he had to keep it on. As the rear hatch opened, Stark, about to fly out, noticed someone suddenly appear beside him. The person pushed Stark aside, and when the captain tried to stop him, they pushed him away, grabbed Loki, and flew out. Damn it, Stark, steadying himself, immediately chased after him. He had just seen who had pushed him, Thor. With that, Stark flew out, while the captain, parachute in hand, prepared to jump out. Captain, wait, Natasha was about to speak to stop him, but it was too late. Don't look at me like that. I'll go help, okay? Seeing Natasha's gaze shift in his direction, Shen Fei immediately stood up and pulled his broomstick from his backpack. Boom. Just as Shen Fei was about to take flight on his broomstick, he saw a burst of light below, so bright it was impossible to look directly at. Shen Fei immediately flew over on his broomstick. It's strange you didn't run away immediately. On a cliff below, Shen Fei saw Loki calmly watching the battle between Iron Man and Thor not far away. I'm handcuffed, Loki said with a smile, holding up the handcuffs. There's no way I can handcuff you, Shen Fei muttered to himself, then stood beside Loki, watching Thor fight 1 against 2, as the captain joined in. Alright, Thor, what do you want here? Just as the two sides were about to continue fighting, Shen Fei flew in between them on his broomstick. Bring back Loki. Shen Fei's sudden appearance brought a temporary halt to the fighting. Thor then stated his purpose. Impossible. Do you know what he's done here? Stark exclaimed. No matter what he did, he must be brought back to Asgard for judgment. He's my brother, Thor declared with a firm face. He's killed over 80 people, Stark declared. This wasn't an exaggeration, it was the truth, though it wasn't a daily killing spree. He's my father's adopted brother. Thor immediately changed his tune after hearing Stark's words. You're just pretending to be friends, Shen Fei observed. The old Thor would have never said that. He had truly fallen from grace after spending so much time on Earth. The current Thor was so wise and powerful. Think of the fat, nerdy Thor of the past, who, unable to defeat his opponent in a game, resorted to threatening him by phone. True, the saying goes, a black sheep is a black sheep. Earth might not rival aliens in technological prowess, but when it comes to culture and entertainment, it's definitely at the forefront of the universe. Thanos should really stay on Earth for a while longer. He might not have time to work on his cosmic family planning efforts. Why? Focusing on gaming. You want to take Loki with you, but we can't make the decision. I'll take you to someone who can. Is that okay? Okay, you're the one who can make the decision. Regarding Loki, I need to take him back to Asgard for judgment. The group quickly returned to the spaceship. Upon meeting Fury, Thor spoke immediately. Let's deal with this once we resolve this issue. Thor's appearance left Fury feeling a bit overwhelmed, but he had no choice but to appease him first, given the sheer size of the situation. What an interesting device. I'm afraid it's not meant for my son, but for some beast. Loki, trapped in a specially designed glass chamber, said as he looked out at Banner. Banner's expression immediately changed. Who the beast was referring to was obvious to everyone present. This is just in case, not directed at you, Doctor, Fury said hurriedly. Just in case, Loki said, a hint of irony on his face. The aerospace ship's equipment was supposed to be very concealed, but Loki controlled Hawkeye. With Hawkeye, how could the aerospace ship's internal facilities be hidden from him? The god of trickery is not in vain. Loki's intelligence had not seemed high on Earth before. This was not because Loki was not smart, but because he simply did not take the people of Earth seriously. Loki, tell me your plan in full. Loki glanced at Fury, sneered twice, and said nothing. Whatever you want to do, it will not succeed. After seeing that Loki could not get anything out of him, Fury immediately led his men away. As for forcing a confession through words and actions, or injecting him with truth serum, anyone else would have done so the moment they caught him. But Loki's status was special, not to mention Thor was also present. Of course, these shady methods couldn't be used. Do you feel that Fury didn't explain things clearly before? Stark said to Banner, who was studying Loki's scepter, while eating snacks in the fourth-floor laboratory of the aerospace battleship. This has nothing to do with me. I just want to finish my job, Banner said as he continued to carefully scan Loki's scepter. After learning that the glass chamber was built specifically to imprison him, it was impossible for Banner not to be angry. However, all these years of cultivating his energy made him less prone to outbursts. Do you have anything to say about the Infinity Stone? Stark said, turning the question to Shen Fei, who was also eating snacks. There are some things I'm not entirely sure about, Shen Fei said, turning his gaze to Banner. He wanted to say something, but ultimately kept it to himself. Forget it, I'll talk to him after this is over. Shen Fei's purpose was simple, to ask Banner for some of his blood. Ling. At this moment, a sound suddenly came from Stark's tablet phone, which he had placed aside. Upon hearing it, Stark immediately put down the snacks in his hand and picked up the phone. Come on, let's see what Fury has hidden. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 116, Cherida, and What did you do? Shen Fei asked after hearing Stark's words. After arriving here, I had Jarvis run the cracking program. We'll find out what Fury is hiding soon, Stark said, projecting the contents of his tablet onto the large screen nearby. That's not good, Banner said, looking away from Loki's scepter. Since you've asked us to come here, but you won't tell us the truth, why don't you just find out what he's hiding? Stark said with a smile. That's quite impressive, Shen Fei, watching the various confidential documents flash by on the screen, didn't particularly care. S.H.I.E.L.D's network defenses were undoubtedly formidable, even Red Queen's silent intrusion would be impossible. It took only a few hours from Stark's arrival at the aerospace battleship to his departure to capture Loki. He had cracked S.H.I.E.L.D's database in such a short time. Besides Jarvis's powerful capabilities, there was another crucial factor. S.H.I.E.L.D's network defenses were built by Stark Group. Given these circumstances, Stark's ability to evade S.H.I.E.L.D's alerts was naturally easy. Stark had no interest in S.H.I.E.L.D's classified documents, like the undercover list, but his primary focus was searching for intelligence on the Tesseract. Soon, the information about the Tesseract appeared on the large screen. Stark and Banner's expressions immediately changed upon seeing the contents. It wasn't an energy program, but a weapons development program. Just like Red Skull back then, he used the Tesseract as a power bank to power those weapons. As expected, Shen Fei lowered his head, smiled softly, and continued to eat his snacks. S.H.I.E.L.D. snacks were delicious. Why? Because they were purchased from companies owned by Shen Fei, and the ingredients were sourced from the Harry Potter universe. It would be strange if a figure of national stature didn't use the Tesseract for military purposes. What are you doing? Just then, the captain walked in, dressed in uniform. S.H.I.E.L.D. is using the Tesseract to develop weapons. Banner had already given up on researching Loki's scepter. What? Captain said, catching sight of the information on the large screen. Seeing the familiar weaponry, Captain's expression changed. Speaking of which, the weapons S.H.I.E.L.D. had created using the Tesseract were similar to those created by Red Skull back in the day. Captain was Hydra's sworn enemy back then, so of course he knew what those weapons looked like. Even decades later, S.H.I.E.L.D. was no more skilled than Hydra in utilizing the Tesseract. Fury and Carter soon arrived at the lab. Seeing everyone in the lab in silence, Fury felt a little strange. Then, upon noticing the information on the large screen, he immediately understood what had happened. Fury's face was dark, and he was missing an eye. His expression didn't change at all. Carter, of course, saw this too. After a soft sigh and a stern glare at Stark, she quietly approached Captain's side. Carter, with her intelligence, had already spotted the flaw in Fury's story, but she wouldn't say it outright. Would she tell Captain that Fury had lied to them? If she were the leader of S.H.I.E.L.D, she would do the same thing, just as she and Howard had forced Dr. Ham to hand over PIM technology. Because of past experiences, Cap is now somewhat accommodating to Carter, but when it comes to principles, Cap will never compromise, just like the famous superhero civil war that followed. Initially, no one could have imagined that the ever-rule of Lost Ark would sign the Sokovia Accords. But Cap, a man who always followed orders, refused to do so, thus becoming a wanted criminal. Of course, Caps and his crew were only wanted by countries primarily affiliated with the United States. Most countries simply ignored the warrants. In Cap's view, once the power of superheroes fell into the hands of government officials, they would inevitably backfire, something Cap had always tried to avoid. "It seems you all know," Fury said, scratching his head. "What's the difference between what you're doing and what Red Skull did back then?" Cap's voice sounded furious. "I have a reason for what I did," Fury said. "Every criminal has a reason," Stark whispered. "I'm doing this to protect this planet," Fury suddenly said loudly. "You all know what's happened recently. Asgard is right above us. They enter and exit this planet as if it's no man's land. Loki alone has us in a mess. What should we do if more people come? And Shen, he's the same. Fortunately, he has no ill will towards us, but what if other magicians come? Without power, how can we protect our own safety? Isn't the reason very high-sounding? It seems that the world I made up has been deeply rooted in people's hearts." Fury's words made Shen Fei curl his lips. From Fury's words, it can be heard that Fury has wasted a lot of brain cells in order to deal with him, or to study him. "Do you hope to pin our safety on the so-called protection of Asgard?" Fury said, slamming the table very hard. "No matter what the reason, it's not an excuse for researching weapons." Compared to Stark and Banner's silence, Captain's thoughts were much simpler. For Stark, there was something about considering the greater good. His subsequent joining of the Sokovia Accords was driven by this same motive. But for Captain, wrong is wrong. No matter how high-sounding the excuse, wrong won't become right, and black won't become white. Speaking of justification, the arguments of the Mustache and the Red Skull back then were equally popular. With that, Captain immediately left the lab. Not even Carter could stop him. On principle, no one could sway Captain. "Let me be clear. I'm from Earth, simply inheriting the legacy of the magicians. As for your concern about the magic world invading this world, I can only say you're overthinking it. There are countless planets with life in the universe, and the vast majority are more technologically advanced and have more beautiful environments than Earth. You may think this world is remarkable, but in reality, they have no interest in it at all. If it weren't for the fact that many of the Infinity Stones had appeared on Earth for various reasons, no one would be willing to come to this remote planet." After listening to Shen Fei's words, Banner glanced at him and left the laboratory. "Now is not the time to talk about this. Let's talk after this matter is resolved," Carter said and left. Before leaving, he glared at Stark again. He was the one who caused this situation. Fury looked at Stark and Shen Fei helplessly and left as well. "I wonder if there will be a civil war after Stark knows the truth about Howard's murder." Shen Fei looked at the silent Stark and sighed in his heart. Howard was killed by the Winter Soldier. The Winter Soldier was Bucky, Captain's good friend. For Bucky, Captain could fight Stark. Now with Carter, he didn't know if it could ease the conflict between them. The reason why Shen Fei thought of this topic was because he had found a record of Howard's murder in the paper documents he had obtained from Ronk Industrial, as well as a video disc. This was what Red Queen discovered after sorting through the paper documents. Hydra hadn't stored the information on their computers to avoid discovery, but Shen Fei didn't care. After returning with the documents, he asked Red Queen to sort them out. These documents would be a powerful weapon against Hydra in the future. If they were released online, Hydra would undoubtedly be targeted. The documents contained a wealth of hidden information about Hydra. The only Hydra branch without any information was Malix, the most hidden of the Hydra clans, constantly developing its economy in hopes of returning to the hive. Now that he had the information, Shen Fei was thinking about when to give it to Stark, to prevent it from being exposed to others and potentially triggering a larger incident. Of all the Hydra leaders, the most powerful and influential was the one who orchestrated the civil war between Cap and Iron Man. It's true that revenge will lead to anything. The Mind Stone. Why don't we go find Scarlet Witch and Quicksilver? After Stark left the lab, Shen Fei, alone, harnessed the power of the opera fruit to envelop Loki's scepter. Sure enough, within the scepter, there lay a region of powerful energy. Thanos is truly conceited, even throwing out the Mind Stone? So confident he can obtain all the Infinity Stones, boom. Just as Shen Fei was about to seize this opportunity to study the Mind Stone, several powerful explosions erupted, followed by the feeling that the aerospace battleship began to tilt. This is an attack. Hawkeye is truly worthy of his name, Shen Fei said, not even glancing at Loki's scepter. He ran outside. The scepter was a must-have for Loki. If he got it now, wouldn't he be in a head-on confrontation with him? As soon as Shen Fei stepped outside, he saw many scientists running out of other research institutes and scattering. They probably couldn't have imagined that S.H.I.E.L.D's aerospace battleship would be attacked one day, and without even a hint of warning. The aerospace battleship's defenses were undoubtedly extremely tight, and it was also invisible. Even approaching it would be extremely difficult for ordinary individuals, let alone attacking it. But the attacker was Hawkeye. With his intimate knowledge of S.H.I.E.L.D, he easily found its weaknesses and instantly destroyed one of the aerospace battleship's 4 anti-gravity turbines. He then led Loki's men into the aerospace battleship, taking down one S.H.I.E.L.D agent with a single arrow. Although Shen Fei knew about the attack in advance, he didn't alert Fury. Such things were difficult to explain. If he did, Fury might think he was in cahoots with Loki. Since we're here, let's save Coulson. But where did Coulson die? Looking at the chaotic battleship, Shen Fei was about to rescue Coulson, who had been killed by Loki, but just as he was about to act, he realized he didn't know where Coulson was. Grenade, running towards Loki's imprisonment, Shen Fei saw a grenade thrown towards him as he turned a corner. He immediately parried away, reappearing in the glass chamber containing Loki. Too late, looking at the vanished glass chamber, Shen Fei immediately turned and left. If he hadn't encountered the grenade, he wouldn't have parried away. Apparition is convenient, but it doesn't guarantee safety. What if he ended up somewhere else with a grenade right under his feet? Boom. Shen Fei had only taken a few steps when he heard a loud bang to his left and saw the enormous Hulk burst out. Awesome, Shen Fei gasped at the sight of the Hulk. This was an aerospace battleship, after all. The walls weren't like those on the ground, they were made entirely of alloy. After dispatching his attackers, the Hulk roared and charged at Shen Fei. Looks like the glass room still irritated him. Watching the incoming Hulk, Shen Fei, wand in his right hand, cast several barriers in front of him. Unfortunately, these barriers didn't slow the Hulk down, shattering them all. It's a shame this is the aerospace battleship, or else I'd really like to have a proper fight with you. Shen Fei had no intention of engaging the Hulk head-on. As the Hulk charged, he parried, retreating continuously, heading towards the edge of the aerospace battleship. The Hulk was now impossible to rouse. If he were allowed to continue his destruction, Hawkeye and the others wouldn't even need to act, the Hulk alone could dismantle the aerospace battleship. This was precisely why Loki had volunteered to be captured. See you later. Upon seeing the Hulk charging, Shen Fei parried behind the Hulk. The Hulk, on the other hand, crashed through the wall in front of him, landing outside and plummeting downwards. You're completely fine after falling from thousands of meters. Your physique is comparable to that of a guy who constantly commits suicide. It seems Thor also fell from a height like this. Given Loki's personality, there's no way he could actually kill Thor. In other words, even a direct fall like this wouldn't kill Thor. When will I be able to do that? It's no longer falling. It's fixed. After dispatching the Hulk, Shen Fei was about to resume his operation when he noticed the aerospace battleship had stabilized. Fury's voice echoed from within, announcing that the enemy had been completely eliminated. Thanks to you this time. Upon seeing Shen Fei in the now riddled hall, Fury smiled and nodded. Through the battleship's surveillance system, Fury saw that it was he who had dispatched the Hulk. You all look terrible. Shen Fei couldn't help but feel surprised, seeing Stark's battered armor and the captain's dusty appearance. Stark turned his head without saying a word. The reason why his iron armor was like this was because he was sucked into it when he was practicing the divine. Fortunately, his iron armor was very strong, otherwise he would probably die. As for the captain, he was punched by the Hulk, and only suffered some minor injuries thanks to the shield. Thor was useless from beginning to end this time. He was tricked by Loki and ran into the glass room by himself, and then fell down. Hawkeye fell to the combined forces of Black Widow and Shirley. It is said that he was beaten with bruises on his head, because Shen Fei had said before that this brainwashing awakening method is to hit the head. Melinda had tried it on Coulson and the bald man before, and Hawkeye experienced it. The scepter is missing, and Coulson has sacrificed. Hill reported this after sorting out the losses. Still can't escape this disaster. Shen Fei sighed softly upon hearing this news. Even if he'd wanted to save Coulson, he couldn't stay by his side forever. After all, Coulson was only a level 6 agent. Even if he'd told him he was going to die, Coulson probably wouldn't care. He was a captain, a man willing to sacrifice himself for his ideals. Upon hearing Coulson's death, Stark and Captain's expressions darkened. They were both quite familiar with Coulson, especially Captain. Coulson had asked him to sign many autographs and even spent a fortune collecting all of Captain's belongings. Coulson died, but Fury pulled out a stack of blood-stained Captain postcards and was about to offer words of encouragement when Hill interrupted him. "Director, this way." As Hill spoke, a scene of Stark Tower appeared on the big screen. Lightning and thunder roared above it, and then a massive space portal appeared in the sky. A large number of steel monsters resembling golden dragonfish appeared, along with a large number of strange creatures. 3 giant triangular steel structures fell from the sky. The screen then shifted to the fallen triangular building. As its doors opened, a swarm of canine-like monsters rushed out. No way. How could such monsters appear now? Shen Fei was stunned as he watched the tidal wave of monsters, preying on humans everywhere. He knew what these monsters were, but he didn't remember seeing them during the Battle of New York. Thanos had only sent them out during the attack on Wakanda. The Obsidian Four wouldn't show up now, would they? They shouldn't. Ancient One and Odin are still here. Sending them here now would be courting death. Chapter 117, Battle of New York, Part 1. Damn Loki, the terrifying alien horde descended, causing Fury and the others to stand up with pale faces. They had never imagined Loki's plan would be this. Even with all his previous predictions, Fury hadn't anticipated a massive alien invasion. The Kree and Skrulls had only dispatched a small number of troops to Earth during the previous battle. "Those bastards," Stark cried out as he gazed at Stark Tower, ravaged by the monsters. It was his favorite building, though it looked hideous to the captain and the others. "Get there immediately," Fury ordered. "Director, there's a power failure. We can't move forward," Hill quickly relayed the report to Fury. Although Stark had repaired the anti-gravity turbine system, allowing the spaceship to remain aloft, the simple repair meant it could only ascend and descend, unable to advance. If the anti-gravity system hadn't been restored, the spaceship might have already fallen. "What?" Upon hearing Hill's words, Fury angrily punched the table. "Let's go first," the captain said as he walked outside. Although he was dissatisfied with Fury, the current situation was not the time to care about such matters. "Okay." Carter and the captain walked outside together. "Damn it, what is this Thanos guy doing?" Shen Fei, who was thinking this in his heart, followed the captain and left. Stark followed soon after. "Contact the military for me." After Shen Fei and his group left, Fury immediately began to contact the military. In this situation, the military must intervene. "Can you contact other magicians?" Carter said to Shen Fei with a serious face on the Quinjet piloted by the captain. "I can't influence their decision unless they are willing to take action themselves." Shen Fei shook his head and said this. At the same time, he was also wondering whether the Supreme Sorcerer Ancient One would take action this time. He remembered that in the original novel, the Ancient One only protected the Sanctuary of New York and didn't do much to combat the alien attacks. This time, the scale of the alien invasion, while far greater than he remembered, wouldn't be a big problem if the Ancient One was willing to intervene. With his power, it would be no problem for his mirror space to cover the entire New York City. In this way, he could easily place the invading aliens within the mirror space to fight. "Anyway, thank you for helping us this time. Do you have any intelligence on these aliens?" Carter was a little disappointed that Shen Fei couldn't contact the other magicians, but Carter was still Carter after all, and he quickly recovered. "I do know a little about that. I don't have any good way to deal with those monsters on the ground. As for those aliens flying in the sky, I know they're Cherda, the infamous scum of the universe, extremely weak in combat, and known as cannon fodder. Their weakness is the mothership. Destroy it, and all the Cherda will die." Shen Fei explained the Cherda's weakness, a race even Rocket Raccoon despised. In the battle for cosmic supremacy, the Cherda have never made a significant contribution, but they are very adept at dealing with planets that lack space capabilities. When Thanos was fighting against civilizations that hadn't yet left their home planet, the Charada were his main force. "These are cannon fodder," Stark exclaimed, watching the video show the Charada destroying a house with a single blow using their unique weapons. "I mean in the universe," Shen Fei emphasized again. The battle with the Charada was not about dealing with the soldiers, but about destroying the mothership. This was common sense in the universe. The Charada mothership was not powerful, and Thanos did not seem to be in the mood to strengthen this weakness of the Charada. After all, for Thanos, his subordinates were also part of family planning. "Tony, can you destroy that mothership?" Carter immediately turned his gaze to Stark on the side. "I don't know," Stark shook his head. If it were any other time, he might have boasted a little, but the current situation was obviously not the time for bragging. "I'll try my best to find a way." As he spoke, the Quinjet arrived in the Manhattan area of New York. Looking at the monsters wreaking havoc below, the captain immediately picked up his shield, gave the driving seat to Carter, and then jumped down. "Jarvis, initiate action." "Understood, sir." As Jarvis finished speaking, a massive robot descended from the sky. The Hulkbuster, the massive Hulkbuster, instantly destroyed a Chita troop transport. The giant, golden dragonfish-like monster was actually a Chita troop transport. Thank goodness it was completed earlier. To counter the Hulk's potential presence, Stark had mounted the Hulkbuster on a satellite and launched it into orbit. In addition to the Hulkbuster, 15 Iron Man suits of varying colors flew out from Stark's building. Thanks to Shen Fei's reminder, although Stark still wore the Iron Man suit himself to appear cool, he also created numerous Iron Man suits that could be controlled by Jarvis. Because the top floor of Stark's building housed the Cosmic Cube, which maintained a space gate, the Chita and monsters hadn't caused much damage. Soon after, Stark, using Jarvis's remote control, donned a new Iron Man suit. His previous suit, damaged aboard the aerospace battleship, was significantly less powerful. Blazing, Shen Fei, riding a flying broomstick and donning a black magician's outfit and a black mask, began to cast fire spells above the captain, clearing the surrounding monsters. "You," the captain said, slicing a charging monster in half with his shield. He looked at Shen Fei's attire with a puzzled expression. "I don't want to reveal my identity." Stark, the captain, and the others didn't mind revealing their identities, but Shen Fei did. "What's the situation, Tony?" "Very bad. Even though the police are out, there are heavy casualties." Stark, in the air, battled while gathering intelligence. Similarly, Carter, in his Quinjet, attacked the Chitauri who had taken to their single-person flying craft. After defeating a number of Chitaurs, Carter, like Stark, was targeted by the Chitaurs. The Chitaurs' combat effectiveness was poor, but that didn't mean they were foolish, especially since they had a superior commander. Boom! Carter's Quinjet was quickly shot down by the Chitaurs. Fortunately, Carter's physical condition had been enhanced by the bio-virus, so he avoided being killed along with the Quinjet. Soon, Black Widow Natasha, Shirley, and a recovered Hawkeye arrived in Quinjet form. "It seems the Ancient One doesn't want to intervene in this invasion." Shen Fei then used his flying broom to reach the New York sanctuary. The Ancient One stood atop the sanctuary, observing the situation. He only fought back when the Chitaurs attacked him. With a flick of his fan-like weapon, he could kill a Chitaur, even at a distance. If the Ancient One didn't want to attack, there was no need for him to bother her. "Shen, go to Stark's tower and see if there's a way to close that portal." Stark can't get through. Just as Shen Fei was surveying the hellish scene around him from the air, the captain's voice rang through his earpiece. "I understand." Shen Fei turned to see Stark, surrounded and blocked by a large number of Chitauri, soaring towards Stark Tower on his broomstick. Confused by the situation, he'd actually forgotten how to close the portal. "Be careful, Loki's over there," Stark's warning echoed in Shen Fei's ears. "I'll be careful," Shen Fei said, watching the Chitauri charging towards him. He immediately flew towards the destroyed building to the side. Although the Chitauri's airship was small, it was still far superior to his broomstick. Using his broomstick and the ability to apparel it, Shen Fei quickly reached the rooftop of Stark Tower, where he spotted Dr. Sylvig and the machine that had opened the portal. Upon seeing him, Sylvig immediately tried to stop him, but Sylvig's physical strength was no match for Shen Fei. Shen Fei quickly subdued Sylvig and poured a vial of a sobriety potion into his mouth. Since physical means could break the hypnosis of Loki's scepter, so too could the sobriety potion. Shen Fei had originally preferred not to use it, but Sylvig was too old. He feared punching him in the head would render him insane or even fatal. Here, Sylvig quickly regained consciousness after taking the sobriety potion and understood what was happening. How do I stop this? Shen Fei asked immediately. I need that scepter, the one in Loki's hand, to stop it. I left a precautionary measure, Sylvig said immediately. Originally, under Loki's instructions, there was no way to stop the portal, but Sylvig was a scientist, a meticulous one at that. Even under control, he relied on past experience and left a back door. I understand. You hide here first. The cosmic cube was perfectly safe. There was no need to worry about an attack. Energy barrier? Sure enough, the Opera No can't cut it. After observing with the Opera No's power, Shen Fei glanced over at Loki, who wore a smug smile on his face. Just as he was considering whether to cross over, a sudden thunderclap echoed, and Thor appeared. Seeing Thor's appearance, Shen Fei immediately apparated behind him and spoke directly. Thor, to close the portal, we must obtain the scepter. Loki, hand over the item. Thor, though somewhat surprised by Shen Fei's appearance, remained unfazed. He immediately addressed Loki. I want this item, Loki began, his expression suddenly changing. He turned to the right, and Thor did the same. Simultaneously, Shen Fei noticed what was happening to his right. A massive beam of light descended from the sky, Asgard's rainbow bridge. That old fellow, Loki's face twisted as he watched Thor's four subordinates descend with a beam of light. He hadn't expected Thor's presence alone, but Asgard had also sent others. Loki's attack on Earth was intended to prove to Odin that he, too, could become king, that he possessed the qualities to do so. Thor, there's no time to lose. We must obtain the scepter and close the portal as soon as possible. Shen Fei, leaning against Thor, watched his four subordinates arrive with a look of excitement, speechless. Shut up, you damned mortal. At that moment, Loki's voice suddenly rang out from behind Shen Fei. And he thrust the scepter toward Shen Fei's back. With a resounding sound, Loki was stunned to discover that his scepter hadn't pierced Shen Fei's body, instead resembling a steel plate. Bang! Shen Fei immediately launched a kick, sending Loki flying down the stairs. Idiot. I know your tricks, but I don't know how to defend myself, Shen Fei muttered to himself as he watched Loki fall. What was Loki's specialty? Using a combination of illusion and invisibility to stab his enemies in the kidneys from behind. Thor had suffered this before, and so had Coulson. Unfortunately, due to the vast difference in their physical abilities, Thor was fine, but Coulson was dead. Knowing this, Shen Fei naturally protected himself before attacking. He had already cast a protective armor spell on himself from the start. Even with his current body, even if he was stabbed, he could recover. But he wasn't some pervert who enjoyed stabbing himself, so he would avoid the pain if he could. Of course, Shen Fei was able to kick Loki down because Loki didn't take him seriously. Loki considered himself a high-ranking Protoss. Even if Shen Fei was a mage, what difference would it make? Loki didn't know about the Supreme Sorcerer of Earth. Not only did Thor not know about the Ancient One, but he didn't know about Loki either. Doctor Strange's discussion with Dormammu isn't the first time this has happened. The Ancient One also negotiated with Odin for a long time before finally achieving Earth's independence. Otherwise, how could Odin, ruling over the 9 realms, allow Earth to be treated differently? It's just that Odin, naturally, was too embarrassed to tell his 2 sons about such a shameful thing. As for his sons' mischief on Earth, as long as they didn't intend to destroy it, the Ancient One wouldn't care. Didn't you see the heavy losses in New York this time? He just stood by and watched. Although many people died in New York this time, these casualties could have been avoided if the Ancient One had intervened. But who is the Ancient One? He's protected the city for so many years and has seen far more horrific situations than the current ones. While the casualties may seem high, they're still far less than those of World War I and World War II. Besides, the Ancient One is about to give up, so who cares? Furthermore, if Fury hadn't been researching the Tesseract, this crisis wouldn't have occurred. Since humanity brought this upon itself, it's natural for humanity to resolve it. Loki. Thor saw Loki being kicked down and immediately pounced on him. What a deep brotherly love. Chapter 118, Battle of New York, Part 2. As expected of the Hulk, the golden dragonfish was destroyed in a single blow. The Chirrut transports were incredibly powerful. Even if Stark were to attack one, It would have required numerous micro-missiles to destroy one. But for the Hulk, a few punches would be enough to destroy one. Similarly, the Hulkbuster armor was demonstrating its prowess, primarily targeting the golden dragonfish. Due to its massive size, the Hulkbuster armor naturally possessed a greater energy source, otherwise, how could it possibly suppress the Hulk? The military is acting too slowly. This is New York, and they're quite swift in external operations. Astride his flying broom, Shen Fei took a few deep breaths. After being assaulted by several consecutive attacks, he took cover. This was a battlefield, after all. The sky and ground were swarming with Charada. Riding a flying broom, he was a target. Even he couldn't dodge every attack. Stark was even worse off, facing even more attacks. Direct attacks on the battlefield were easy, but the most formidable threat were stray bullets and the like, which were impossible to defend against. Fury, when will support arrive? The captain's heavy breathing echoed through his headset. On the ground, he had already reunited with Black Widow Natasha, Shirley, and Carter, rescuing the survivors. Although the ground was teeming with monsters, the area, with its numerous buildings, still held a good number of survivors. Hold on a little longer, support will arrive soon. Aboard the aerospace battleship, Fury angrily kicked the chair next to him. He had never imagined that at such a critical moment, the military would be stalling. Some generals even suspected Fury of exaggerating, suggesting an alien attack. The Security Council, while claiming to be in contact with the military, hadn't yet taken action, suggesting they were also stalling. Fury wasn't surprised by the Security Council's actions. It was simple. The Security Council members came from the 5 major nations, and since the attack wasn't happening in their own country, a delayed support wouldn't matter. They could even take advantage of the situation to test the aliens' combat effectiveness. We need support here. Just as Shen Fei was dodging, perhaps taking out a charada, he heard the captain's voice again, announcing his location. I'm a bit far away, I might have to wait a while. Stark's voice was filled with fatigue. While Shen Fei would find opportunities to rest and slack off, Stark was constantly engaged in a fierce battle in the air. Several Iron Man suits had been destroyed. The enemy was too numerous, and even Jarvis couldn't evade them. You are truly a righteous man of God. After a moment's thought, Shen Fei rushed out. The captain's request for support was because they had rescued many survivors and were being targeted by roaming monsters. This time, Shen Fei did not use a flying broom, but a para-aided to move. It's really bustling here. Shen Fei quickly arrived at the captain's location. Seeing the captain and his companions surrounded by a swarm of monsters, Shen Fei couldn't help but admire the captain's ability to track them. The small underground space was crammed with these monsters, Thanos' vanguards, renowned throughout the universe. While the Chitauri might spare a few, the vanguards were a ruthless extermination, leaving no one alive. The vanguards were deployed in the tens of thousands, overwhelming all with sheer numbers. This time, the number of vanguards was significantly smaller than in Avengers 3, suggesting Thanos was testing the waters. The captain's group had been able to hold their own thanks to the terrain. They had found a bank vault. The bank's director was remarkably decisive. Upon realizing something was amiss, he didn't rush out blindly, but took refuge inside. Flames, a blazing flame instantly erupted in the basement, engulfing all the monsters. These monsters were incredibly powerful, struggling for a long time in the sea of flames before collapsing to the ground. After burning the monsters in the basement, Shen Fei immediately controlled the flames to spread outside. With the blazing flames blocking the way, he managed to hold back the incoming monsters. Thank goodness you arrived just in time. Seeing Shen Fei arrive and the monsters destroyed, the captain and Carter finally breathed a sigh of relief and sat down on the ground to rest. It's fair to say that if it weren't for the captain and Shirley's intervention, all of them would have died. The bank vault was well defended, and their safety was generally safe, but they couldn't withstand the constant attacks. A bank employee, overwhelmed with fear, tried to open the vault door and escape. What kind of idiotic teammate was this? Shen Fei was at a loss for words. If the captain hadn't been searching for survivors and arrived here, along with Carter and Shirley, they would have been completely wiped out. Carter was now as powerful as the captain. Shirley, while also strong, was primarily in her resilience, and her strength couldn't compare to the captain and Carter. These monsters follow human scent or life force. We can use this to gather them together, so I can wipe them out all at once. Just as Carter, the captain, was at a loss, Shen Fei spoke. "I have a large-scale attack spell," he said, catching the glances from the others. This spell was, of course, the Fiery Curse. Shen Fei could use it right now. Once the Fiery Curse was expanded, it would definitely wipe out a large area of enemies. However, because there might still be survivors hiding in the city, Shen Fei held back. The Fiery Curse couldn't distinguish between friend and foe. While it could certainly kill a large area of enemies if used on a large scale, the survivors would inevitably be implicated. In this area, now shrouded in a vast satellite system, no one would say anything during the war, but afterward, someone would definitely make a fuss about it. Shen Fei wasn't afraid, but he didn't risk it. It was like when Stark and the others were fighting terrorists, and they ended up affecting civilians. Afterward, no one blamed the terrorists, instead putting the blame on the superheroes. It was a strange idea, but that was the reality, and most people thought the same way. Shen Fei considered himself helpful, but he couldn't match the selflessness of people like Stark and Kelson. Then first we need to track all those monsters. This was the prerequisite for carrying out the plan, and they quickly decided to split up. The captain and his 4 companions would attract as many monsters as possible from all 4 directions, while Shen Fei would work in the middle, using magic to destroy them all. The group then immediately split up. Running wasn't an option to track the monsters, they were incredibly fast, and even the captain wouldn't be able to outrun them. So, flying was the only option. With Shen Fei's help, the captain and his 4 companions captured 4 Chitor airships. They then split up, while Stark assigned 4 Iron Man suits to escort the 4 men. "Tony, once I am done here, you immediately go destroy the Charita mothership in outer space." Knowing the Charita's weakness, they certainly wouldn't fail to exploit it. Like Stark charging forward with a nuclear bomb in the original story, it was simply a helpless move in the face of uncertain intelligence. "Understood. I'll prepare." These 2 brothers are still fighting. Shen Fei, returning to Stark Tower, looked helplessly at the continued battle between Thor and Loki. In terms of pure combat power, Thor was undoubtedly far superior to Loki, but because he held back, the 2 appeared evenly matched. "Please," Shen Fei said, looking at the Hulk who had been led over. At this point, the Hulk was under Banner's control, and Thor played a crucial role in his plan. Roar. With that, the Hulk rushed forward, punching Thor and kicking Loki. Just as Thor flew over, hammer in hand, ready to settle the score with the Hulk, Shen Fei stopped him. "Let him handle Loki. Don't worry, Loki won't die. Now I need you to clear a path." Shen Fei pointed to the space portal in the sky, where a large number of Chitauri were gathered to defend it, and told Thor his plan. "I understand." Thor looked at Loki, who had been sent flying by the Hulk's punch, and then took a look at the surrounding situation. He immediately took flight, swinging his hammer. Thor himself couldn't fly. After all, he was only a Protoss, not a true god. He could fly because of Mjolnir, a hammer infused with rune technology. As Thor swung his hammer, wind and clouds suddenly surged in the sky, accompanied by a torrent of lightning. With each bolt, dozens of Chitauri fell from the sky. If Thor weren't seemingly unable to survive and fight in the vacuum of space, it would be easier to have him destroy the Chitauri mothership in space. By the way, Asgard could use the Rainbow Bridge to destroy that mothership in space. Watching Thor's mighty display in the sky, Shen Fei suddenly had this thought. Shen Fei quickly dismissed the thought. He didn't understand the world of the big bosses. He then went to pick up the scepter Loki had dropped. By then, Loki had been battered by the Hulk, leaving him somewhat doubtful about his own life. Physical injuries were minor. As the prince of the Frost Giants, his physique was incredibly resilient. It was mainly psychological. He'd been beaten by a mortal he despised. Even his brother hadn't even dealt him that kind of blow. "I never thought I'd ever get to use Grindelwald's forbidden spell." Holding the scepter, Shen Fei tapped his wand in his right hand, and a red circle of fire suddenly appeared around him. The Grimfire curse required prerequisites to achieve the same effects as a forbidden spell. It couldn't be used at will. It required sufficient time to incubate. Something's happening here. The Asgardians won't leave. Just as Shen Fei was preparing the spell, Natasha's voice filled his earpiece. Asgardians, Sif and the others. Shen Fei then remembered Thor's 4 men who had been teleported over. After learning the situation from Natasha, Shen Fei was speechless. Sif and her companions had attracted a large number of monsters, and were on a killing spree. Their reluctance to leave was simple. They were on a killing spree. Over the years, Asgard's rule had become increasingly stable. While there had been some rebellions, they had been small-scale, and when they were suppressed, they were accompanied by large armies. There were only 4 of them. The Asgardians were battle-mad and alcohol-obsessed. Thanos' vanguards were formidable, but S.H.I.E.L.D and her companions were even more powerful. Furthermore, they were clad in Asgardian gear, making them a formidable opponent. What a troublesome bunch. Shen Fei was speechless for a moment, then told Natasha to order them to leave in Thor's name. Thor's name proved effective, and S.H.I.E.L.D and her companions abandoned their fight and instead seized the Chitauri airship. It was clear that the Asgardians were known for their warlike nature. Even with weapons capable of ranged attacks, they preferred close combat. The equipment worn by S.H.I.E.L.D and the others was enhanced with runes. "Tony, how are you doing over there? Thor has cleared the way for you." Seeing Thor in the air, Shen Fei immediately contacted Stark. "I'm ready." Stark's preparations, of course, included bombs capable of destroying the Chitauri. After all, it was an alien warship. Fury offered assistance in this regard. The aerospace battleship was equipped with nuclear bombs. Why would Fury place them on an aerospace battleship, especially a fighter jet, was unclear. Stark had sent Iron Man to retrieve the bombs. Knowing that a nuclear bomb would be launched from the aerospace battleship later, Shen Fei wanted to prevent such a scenario from happening again, so he simply sent Stark to take them away. With Iron Man under Jarvis' control, there was no need for Stark to rush forward with the nuclear bombs himself. This was simply due to the Chitauri's overconfidence. Not only was there no defense around the mothership, but it was also very close to the space portal, making it extremely difficult to attack the mothership. As the Starks prepared to attack the mothership above, the captain, Carter, and the others lured a large number of monsters to the front of Stark Tower. They then flew overhead in their airships, while Shen Fei immediately began to unleash the fiery flame. As the fiery flame spread, a vast mass of red dragon-headed flames, accompanied by roars, devoured the oncoming monsters. Grindelwald's fiery flame was in phoenix form, while Shen Fei's was in dragon form. He was quite satisfied with these forms, but the only thing he wasn't satisfied with was the form of his patroness charm. He had never imagined it could take such a form. As the fiery flame raged, the buildings centered around Stark Tower slowly collapsed under the fiery flame. It's over now. After watching the Charita mothership explode above and all the Charita fall, Shen Fei prepared to use his scepter to close the portal. "Be careful, there is a nuclear bomb flying towards you," but at this moment, an unexpected news came from Fury, that is, a nuclear bomb was flying towards him, which made Shen Fei couldn't help but curse in his heart. Chapter 119, Battle of New York, Part 2. "What, Stark, Captain America," and the others cried out in surprise after hearing Fury's words. The military hadn't made a move during the intense battle, yet now, with victory seemingly imminent, they'd actually used a nuclear bomb. This was Manhattan, New York City, once a prosperous place, not some desert or mountainous region. A nuclear bomb detonating in the city would be a major problem. Even with a small yield and limited devastation, no one would want to live in New York. The nuclear radiation would be unbearable, even for the most tolerant. For the United States, losing New York, a global metropolis, would be catastrophic. The military brass was also bewildered, as they had no idea why the nuclear bomb had appeared. As time went on, the military learned of the alien invasion and was deliberating on how to deploy the military. Of course, Captain America's military wouldn't be so slow. They weren't fools. Even if they initially didn't believe it, the evidence they received convinced them that the current situation was entirely due to Hydra's manipulation, seeking greater profit. For Hydra, the destruction of New York wasn't a bad thing, it was a huge blessing. Without such an attack, there wouldn't be any future inside plans. As for the number of casualties, they didn't care, as long as I didn't die, it was all that mattered. Only when global panic struck could Hydra exploit the situation to maximize its benefits. As for the alien attack, we'll deal with it after I've unified Earth. Compared to ordinary people, some wealthy individuals and officials who knew about the situation had already taken advantage and fled. The first to flee was the mayor of New York. Damn it, Shen Fei, who was about to close the portal above, immediately stopped, leaving the portal open. He did this because he heard Stark's voice. He was going to deal with a nuclear bomb. In this situation, the only safest option was to launch a nuclear bomb into outer space. This was Stark's idea. The thought of flying with a nuclear bomb in his arms was terrifying. Launching such a thing might seem heroic, But if you were to actually do it yourself, 99.99% of people wouldn't dare do it. Even Stark, if he'd considered it carefully, wouldn't have dared to do it. He acted now because he had no time to think or fear. This guy, Shen Fei sighed softly as he watched Stark, carrying the nuclear bomb, fly towards the high-altitude portal. To him, disposing of the nuclear bomb would be a simple matter, a single portal would be enough to send it away. Unfortunately, before he could even speak, Stark had already taken action. Connect Pepper. Stark, holding the nuclear bomb, immediately had Jarvis contact Pepper, preparing to leave a last message. Connection failed, sir. Jarvis's tone was as calm as ever. Do you need a message? No, Stark said calmly. Stark then rushed through the portal, carrying the nuclear bomb, and into outer space. The thin air immediately caused Stark to suffocate. If his Iron Man suit had been intact, he could have relied on the air inside to survive in space for a while. The Iron Man suit was very airtight. The Iron Man suit not only had an air circulation system, but also a water circulation system, allowing it to purify its own excretions and then be used for drinking. Stark had never used this system before, but he had designed it because he had recalled his previous experience in the desert and wanted to keep it as a precaution. Thank me, Shen Fei said, watching Stark fall from outer space. He immediately flicked his finger, opening a portal at the point of his fall, and Stark fell through the portal to the ground. Stark wasn't a Hulk, but a god like Thor. Given his physical condition, a fall from such a height would be a near certain death. After watching Stark fall, Shen Fei immediately grabbed the scepter and prepared to shut down the machine. The Tesseract was currently protected by a field, making it impossible to destroy. Shen Fei even suspected that a nuclear bomb might not be able to destroy it. The scepter's ability to approach must have relied on the power of the Mind Stone. With a loud bang, the machine carrying the Tesseract was completely destroyed, leaving Shen Fei with a Tesseract. 2 Infinity Stones. Looking at the 2 Infinity Stones, Shen Fei actually considered taking them with him. They were truly rare treasures in the universe. The Space Stone, in particular, meant he wouldn't have to worry about traveling. Furthermore, for Shen Fei, the Space Stone had another crucial function. It could significantly reduce the time it takes to communicate across dimensional spaces. With it, he could accelerate his exploration of other worlds. Shen Fei thought, immediately using the power of the surgery fruit to cover the cosmic cube in his left hand. Under the power of the surgery fruit, Shen Fei could clearly sense the space stone within the cosmic cube. This is completely the law of space, even the very essence of space. Why aren't many powerful individuals interested in something like this? Is it because this world doesn't rely heavily on cultivation? In the Marvel world, relying on cultivation systems to become stronger isn't impossible, but it's impossible to surpass their limits. Kamar-Taj and Kunlun are both cultivation systems, but their upper limits are, at most, limited to those of ordinary people. Some magical abilities, such as those that increase lifespan, are limited to that. The Ancient One is so powerful because he absorbed the power of the Dark Dimension, that is, the power of Dormammu. In this respect, the Ancient One is much stronger than Caecilius. Caecilius absorbed the power of Dormammu and directly became his slave, but the Ancient One can maintain direct consciousness. As for Kunlun, he cultivates Ki and his strength is just so-so. Madame Go is from Kunlun. Apart from her longer lifespan, she may not be able to defeat Captain America if they really fight. As for Iron Fist, there is no need to say more. Apart from these two systems, other people who become stronger are either because of various accidents or are born with it. The Hulk and Captain Marvel rely on accidents, while Thor, Loki and other gods are all born strong. All they need to do is to master the power in their bodies. The fool's father, Ego, became strong by devouring. It seems we have to find a way to get the Space Stone from Asgard. While it's difficult, it's not impossible. Odin didn't care much for the Space Stone, otherwise he wouldn't have placed it on Earth in the first place. And even if Thor brought the Space Stone back to Asgard, he kept it in the treasury. So, it's better to keep it with me. For Shen Fei, obtaining the Space Stone has an even greater benefit. It can delay Thanos' appearance. While the universe is full of wormholes that can shorten distances, the vastness of the universe means even Thanos must spend considerable time traveling. With the Space Stone, however, he can appear anywhere at will. Just like he was battling Stark and his men on Titan one moment and on Earth the next. Without the Space Stone, Thanos couldn't travel that quickly. Furthermore, even if Thanos couldn't defeat him, he could use the Space Stone's power to teleport him away. This way, it would take at least several years for him to return. This was evident from the fact that he went straight for the Space Stone when he took action. As one of the most powerful rulers in the universe, Thanos was no fool. His ability to allow Loki to take the Mind Stone spoke volumes about his character. No one else could have done that. Furthermore, he was incredibly persistent, even outlasting Odin and the Ancient One, only making his move when he was absolutely certain of his chance. Although it's a bit risky, it's worth a try. Thanos' plan was a good one, but Shen Fei had foresight. Just as Shen Fei had finally made up his mind, the military finally took action. Although the Chitauri were completely annihilated by the destruction of their mothership, and Shen Fei had eliminated a large number of vanguards with his fiery curse, a number still slipped through the cracks and were already spreading beyond Manhattan. It was obvious that until these vanguards were completely eliminated, New York would remain unsafe. What am I doing? At this moment, Stark was also awakened by Carter and the others. Having previously believed himself doomed, Stark felt a surge of relief upon learning he was still alive. Sure enough, the post-war barbecue was all a lie, the battle was almost over, and the rest was a matter of official business. Stark had originally suggested they all go out for a feast, but unfortunately, there weren't any restaurants left, and Fury wanted to see them, so the group quickly boarded Hell's Quinjet and headed back to Washington, D.C. Cap, Hawkeye, Natasha, Shirley, and the others didn't return. Due to the presence of the Vanguard, they still needed to continue the operation. After all, they were S.H.I.E.L.D. agents. As for Loki, Sif and the others guarded him and brought him back to S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters. With them around, Loki wouldn't be able to escape anytime soon. The battle was over, and the aerospace battleship was severely damaged and in need of major repairs, so Fury, seeing the battle was almost over, returned. "What's with that nuclear bomb?" Stark questioned Fury directly at S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters. Carter, standing nearby, had a grim expression on her face, considering Cap and her were also there. "This is under investigation. Don't worry, you'll get an explanation. For now, let's deal with the current situation. I must take Loki back for trial," Thor stated bluntly, his gaze fixed on Loki. Having Earth try Loki was unacceptable to Thor and Asgard alike. "Yes, but we hope Loki won't appear on Earth again," Fury said without further hesitation. Before the group arrived at the aerospace battleship, the Security Council and the leaders of various nations held a meeting to discuss how to deal with Loki. The decision was to have Thor bring Loki back. It wasn't that they didn't want to try Loki on Earth, but it was simply impossible. If such a condition were proposed, war between Asgard and Earth might well have broken out. If Loki were just an ordinary Asgardian, it would have been easier. But he was the second prince of Asgard. Combined with the intelligence Shen Fei had provided, Earth would undoubtedly lose if war broke out. Not to mention, if war breaks out, Earth might even be in civil war without Asgard even having to intervene. The reason is simple: Asgard, as a race of gods, has a profound influence on Earth's religion. Many crazy organizations have emerged recently, some even claiming that humanity should be ruled by Asgard. The actions of believers, especially those fanatics, are extremely unreasonable. In such a situation, it would be better to be generous and let Thor take Loki away directly, which would actually make them appear more generous. Otherwise, Asgard might only need to send a few people down to integrate those organizations. Also, the Rainbow Bridge allows for easy teleportation, and with Heimdall, he can easily carry out a decapitation plan. Therefore, the leaders of various countries did not even ask Asgard for compensation, and simply let Thor and his men take away. After all, the place destroyed was not their country. Without the interference of Hydra's idiots, the leaders of all nations were intelligent, even the United States. Despite its widespread wars, the targets they launched were easily winnable. "No problem," Thor assured confidently, patting his chest, oblivious to Loki, who stood with his head bowed and a sneer on his face behind him. With Loki's problem solved, the next issue became the Tesseract and the Space Stone. Knowing they were unique treasures in the universe, it was inevitable that the leaders of all nations were greedy. However, this greed was quickly scared away by Fury. What if the portal opened again and sent aliens? The next arrival might not be as easy to deal with as the Chitauri. If it weren't for the Chitauri's peculiar hierarchy, if other aliens attacked, even without support from outer space, the war would undoubtedly continue. At the very least, New York would be unsustainable. Since there's no way to keep them, then of course they have to be sent away, leaving the aliens and Asgardians to fight. Originally, the plan was going smoothly, and Thor didn't delay and was about to take the space stone away, but at this time Shen Fei spoke up. "Why don't you give me the space stone?" Shen Fei's words attracted the attention of everyone in the room. "This thing will bring disaster, and there are many people in the universe who are interested in it. I think giving it to our magicians will have a better result," Shen Fei continued. "Asgard doesn't care about any enemies," Thor said nonchalantly. "Really? What about Thanos?" Shen Fei looked at Thor with a smile. Chapter 120, Battle of New York, and Thanos. Thor's brows immediately furrowed when he heard this word. If it was before Thor really didn't know who Thanos was, but after experiencing Loki's betrayal, Thor had changed. During this period, in addition to mourning Loki's death, he was also learning about the things he once hated the most. The reason he was able to appear on Earth so quickly this time was, on the one hand, that the Rainbow Bridge had been repaired, and on the other hand, that Heimdall told him that Loki was still alive, so Thor appeared. Because of Loki's matter, Thor temporarily forgot about Jane Foster. "What does this have to do with him?" Thor asked after a moment of silence. "Why don't you ask your brother? The people he brought this time are all Thanos' men. Maybe Thanos asked him to seize the Space Stone." In order to obtain the Space Stone, Shen Fei had to reveal more information. "What?" Shen Fei's words caused Thor to turn and look at Loki behind him. Thanos had the worst reputation in the universe, arguably the universe's top terrorist. After all, he was known for slaughtering planets at will. If it weren't for his immense power, he would have been eliminated by other forces long ago. Because Thanos was so powerful, the major powers in the universe simply turned a blind eye to his actions, as long as they didn't come to slaughter the life on my planets. Loki's eyes drifted away after noticing Thor's expression. Having connections with Thanos was no glamorous matter. It was like someone on Earth having connections with terrorists. It didn't matter if it was kept secret, but it was a different story once it was made public. "Who is Thanos?" Fury asked from the side. "A cosmic overlord, incredibly powerful. Not many dare to provoke him," Shen Fei said. "Even Thanos, Asgard has no fear," Thor declared, raising his hammer, and Sif and the others echoed him. "Do you really want to send Thanos to Asgard for the Space Stone? I know Odin is powerful, but Thanos is no weaker either. If you go to war, no matter who wins, Asgard will undoubtedly suffer heavy casualties. This is not a choice a worthy king would make. It was for this very reason that Odin placed the Space Stone on Earth." Of course, Odin wasn't afraid of Thanos, but he certainly didn't want to fight a meaningless war. Thor hesitated. If he hadn't experienced life on Earth and hadn't experienced Loki's betrayal, Thor would have taken up Mjolnir without hesitation, just like he'd taken only a few men to fight the Frost Giants. Thanos is determined to obtain the Space Stone, so even if he faces Odin, he will definitely go to Asgard. Thanos' decision to send reinforcements to Odin this time likely stemmed from his desire to obtain the Space Stone first. After all, with it, he could transcend distance. It seems Loki messed it up. For Thanos, the reason why he hasn't officially started collecting the 6 Infinity Stones is not just because of Odin and the Ancient One. Thanos is a person who is willing to sacrifice his life for his ideals. Even if Odin and the Ancient One are very powerful, if he can really get the 6 Infinity Stones, he will definitely take action. The reason why he hasn't taken action is because the whereabouts of the 6 Infinity Stones have not been fully investigated. Thanos knows the whereabouts of the 3 Infinity Stones of space, time, and mind, but the whereabouts of power, reality, and the most mysterious soul are still unknown. When he doesn't move, he is already dead, and when he moves, he is thundering. This is Thanos. He is not just a man of violence, but also very intelligent. Look at the original book. From the time Thanos got the Space Stone to the time he finally collected all 6 Infinity Stones, it took no more than a day. This is a man who has mastered the secrets of military strategy and is as swift as the wind. Seeing Thor still hesitant, Shen Fei spoke again. "The reason I say Thanos will definitely act is because this is his Infinity Stone, and it's linked to his lifelong beliefs. I'm sure you know something about Thanos' actions in the universe, but you probably haven't considered why he does it." "Excuse me, what has Thanos done in the universe to scare you so much?" Stark suddenly spoke up. As soon as Stark finished speaking, Sif and the others nearby glared at him fiercely. Asgard was fearless. What he does is simple. He massacres living planets, killing half and leaving the other half, Shen Fei said after glancing at Stark. What? Shen Fei's words shocked Stark, Fury, and the others. Killing half the life on a living planet, that's pure murder. Thanos isn't some murderer. He does things like this in the universe out of kindness, killing half the people's kindness, Stark exclaimed. Yes, Thanos technically has one identity, the director of the Universal Family Planning Office. Because the universe's resources are limited, his ultimate goal is to annihilate half of all life in the universe to maintain its balance. He previously attacked planet by planet, but that was too slow. This time, he plans to find the Space Stone. This way, he can harness its power to quickly enter and exit planets with life. Furthering his plans, Shen Fei recounted Thanos' origins and lifelong ideals. Of course, Shen Fei wasn't about to mention Thanos' ambition to gather all 6 Infinity Stones and, with a snap of his fingers, wipe out half of all life in the universe. Even so, Shen Fei's words were like a tidal wave, sending shockwaves through the hearts of those who heard them, leaving them restless for a long time. He's completely insane, someone remarked after a long pause. Insane? If Thanos is insane, then Hydra is no different. Thanos' beliefs were sound, no matter what. But Hydra's Insight project was poised to sacrifice billions of lives to establish its foundation for world domination. He may be crazy, but he's a powerful one. In this situation, the first thing we must ensure is that he doesn't get the Space Stone. Compared to Asgard, if we leave it to us, Thanos won't be able to find it, Shen Fei said, his gaze fixed on Thor. If Thor still didn't hand over the Space Stone, there would be nothing he could do. The only way to get it would be for Hela to appear, and Shen Fei didn't want to wait that long. Are you sure you can keep the Space Stone safe? Thor stared at Shen Fei for a long moment before saying this. Don't worry, I can guarantee that, Shen Fei nodded solemnly. Okay, here you go. If you can't protect it, you can come to me, Thor said, placing the Tesseract in Shen Fei's hands. That won't happen. Seeing Thor's decisiveness, Shen Fei made a decision. If there was a chance, he would prevent Ragnarok. Honestly, if it weren't for Loki, Ragnarok wouldn't have happened so quickly. Perhaps Thor would have had a chance to salvage it later. If Hela, the goddess of death, is not allowed to return to Asgard and receive the amplification. Once Thor fully masters his divine power, he might not be defeated. In this respect, Hela is more godlike than Thor. Asgard cannot amplify Thor's power. Heimdall, Thor, along with Loki, Sif, and the others, was taken back via the Rainbow Bridge. It's time for me to go, too. I need to hand this thing over to the higher-ups. After Thor and the others left, Shen Fei also left. Since the subsequent events were none of his business, he might as well return to researching the Space Stone. What a coincidence. If a captain showed up right now and said, "Hail Hydra," it would be perfect. In the S.H.I.E.L.D. elevator, Shen Fei smiled as he looked at the S.H.I.E.L.D. team members, a bald man who smiled at him, and a long titanium box nearby. While Fury was handling the aftermath, Alexander took Loki's scepter into his own hands. It was likely that it would soon fall into the hands of Baron Strucker. Baron Strucker? Huh? He's a talented guy, perhaps we could use him, while Scarlet Witch, who is able to use the Mind Stone to create a figure similar to the Hulk and Captain Marvel, was also due to Scarlet Witch's own inherent qualities being compatible with the Mind Stone. It's also true that Baron Strucker has some skills. Besides, his research on superpowers could be valuable. With this thought in mind, Shen Fei glanced at the carefully guarded Loki scepter before leaving S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters. After leaving S.H.I.E.L.D., Shen Fei opened a portal and returned directly to his villa. It's a shame I don't have a suitable carrier, otherwise I could have shattered this cosmic cube. Upon returning to his villa, Shen Fei immediately used his Ant-Man suit to appear in the world of Giant Man and began studying the Space Stone using the power of the Operation Fruit. Kamar-Taj's magic was already specialized in space, and with the Operation Fruit and the Space Stone, Shen Fei's abilities were now even more powerful. Speaking of which, could the Ancient One have used the Space Stone and the Time Stone to develop the magic system of Kamar-Taj? This thought suddenly occurred to Shen Fei as he analyzed the Space Stone. When Odin placed the Tesseract on Earth, there's no guarantee the Ancient One wouldn't have been tempted. It truly is the Space Stone, though only a cursory study, it deepened Shen Fei's understanding of space. After all, a Space Stone like this, if placed in the prehistoric world, would be an innate spiritual treasure. It's precisely for this reason that, despite its immense power, few can truly fully control it. Back then, the Dark Elves, simply mastering the Reality Stone, nearly plunged the entire universe into darkness, demonstrating the power of the Infinity Stones. If we want to replicate Captain Marvel's experience, we'll probably need a significant number of human subjects for experimentation. Shen Fei had always been averse to human experimentation. Otherwise, with his Operation Fruit, he would have been far more advanced long ago. Baron Strucker's experiments with a Mind Stone, which resulted in the creation of Quicksilver and Scarlet Witch, were only accomplished at the expense of numerous human subjects. While Shen Fei was researching the Space Stone, Odin in Asgard also heard Thor's account of what had happened. He remained non-committal about Thor's failure to return with the stone, while Loki was imprisoned. As Thor took Loki to meet his mother and was about to take him to prison, Odin approached Heimdall, drawing Heimdall's gaze towards Earth. No, that seems like a good approach, Odin thought for a moment after hearing Heimdall's report, then put the matter behind him. Meanwhile, on Earth, the alien attack on New York City had rocked the world, even more so than the attack on the Twin Towers. Manhattan, a renowned hub for the wealthy, was home to the vast majority of Fortune 500 companies and prominent CEOs. This time, they suffered heavy casualties. The authorities seized the opportunity to spread propaganda. For a time, the government, previously discredited for various reasons, saw its approval ratings surge by several percentage points. Military spending also took advantage of this opportunity to significantly increase. After all, the aliens had attacked, and the public felt insecure. Amidst this seemingly unanimous situation, a sudden video surfaced, once again thrusting the authorities into the spotlight. It revealed a video of Stark carrying a nuclear bomb and charging towards the teleportation array. Furthermore, reports surfaced of the military's delayed support during the alien invasion of Manhattan, followed by allegations of falsely claiming credit. Demonstrations erupted in the streets, especially among those living in New York City but unaffected by the invasion. They protested vehemently, demanding an official explanation for the nuclear bomb incident. The government was once again in turmoil, with many legislators and military generals resigning. Hydra is quite powerful. Shen Fei, returning to the Marvel Universe, quickly learned from S.H.I.E.L.D that the leaked video was the work of Hydra, orchestrated by Alexander. Of course, this isn't just about Hydra. The opposition certainly wouldn't miss such a rare opportunity, and rising tide also played a role. These various parties, intentionally or unintentionally, have contributed to the current chaotic situation. Hydra did this to confuse the public and prevent the truth about the nuclear bomb from being exposed. Then there's the matter of Project Insight. The alien invasion finally put Alexander's Project Insight on the agenda. Alexander had submitted it several times before, but it was rejected by the rest of the Security Council. Under the veto power, Project Insight cannot proceed without the consent of all 5 members. Tony seems emotionally unstable right now. It seems we won't be able to tell him the truth about Howard anytime soon. Baron Strucker needs to be addressed. If Shen Fei were to appear in the Marvel world, Ultron would definitely not let him in. Since Ultron wouldn't appear, Vision certainly wouldn't either. Chapter 121 Sky, Part 1. Impressive. They figured out how to use it in such a short time. It turns out that for Hydra to have such a powerful force, its leaders aren't all idiots. Deep in the northern icy forests of Sokovia, a massive fortress nestled against a mountainside was Baron Strucker's research base. With the intelligence provided by S.H.I.E.L.D, Shen Fei quickly located it. By this time, Baron Strucker had figured out how to use Loki's scepter, activating it with powerful energy, the same method Red Skull and S.H.I.E.L.D had used to study the Tesseract. As an Infinity Stone, it could theoretically be activated by any energy source: electricity, nuclear force, divine power, chi, primal energy, or magicka, as long as it reached a certain level. The infinite energy within the Tesseract also required a powerful energy source to activate it. Baron Strucker's methods for studying the Loki scepter were crude, but also practical. Initially, he simply wanted to test its power of mind control. Seeing Loki use it to control Hawkeye, Hydra naturally became envious. If they could control the scepter, they could easily control Fury, Natasha, the Black Widow, Hawkeye, and even Stark, the American government, and the President. Their dream of unifying the world would soon be realized. For this reason, other Hydra branches began to shift resources towards Baron Strucker. Baron Strucker, of course, understood the significance of the Loki scepter to his organization. After obtaining it, he worked tirelessly on its research, ultimately achieving some significant results. While their desired mind control efforts didn't materialize, they unexpectedly discovered that the scepter could grant superhuman abilities. Some of the test subjects, after experimenting, possessed powers exceeding those of ordinary humans, initially causing significant losses at the base. Fortunately, these enhanced individuals' powers couldn't last long, and they were quickly suppressed. Strucker later conducted research and discovered that Loki's scepter indeed granted immense strength, but no one could sustain it. Most people died soon after gaining the power, in various ways, including one who exploded from the inside out, horrifically. Of those who managed to hold out for a while, the longest lasted only 3 days before dying. Baron Strucker's solution was simple. He had scientists analyze the artifact and continuously recruited subjects for experiments, hoping to identify individuals with the physiques necessary to withstand the power. While Strucker's solution was sound, the Mind Stone's level was too high for ordinary scientists to produce any results. As for the second method, it had a chance of success, but it came at the cost of numerous sacrifices. These sacrifices were the reason behind the creation of Quicksilver and Scarlet Witch. Of course, Hydra's people held no regard for such sacrifices. Beyond their own lives, the lives of others were nothing but weeds. Baron Strucker chose Sokovia as his base because of its chaotic environment. Even if someone disappeared, it wouldn't go unnoticed. Furthermore, Baron Strucker didn't arrest people directly, but instead recruited volunteers, luring them into his trap. Hydra's members were exceptionally skilled in pyramid schemes and brainwashing. Coupled with the massive amounts of money poured into their systems, anyone motivated by money or their so-called ideals would inevitably fall prey to Hydra's tactics. Directly injecting the Mind Stone's power into a person's body? That's a crude idea, but it's certainly a viable option. After discovering Baron Strucker's experiment, Shen Fei pondered. He had previously only sought to cultivate through studying the Infinity Stones, never considering the possibility of directly infusing their power. The problem is, it's all about luck. Directly infusing the Infinity Stone's power into the body has had its share of successes and failures. Captain Marvel and Scarlet Witch are examples of success, while Jane Foster is a failure. Shen Fei didn't dare attempt something so risky. He wasn't a lunatic like Wesker, who'd risked his own life to test the resurrection effects of a biovirus. Later, to further strengthen himself, he continuously injected himself with various bioviruses. With Shen Fei's Operation Fruit, if he'd dared to emulate Wesker, he'd undoubtedly be several times more powerful than he was now. However, he was too timid to risk his own body. Otherwise, he could easily have incorporated genes from ants and other natural creatures into his own body. Ants, jellyfish, and so on. Nature is home to many amazing creatures. He didn't do this because his human form would be affected, and he didn't want to become a monster, even if it was only a minor change. Of course, another reason was that Shen Fei believed he could find a better way to become stronger. Surely there were ways to become stronger in the vast universe. Those who managed to hold out for a few days seemed to have died from excessive weakness. So, if one were strong enough, perhaps they could have persevered. After reviewing the vast amount of research data from Baron Strucker's base, Shen Fei pondered. So, if we go find Scarlet Witch and Quicksilver now, we can use Loki's scepter to transform them into superpowers. But what's Scarlet Witch's real name? This thought led Shen Fei to a rather awkward dilemma. He'd been so used to calling her Scarlet Witch that he'd forgotten it was just a nickname. Without knowing her real name, finding her would be incredibly difficult. Does this count as forgetting a word? My IQ should have improved a lot by now, but something like this still happened. I'm at a loss for words. Luckily, I know she and Quicksilver are twins. After discovering none of the test subjects were twins, Shen Fei decided to destroy the entire base. Just as he was about to act, he spotted Baron Strucker, followed by a researcher, rapidly heading towards the laboratory. Curious, Shen Fei didn't attack immediately, but instead followed them stealthily. In the mirror dimension, Shen Fei had no fear of detection. Success, sir. Shen Fei quickly discovered why Baron Strucker had come to the laboratory. The first successful test subject had appeared. This is the Absorbing Man. Shen Fei quickly discovered the superpowers possessed by this successful experiment, the ability to transform its body into the material of whatever it touched. Shen Fei soon learned the Absorbing Man's name, Carl Creel, a boxer nicknamed the Crusher. He had previously been active in New York's Hell's Kitchen, where he volunteered to become a test subject in order to become stronger. So the Absorbing Man was created using Loki's scepter. The Marvel Universe boasts numerous superpowers beyond those of the Inhumans. For example, there are those in Hong Kong who can wield fire. Most of these superpowers are accidental creations. The Absorbing Man is a powerful yet weak superpower. It can absorb stone, transforming into a stone man, or steel, transforming into an Iron Man. These are just the basics. If it absorbs diamond, or something harder than diamond, it becomes even stronger. If it absorbs vibranium, it becomes practically invincible. The reason it's considered weak is that while this ability allows transformation, it doesn't increase strength. Even if he becomes a vibranium man, his strength won't increase significantly. Of course, due to the properties of vibranium, he'll certainly become much stronger. If this guy uses it well, he could be a killer. Unfortunately, it seems Hydra, in order to control him, won't give him a very powerful transformation item. With Hydra's power, getting some vibranium wouldn't be a problem. Never mind, he's not a good guy, let's kill him. After some consideration, Shen Fei decided to kill the Absorbing Man. While he could subdue him, perhaps through brainwashing, Shen Fei didn't need thugs at the moment. He wasn't Hydra, aiming for world domination. I really don't understand these people's thinking. Admittedly, the differences between the East and the West sometimes left Shen Fei baffled. For example, there were quite a few thugs in underground forces like the Absorbing Man who wanted to undergo experiments to become stronger. It's fine if you were like that chatterbox, forced to undergo experiments because you were terminally ill, but these people were perfectly healthy. Look at himself. Even with the Operation Fruit, he wouldn't dare mess with his body. His current state was the result of that accident. Even if he wanted to improve his physique, he only relied on traditional methods, like dietary supplements, and didn't dare directly inject drugs to increase his strength. Coulson, I've got another big problem to solve. With this thought in mind, Shen Fei decided to act. Baron Strucker's base was enormous, hollowed out from a mountain. It housed not only a vast amount of high technology but also a vast array of supplies. For example, there was a warehouse for the Stark Group's arc reactor and another for the Jericho missiles. Even some of the passageways were strewn with various warheads. There were countless guns and ammunition, as well as numerous tanks and helicopters. Outskirts were numerous bunkers and anti-aircraft missiles. This was a true military base. For Shen Fei, destroying this base would be simple. He could simply detonate the missiles and bombs stored in the warehouses to send the base into space. However, to avoid being discovered as a connection to him, he couldn't use the fiery fire curse. Furthermore, Shen Fei coveted these weapons and technological information, so he had to resort to a more complex method. While Shen Fei could create weapons, it was too much of a hassle. Missed, with a decisive move, Shen Fei took action. With a wave of his wand, a vast cloud of fog began to spread from within the base. This spell had no offensive power, it was a type of weather spell, commonly used by wizards who had wielded the untraceable extension charm within space. Other spells used to obstruct ordinary vision were also used. With the discovery of telescopes and other items, the wizarding community was developing counter spells, and this was one such spell. The auxiliary spells of the Harry Potter world, when used well, could be even more powerful than the 3 unforgivable curses. For example, with sufficient magical power, the mist spell could create an environment comparable to Foggy City, while also evading surveillance cameras. With Shen Fei's current abilities, filling the entire base with fog was a simple task. After using the spell, Shen Fei activated another item he had brought with him, poison gas. As the saying goes, medicine and poison are inseparable. A formidable biochemist, skilled at saving lives, is even more formidable at killing. Most elements in the periodic table possess lethal effects. Obtaining these elements is difficult for ordinary people, but for Shen Fei, obtaining them is surprisingly easy. Hey, doctors kill without bloodshed. After releasing the poison gas, Shen Fei sprang into action. His first target, of course, was the scepter of Loki. As soon as the scepter vanished, alarms rang out across the base. Unfortunately, the thick fog sent panic swirling within the base, and even Baron Strucker's shots proved useless. Before taking action, Shen Fei had sealed several ventilation ducts. He then immediately brought the Absorbing Man into the mirror dimension. As a boxer, the Absorbing Man had quick reflexes. Upon realizing something was amiss, he immediately transformed into Iron Man, clutching the steel balls in his hand. The next moment, Shen Fei ripped him into pieces. Under the power of the Operation Fruit, vibranium proved ineffective, let alone ordinary steel. Shen Fei was intrigued by the absorber's ability to withstand the power of Loki's scepter, also known as the Mind Stone. As long as the target wasn't a bad person, Shen Fei had no psychological barriers and could act as he pleased. The character shaped by years of ideological and moral education in his previous life wasn't easily changed. Shen Fei then began to plunder supplies relentlessly. By this time, almost all the Hydra members in the base had collapsed. Those who remained, such as Baron Strucker, were hiding in a secret room, unable to leave due to the spreading poisonous gas. The gas wasn't lethal, it simply knocked people unconscious. There was some truth to the saying that everything in nature interacts with each other. Lethal toxins spread much more efficiently than non-lethal ones. I guess I'm just constantly fleecing Hydra, Shen Fei thought to himself as he quickly moved supplies. For Shen Fei, Hydra would eventually be destroyed, and the wealth would eventually flow to others. The others would know who would reap the spoils, so he might as well take advantage. I didn't expect there's so much food. The giant world is currently short on food. After obtaining the supplies he needed, Shen Fei immediately left a number of missiles around the base. Using Hydra's weapons against Hydra is the most satisfying thing. My writing skills are limited, so I welcome your comments, but ignore any mindless criticism. Chapter 122 Sky, Part 2. Boom. With a resounding muffled explosion, countless flames erupted from Baron Strucker's base. The entire mountain immediately began to crumble and collapse. The surrounding ground reverberated as if struck by a magnitude 10 earthquake. Boulders tumbled and shattered, trees fell, and the ground collapsed. A thick cloud of smoke immediately enveloped the base. When the smoke cleared, the entire mountain had vanished, leaving behind a massive crater nearly 10 meters deep. The Hydra members guarding the surrounding area stared in bewilderment as their rear base vanished, unable to imagine such a thing could happen. However, the Hydra officers inside quickly ordered their personnel to stand guard, investigating what had happened and reporting to the Hydra leadership. This Jericho missile is truly powerful. In the distance, Shen Fei, riding a broomstick and casting an invisibility charm, gazed upon the utterly destroyed base with a faint smile. Hydra had always prided itself on maintaining control from the shadows, yet they had no idea someone was behind the scenes. To ensure the complete destruction of the base, Shen Fei had left numerous Jericho missiles scattered around the base. Perhaps even Stark didn't know that the largest contributor to his weapons company's sales was Hydra. Hydra wasn't buying these weapons for its own use. After all, Hydra wasn't a nation-state. If he dared to use these missiles, he would be investigated by state-level forces. Hydra's acquisitions were intended for sales and to control terrorists. Not everyone could afford Stark Group weapons. Even the weapons produced by the former Hammer Industries were considered rare and expensive. While modern weaponry has advanced significantly, the AK-47 remains the most popular weapon, a favorite among terrorists and underground forces, especially in countries with territorial claims. The reason is simple, it's easy to use and repair. Experts can even hand-build AK-47s. For terrorists and those in impoverished countries, the AK-47, while not the most powerful, offers the best value. I remember now. Scarlet Witch's name is Wanda. I really can't remember her last name. As Shen Fei was about to leave, a thought struck him. He remembered Scarlet Witch's name, which he hadn't thought of before. Unfortunately, he couldn't remember Quicksilver's name no matter what. But that didn't matter anymore. With Wanda, the fact that they were twins, and the fact that they were probably from Sokovia, these three things combined were enough for him to find them. Having a less developed country did have its advantages. Shen Fei couldn't rely on Scarlet Queen to find them, so he had to rely on private investigators. Speaking of detectives, I never thought Sherlock Holmes and Watson were also in this world. They were the duo from Elementary. Shen Fei had discovered them because he was looking for a private investigator to investigate someone and found them online. They were at the top of the private investigation industry. Although he was very curious about them, Shen Fei, with so much on his plate, didn't consider meeting them. He simply gave them the assignment, and their subsequent findings reassured him. The mission was simple. Pepper Potts was now primarily managing Tony's company, so his own FIFA E-Group needed a CEO. While headhunters had offered several candidates, Shen Fei wasn't confident. He was confident that even if these CEOs did something wrong, He could definitely make them pay the price. But that wasn't too much trouble. Nipping danger in the bud was the best approach, which was precisely what private investigators excelled at. Shen Fei didn't have much money, so it was a good opportunity to test the strength of Watson and the others. Now we have 2 Infinity Stones. Too bad there's no Infinity Gauntlet, Shen Fei said, excitedly returning to his villa through a dimensional portal carrying Loki's scepter. Loki's scepter contained the Mind Stone, something unknown to everyone except Thanos. In the original novels, even Stark, who created Ultron and Vision, didn't know much about the Mind Stone, knowing only that it possessed infinite energy, similar to the Tesseract. Just as Shen Fei was about to take Loki's scepter to the giant world to begin research, his phone rang. Red Queen informed him it was an unknown number. Answer it. With a hint of curiosity, Shen Fei answered the call. Whenever he was at home, his phone was always connected to Red Queen. With Red Queen around, Shen Fei could finally do something he had always wanted to do, deal with those who sent scam messages and made fraudulent calls. Shen Fei's rage against these people stemmed from a previous time before his time travel when he answered a call and lost. He was furious, but as a mere ordinary person, anger was useless. If he had Red Queen then, he would have absolutely killed the person. In some cases, Shen Fei was generous, but in others, he could be vindictive. With Shen Fei's current strength, he had custom-made his phone. With Red Queen, setting up a filter or something like that would have been easy. But Shen Fei wasn't so slow. His order to Red Queen was to find the source of such messages and then destroy them. All sorts of spam messages, all sorts of harassing phone calls, don't you like that? Then give it a try. Honestly, most people at Shen Fei's level wouldn't care about these things. I'm worth hundreds of thousands, even millions, every minute. How could I waste my time like that? But Shen Fei keeps doing it. Red Queen has nothing to do anyway, right? A more serious tactic is to destroy the victim's computer. Thanks to him, scams have decreased significantly recently. He's made a significant contribution to the peaceful development of America. It's you. After the call connected, Shen Fei was stunned by the figure appearing on the video. Then he realized, didn't Fury say you were dead? It was Coulson calling. Fury had indeed resurrected him. I need your help here. One of our team members is in trouble. We're flying to your place. I hope you can get here as soon as possible. It's urgent. Please, Coulson's tone was pleading. Send me the coordinates en route. I'll be there immediately. Coulson's tone made it difficult for Shen Fei to refuse. He nodded and spoke. Thank you very much, Coulson said, sending his current location en route to Shen Fei's phone. Coulson's team has been established, which means S.H.I.E.L.D should have joined them. After hanging up, Shen Fei immediately prepared for action. S.H.I.E.L.D was an Inhuman. Shen Fei was very interested in Inhumans, but unfortunately, their number was too small. Even though he knew of Inhumans, and even knew of a place where many Inhumans gathered, he had no idea where. Inhumans possessed various superpowers. For example, the Faceless Man's teleportation was not much different from apparition. Of all the Inhumans, S.H.I.E.L.D's ability was considered the most powerful. Vibration, this was the same ability as a certain white-bearded old man who liked to be a father figure. Of course, the side effects seemed to be the same. Although the side effects were significant, the power was also powerful. This was the ability that attracted Shen Fei. Compared to the biological viruses that transformed into monsters, the Inhumans' abilities, while a few had significant flaws, such as the ability to change human form, were mostly harmless and powerful. This demonstrates the depth of Kree biotechnology. Of course, humanity also plays a crucial role, as the Kree, despite numerous experiments, have only succeeded on Earth. Kree biomodification technology, Xander's energy matrix technology, the Sovereign's energy and genetic technology. If you add the head of the god from the void, the universe holds countless secrets. Obtaining these would undoubtedly elevate Shen Fei's abilities. Of course, these things are still too far-fetched to contemplate right now, as they lie so far away in the universe. It's only a thought. With this thought in mind, Shen Fei mounted his broomstick, and a space portal appeared on the path Coulson and his companions had to take. While a space portal could theoretically be opened anywhere, Coulson and his companions were currently on a plane, and the constantly moving aircraft made it impossible to locate them. Simmons, Fitz, hold on. Don't worry, it'll be all right soon, Coulson said after hanging up the line. Simmons and Fitz, who sat side by side, their spirits drained from their bodies, were trapped within the tempered glass enclosure. Who is he? Can he save Simmons and the others? Sky, standing behind Coulson, whispered to Ward, who stood beside her, a thoughtful look on his face. This is confidential. You're not allowed to know this at your current level, Ward muttered. It's those damn S.H.I.E.L.D. rules again, Sky muttered. The Sky of old would have undoubtedly cried out, arguing that the public had a right to know. But after joining Coulson's team and experiencing a few things, Sky had changed her mind. Some things are better kept hidden for the public's benefit. Simmons, Fitz, trust me, everything will be fine soon, Coulson said, and began contacting Shen Fei again. The reason Coulson was so anxious to contact Shen Fei was simple, it was the aftermath of the previous Battle of New York. Although New York suffered heavy losses and Manhattan was almost completely destroyed, the Battle of New York was ultimately victorious, and a large amount of alien corpses and equipment were recovered. The Chirida are known in the universe as cannon fodder and scum, but that's in space. Earth lacks their unique blend of biological and mechanical technology, and their weapons are primarily lasers. Add to that the bodies of the vanguards, and the equipment they possess, and the 5 major powers and the United Nations have held multiple meetings to discuss how to deal with them. Alien corpses are quite useful. Did you see Fury even gain the ability to resurrect the dead by studying the Kree corpses? America wanted to keep them all, but unfortunately, due to international circumstances, it was forced to give in. Of course, the nations weren't taking these things for nothing. As a token of their condolences, they offered some kind of condolence. New York's geographical location necessitates the reconstruction of Manhattan. But it's unclear whether it will be as prosperous after the reconstruction. Many people left New York due to the alien attack. Although most believed another attack was unlikely, it's better to be safe than sorry. The wealthy are very cautious about their lives, and it was the wealthy who left. Eventually, S.H.I.E.L.D. and Stark Corporation formed a damage control bureau to recover the alien bodies and equipment, ultimately distributing them to various countries. However, a problem arose. A private organization also wanted to recover the items. While their idea was a promising one, the government certainly wouldn't allow it, leading to rumors of conflict. It's unclear what these individuals were thinking. It's impossible for private organizations to handle these alien items. While these were official, the reality was that a significant number of weapons and bodies had been found. Due to the destruction of the mothership, the Tyrants perished in various locations. Some were found by ordinary people, as well as by police and military personnel. The reason they hid them was simple: money. Alien bodies and weapons were extremely valuable on the black market, and due to the chaotic nature of the market, even after S.H.I.E.L.D. and the military recovered them, a significant amount of equipment and bodies still circulated. For some soldiers and police, the money from selling aliens and weapons is enough to allow them to travel abroad and enjoy a life of luxury. Because of the alien attacks, what was once a popular immigration destination is no longer so popular. Coulson's team's initial goal was to secretly collect these alien corpses and weapons and equipment. It's true that the people are incredibly ingenious. For example, some people used alien equipment and later became vultures, while others used it to rob banks. Chirida weapons all have lock-on features, which is a good thing. Otherwise, if the vast number of weapons circulating were usable, the chaos would be unimaginable. This is not an exaggeration. Because weapons are freely sold in the United States, there are countless casualties from stray bullets every year. Some people, bold and open-handed, open fire. In densely populated cities, it's difficult to avoid accidental injuries. For example, bullets fired into the air have fallen and killed people. One of these ordinary couples was quite ingenious. They figured out how to unlock the weapons, then bombed a bank's vault and made off with the money. Afterwards, they brought a large amount of money and stayed in a hotel. This means that S.H.I.E.L.D. considered that the two people's technology might be helpful in studying aliens, otherwise they would have killed them directly instead of inviting them to join S.H.I.E.L.D. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 123 Sky, Part 2. Being able to break the Chirida's weapons lock in such a short time, and without the use of high-tech equipment, is a rare talent for S.H.I.E.L.D. Appointing personnel based solely on merit is S.H.I.E.L.D's consistent strategy, and it's this same strategy that has led to S.H.I.E.L.D's current situation. This focus on talent, not character, has led to Hydra's willingness to join with a simple offer. If the Strategic Scientific Corps hadn't taken in most of Red Skull's scientists, Hydra wouldn't have been able to infect S.H.I.E.L.D., allowing them to resurrect through a shell. Using the charred as corpses and equipment, many in New York City have prospered, much to their delight. However, this success has also come at a price. The charred are, after all, alien life forms carrying an alien virus, and many have died from this virus. While Callson's team was retrieving these items, Simmons and Fitz were accidentally infected with the virus. According to the original storyline, Callson would have led them to the Sandbox, S.H.I.E.L.D's secret base, where the alien virus was being researched. Callson abandoned the Sandbox and sought out Shen Fei. Firstly, the Sandbox was research, but with so little progress in such a short time, it wasn't certain Simmons and Fitz could be rescued there. Secondly, it was a bit far. "I'm not far from you. Just park the plane right here," Shen Fei said, picking up his phone and looking at Callson on the screen. "Thank you." As Callson spoke, the plane they were riding in stopped. Fury had custom-built it for Callson, powered by the latest arc reactor and equipped with an anti-gravity system, allowing it to stay aloft. "Why don't you open the plane and let him in?" S.H.I.E.L.D., who was standing behind Callson, asked curiously after hearing the conversation. "That's not necessary." As Callson spoke, Shen Fei had already apparated into the plane's interior. Entering through the rear cabin, Shen Fei immediately spotted a beautiful red car. Laura, Callson's favorite. Although the car was built by Howard during World War II, it was still a cutting-edge concept even in modern times. An anti-gravity flying car, not even Stark had one. With the Iron Man suit, he no longer cared about flying cars. As far as Shen Fei knew, Stark's private jet usage plummeted after he acquired the Iron Man suit. If it weren't for Pepper still using it, it would probably be stored in storage as an exhibit. Shen Fei also had a flying car, but it didn't use anti-gravity, but magic. Of course, he had it, but he rarely used it. After all, he could use magic to travel. "What a hassle." Callson immediately greeted Shen Fei upon his arrival, quickly recounting the story of the alien virus. "Didn't you say we were alone?" Looking at Simmons and Fitz, trapped in the lab, Shen Fei handed his broomstick to Callson and apparated into the lab. "This is it." S.H.I.E.L.D., who was tapping away with her tablet behind him, was so shocked she almost dropped it. The tablet displayed Shen Fei's photo and identity. For a hacker like S.H.I.E.L.D., finding Shen Fei's public intelligence would be easy. Simmons and Fitz stood up in shock. As science geeks, they had never seen anything like this before. "You can't come in. It's dangerous here," Simmons and Fitz said in unison. The virus was contagious, so they had sealed themselves off. "Don't worry. My haste means I'm fine." "Where's your virus analysis report?" Shen Fei smiled and reassured them. Then found their report and began to read it. "It's a bioenergy virus. That's easy to solve." Although Fitz and Simmons hadn't found a cure, their analysis was so thorough that Shen Fei had found a solution just by reading the report. If it were a cell fusion virus, it would have been more difficult for him, but this bioenergy virus was far easier to solve with a surgery fruit. In fact, if Simmons hadn't been so terrified, she could have found a vaccine herself. Simmons and Fitz were able to join Callson's team because they were two of the smartest people in the S.H.I.E.L.D. Academy, graduating in just 1 year. Simmons even earned 2 doctorates and was an expert in biochemistry. Honestly, Simmons might even be smarter than Rebecca. Those who could join S.H.I.E.L.D. were truly exceptional, otherwise they wouldn't have made it to the academy. And among these geniuses, they were truly exceptional, so you can imagine how talented they were. "Find a cure. Come over here," Shen Fei said, holding a laboratory scalpel and motioning Simmons over. "So fast, it's impossible," Simmons said, stepping directly in front of Shen Fei. Simmons' curiosity now overwhelmed her fear of the virus. As a scientist, Simmons was incredibly confident. She couldn't believe that Shen Fei could solve the virus she had been studying for so long without finding a solution with just a glance at the data. "Nothing is impossible, Mom. Please relax, Room," Shen Fei said, and with his right hand, he slashed at Simmons' head with a scalpel. This scene stunned Fitz behind Simmons, as well as S.H.I.E.L.D. and Ward outside the lab. Even Callson was stunned. They couldn't believe Shen Fei would suddenly attack Simmons. Although Ward was an undercover Hydra agent, he still cared about the team members even when it didn't involve Hydra's mission. Watching Shen Fei's scalpel slice through Simmons's head, Fitz, once he regained consciousness, immediately grabbed the tools on the table nearby, determined to avenge Simmons and fight Shen Fei to the death. Calm down, Fitz, Simmons is fine. Before Shen Fei could say anything, Coulson suddenly shouted from outside the lab. Alright, the virus in you has been resolved. Now it's your turn. Shen Fei walked over to Fitz, who was still stunned, and slashed his head with the same knife. Alright, it's over. Shen Fei then placed the scalpel on the table. The solution to the bioenergy virus was simple: use the power of the surgery fruit to channel this bioenergy. This bioenergy was mainly concentrated in the brain. Normally, a vaccine would be needed to guide it throughout the body and then eliminate it, but for Shen Fei, it was just a matter of a single knife. It's really resolved. This is unscientific, Simmons and Fitz quickly discovered through the instrument that they had finally returned to normal. Furthermore, they had clearly seen the knife pass through their heads before the knife passed through their heads, and they themselves were not hurt at all. This made these two people, who always believed in science, very confused. It's unscientific, but it's magical, Shen Fei said, apparating out without waiting for them to open the sealed reinforced glass door of the laboratory. I've come all this way and saved two of you, and you don't even have a glass of water, Shen Fei said, walking over to a sofa and sitting down, then taking in his surroundings. Fury was indeed very attentive to his resurrected subordinate. The plane's environment was excellent and stable. Someone who didn't know about it wouldn't have guessed it was so high up in the sky. If you were to calculate the price, this plane would be more expensive than Stark's private jet. You're a magician, right? Sky handed Shen Fei a bottle of drink and looked at him curiously. Without Shen Fei's words, she wouldn't have been sure. But this, combined with the online rumors about superheroes fighting aliens, gave her a clue. The government couldn't keep a secret about the alien attack on New York City, and the superheroes were exposed as well. Iron Man Stark was out of the picture, after all. The newly emerged magician, the Hulk, and Thor were previously unknown, and the events surrounding Thor I were kept secret. But now that everything has been revealed, Shen Fei has earned his own nickname, a fan base, and even an official website. The newly launched superhero website has completely eclipsed the previously unpopular Spider-Man, everyone's good neighbor. Spider-Man actually played a significant role in the New York attack, but instead of fighting the aliens, he roamed the land rescuing people. Thanks to Spider-Man, he saved countless lives and even captured several vanguards, all bound by Spider-Man's vast web of webs. On the current superhero website, Thor, the Prince of Asgard, has garnered a huge following with his handsome looks and powerful lightning powers. He nearly broke Stark's ass, becoming the most popular superhero. This was all thanks to Stark's fame. If it weren't for that, Thor might have succeeded. Shen Fei's magician took third place, gaining a huge following with his mysterious and powerful magic, coupled with his flying broomstick. Various figures are now available at major counters. The Hulk took fourth place. Despite his terrifying appearance, he still attracted a significant number of fans. This ranking is based on the number of fans. Regarding the most popular superhero among women, Thor, as the Prince of Asgard, successfully dethroned Stark, becoming the most popular superhero. Many women expressed that they wouldn't mind a one-night stand with the Asgardian prince. Some even wanted to try their hand at the Hulk. It goes without saying that there are many birds in the world. Who are you? Shen Fei was of course aware of the magician nickname, but he didn't take it too seriously. Looking at Sky beside him, Shen Fei feigned confusion. This is Sky, and this is Ward, Simmons, and Fitz. They're all members of my team. Thank you so much for this time. After confirming that Simmons and Fitz were fully recovered, Coulson happily introduced everyone on the plane to Shen Fei. By the way, Fury said you are dead. Captain, Stark, and Miss Carter are all devastated. What's going on? Shen Fei finally turned his gaze to Coulson and asked directly. I'm so sorry. Actually, my heart only stopped beating for 8 seconds, Coulson then told what he knew. To his mind, he wasn't dead. I see, Stark. Captain and the others would be delighted to know this news, Shen Fei smiled and nodded. We can't let them know for now. I have a secret mission. In fact, if it weren't urgent, I wouldn't have contacted you this time. Coulson was now a hidden pawn in Fury's plan, though Fury hadn't realized it. It wasn't a secret to Hydra. I see. You can explain it to them later. Thank you for your understanding. Magic actually exists. That's unscientific. What principles does magic work on? Simmons and Fitz, true scientists, asked curiously as Coulson prepared food. It's unscientific, you just don't understand. There are many magicians in the universe, and Loki is one of them. Just as Shen Fei was about to continue, he heard a cough behind him. When he turned around, he saw Melinda standing behind him with a serious face. These are all confidential. Don't tell them casually, it will cause panic. And you can't help but ask questions casually. Melinda glanced at Shen Fei coldly, then turned her gaze to Simmons, Fitz, and the others. Seeing Melinda's gaze, Simmons, Fitz, and S.H.I.E.L.D. immediately stepped aside. Ward just stood aside from the beginning and did not join the conversation. It seems that the confidentiality level of your shield is useless to me, Shen Fei said calmly, looking at Melinda behind him. If you insist on talking, it doesn't matter, but if they know something they shouldn't know, they will definitely be isolated. Melinda's tone was equally flat. You win. After Melinda sat down in silence opposite Shen Fei, S.H.I.E.L.D., Simmons, and Fitz on the side did not dare to speak. She was worthy of being the king of silence. Originally, Melinda should have been joking, but who can blame this plane for having an autopilot system? What method should I think of to get S.H.I.E.L.D.'s blood without leaving any trace? Seeing that everyone was silent, Shen Fei was thinking about this problem in his heart. While Shen Fei was quietly thinking about this problem, Coulson had already prepared the food. In terms of cooking skills, Coulson's level is still good. Even if he is not an agent of S.H.I.E.L.D., being a chef is enough to support himself. It seems that we have to find a way with Coulson. Speaking of the same medicine, I really don't know why Garrett came up with the idea that he has become a god. Chapter 124 Hell, Part 1. What are you doing? What's going on with Coulson? After finishing his meal, Shen Fei took advantage of the others' casual chatter to enter the cockpit, close the cabin door, and whisper. Melinda gave Shen Fei a cold look, then looked away, continuing to fly. After a long pause, she spoke. I don't know what you're talking about, I don't know how you did it, but honestly, I really admire you. You can bring the dead back to life. Even we in the magical world can't do that. To obtain S.H.I.E.L.D.'s blood, along with Coulson's, Shen Fei decided to use a tactic, deception, exploiting the information asymmetry. Without resorting to force, this was his only option. S.H.I.E.L.D.'s blood was crucial, but the blood of the Kree who had resurrected Coulson was equally important. Strictly speaking, Shen Fei didn't have that blood right now, so his biochemical virus could only save those who weren't dead yet. How did you know? Melinda's tone remained calm, a true Iron Knight. Don't forget, I'm a magician. I can see things you can't. While I don't know how you resurrected Coulson, I can guess there must be significant side effects. Resurrection from the dead doesn't come without a price. I don't know the specifics either. You'll have to ask the director. Melinda wasn't lying. Secrets like the one in Tahiti weren't Melinda's to know. Not only Melinda, but even the people at S.H.I.E.L.D., Hydra, didn't know. Otherwise, Garrett wouldn't have gone to such great lengths to find the source from Coulson. That Cyclops? I don't want to go after him. Can you get me some blood from Coulson? I want to check his blood. Blood? Yes, I could ask him that, but it would make him feel uneasy. I don't think you'd want him to discover anything wrong. I'll find a way. Melinda considered it for a moment, then nodded coldly. No need to bother. I've already thought of a solution. I just need your approval, Shen Fei said, outlining his plan. Okay, Melinda agreed after a moment's thought. Coulson was a very important friend to Melinda, otherwise he wouldn't have been summoned by civilian personnel on Fury's orders. What? Blood draw. Inside the plane's laboratory, everyone was stunned when Shen Fei announced the purpose of the gathering. This is to ensure the safety of everyone on board. Shen is a renowned expert in biochemistry, Melinda said, taking the lead and beginning the blood draw. Seeing Melinda didn't object, everyone else followed suit. Simmons, though displeased, finally complied. As a S.H.I.E.L.D. agent, blood tests were a common occurrence. In fact, the plane's laboratory was storing the blood of everyone present. This was S.H.I.E.L.D.'s practice, allowing them to draw blood without endangering their health and preserve it in case of a future emergency. While S.H.I.E.L.D.'s power made such a situation unlikely, things were unpredictable. Furthermore, some people's blood was extremely rare, making it difficult for even S.H.I.E.L.D to find it immediately. This move by S.H.I.E.L.D actually saved many S.H.I.E.L.D agents. Simmons was upset because she was an expert in biochemistry, and Shen Fei's actions now seemed like stealing her job. Of course, there were definitely some irregularities involved, but since Melinda didn't object, neither did Coulson, so the others had no choice but to obey. Okay, everything's fine here, and it's time for me to leave. Shen Fei collected all the blood, glanced at Sky, Ward, and the scientists Fitz and Simmons, and said goodbye to Coulson. His goal had been achieved, and there was no point in him staying. Thank you, it's really thanks to you this time. Coulson thanked Shen Fei again, while Fitz and Simmons also came over to express their gratitude. You're welcome, you've done a great job. Looking at this couple who, in the original story, had gone through so much trouble to get together, Shen Fei felt a sense of emotion. Fitz, you really have to thank me this time. In the original story, Simmons was accidentally transported to the alien planet where the hive was located and ended up falling in love with a pilot there, which had left Fitz heartbroken. Of course, Simmons couldn't be blamed for this. After all, she was just a scientist. Being suddenly transported to such a desolate planet with a terrifying hive, her fear and anxiety, coupled with her heroic efforts to save the damsel in distress, were understandable. However, none of that would happen now. He had already decided to go and destroy the hive soon. Before, he hadn't felt confident enough to go, but now it was different. It was a planet after all, and even though it was desolate, it was still priceless. The various mineral resources alone were incredibly valuable, not to mention the fact that it could be used as a base. Limited by the current environment, Shen Fei couldn't easily destroy the mecha, but if you were on an alien planet, he could. Whether or not he could use it was a matter of time before he could build it. Similarly, he wasn't going to let Ward, the Hydra, go. If he let him live, Agent Hand might be in trouble, since he had his eye on her. Of course, it wasn't love. Hand was the CEO of FIFA Group, the company Shen Fei was looking for. He was a level 8 S.H.I.E.L.D agent and was in charge of the S.H.I.E.L.D headquarters. Hand's management skills were undeniable, and more importantly, he was a strict adherent to rules and regulations. While he might be a bit rigid, he was the perfect person to manage a company. In fact, Hand was quite capable. Even when S.H.I.E.L.D was heavily infiltrated by Hydra, he still managed to lead the S.H.I.E.L.D headquarters and eliminate the Hydra agents, thus gaining control of the headquarters. If it weren't for Ward, a deep undercover agent, Hand would have been a complete success. It would be a shame to let Ward kill such a talented person. Wait a minute, just as Shen Fei refused Coulson's offer to fly her back and was about to leave with her flying broom, Coulson, as if receiving a message, called out to Shen Fei. What's the matter? Shen Fei stopped and asked. We just received a mission, and I'd like you to come over and take a look, Coulson said sheepishly. Mission? What mission? Shen Fei asked curiously. It's a mission involving superpowers. The target appears to possess the ability to move objects, Coulson explained, displaying the mission's details on a nearby holographic system. The target is the remote town of Batesville, Utah. Far from the city, self-sufficient, and considered a laid-back community, all of this changed last week after a laboratory explosion was discovered. Since the town is small, the casualties were all local residents. The target is Hannah, a quality control technician at the laboratory, a survivor of the explosion. Currently, the townspeople are mistaking her for the culprit, Coulson said, pointing to the footage Fitz had pulled up, explaining the intelligence relayed from S.H.I.E.L.D headquarters. He then pointed to several seemingly strange incidents in the footage and continued, headquarters now suspects she may have acquired some strange abilities due to the explosion of the laboratory's particle accelerator, because Hannah was considered the culprit for the explosion, coupled with the strange events surrounding her, she is now being treated as a demonic possession. Demonic possession is rampant in small towns across the United States, and so are exorcisms performed by the church. In any other world, this Shen Fei would be a sham, but in this age of Ghost Rider and Mephisto, it's easy to ignore. It looks like telekinesis, but does it really exist? Simmons said, then glanced at Shen Fei across from him, unable to finish his words. There was a real magician here, so perhaps telekinesis really existed. What do you think? Coulson said, looking at Shen Fei. I'm not sure. You can only know it in person. Telekinesis is a very powerful ability, Speaking of telekinesis, Shen Fei couldn't help but think of a certain legal flying Lolita whose telekinesis could crush a maglev train. Then please come with us. Simmons, Fitz, investigate the exploded laboratory. The plane quickly arrived at the target location, where a large crowd had gathered. A gas station next to a convenience store had exploded on fire. It's this demon who killed my husband. Why won't he just die? Get out of town, demon. Police, why aren't you arresting this demon? Police weren't already on the scene, but they simply watched Hannah being attacked by the townspeople, not offering any help. As members of the town, many of them shared the same sentiments as the others. However, as law enforcement officers, without solid evidence, there was no way to arrest Hannah. They couldn't just use the excuse of demons or superpowers. Evidence was crucial in American law. Just like Jessica's attempt to exonerate someone through mind control, such claims were legally ineffective. Stop! Just as the townspeople were about to attack Hannah, Ward and Melinda rushed forward, blocking the crowd and pulling out their S.H.I.E.L.D. credentials, allowing the police to maintain order. S.H.I.E.L.D. credentials were impressive, and the police were forced to do their duty with reluctance. Be careful. At that moment, a parked car suddenly started moving automatically, hurtling towards the residence. Fortunately, it had just started, so it wasn't going very fast. With Callson's warning, everyone dodged, and the car crashed into a nearby wall. However, this caused the crowd to curse Hannah even more. Hannah, under the scolding, seemed to become extremely agitated, and just as she was about to explode, Melinda, standing nearby, made a quick move and shot her with a freezing gun loaded with mamba bullets. Callson and Ward stared at Melinda in astonishment. They hadn't expected her to do such a thing. In modern civilized society, what goes on behind the scenes is unregulated, but in public, law enforcement is carried out in a civilized manner. Such random shootings would be criticized, even by S.H.I.E.L.D., if they didn't have sufficient reason. How interesting, Shen Fei smiled, looking at the unmanned car. Callson and the others saw no one inside, but he could see someone was. It's not telekinesis. Shen Fei felt a little disappointed after discovering someone in the car. He'd expected to encounter a telekinetic user. In the Marvel Universe, gaining superpowers after a particle accelerator explosion is perfectly normal. Essentially, most superpowers are acquired through this process. It's not just the Marvel world, the neighboring world is the same, and even more so. In the Marvel world, only one person gains superpowers, while in the neighboring world, a vast number of people have. May then carried Hannah away, while Callson negotiated with the local police, explaining that S.H.I.E.L.D. had taken over the incident. Fitz, who's more powerful, superpowers or magic? Elsewhere, Fitz and Simmons were using a drone to investigate the exploding laboratory. Is that even a question? The circulated video showed Shen Fei destroying so many monsters and buildings in a flash. I never thought magic and superpowers could really exist, Simmons said with a sigh. Marvel's base holds numerous superpowers, but these secrets are beyond the reach of agents like them, who are still level 5 or 6. Within S.H.I.E.L.D., access to these secrets requires at least level 7. Alright, we've recorded everything. Let's go back. As a technological genius, Fitz is incredibly skilled. While investigating the explosion site would require significant manpower and resources for others, he simply needs to use a drone to scan it and then return to carefully examine it using the holographic imaging system. Is it a superpower? Fitz and Simmons, returning home, immediately asked upon hearing Hannah's question. As they spoke, everyone's attention immediately turned to Shen Fei. It's not a superpower, Shen Fei said, shaking his head. What is it? How do those objects move, and how do the cars start? Sky spoke before Callson could speak. It's simple. Those objects and cars move because of this, Shen Fei said, suddenly appearing beside Simmons. His right hand reached behind her, capturing a figure before her incredulous expression. Ah! Simmons was immediately scared and ran towards Fitz and hid behind him. Fitz was of course very scared at this time, but because Simmons was behind him, he certainly couldn't give in. Chapter 125 Hell, Part 2. Simmons wasn't the only one terrified. Sky, in the other direction, was equally frightened. Simmons hid behind Fitz, while Sky hid behind Callson. Melinda, however, remained expressionless, staring at the figure held by Shen Fei. How could it be him? Melinda quickly realized who Shen Fei was holding. Tobias Ford was one of the lab technicians. Melinda had previously seen photos of the 4 people who had died in the lab explosion. It's really him. How is this possible? Coulson, Ward, and Fitz also noticed. Simmons and Sky, who had been hiding in the background, also quietly peeked out. Seeing that it was indeed the person confirmed dead, Simmons was terrified and hid behind Fitz again. Sky, however, was slightly calmer. Why not go to hell? Shen Fei said, releasing his grip. Now he knew who the person was. But precisely because of this, he was deeply curious. For most people, belief in ghosts and spirits was unacceptable, but for the people of Kamar-Taj, it was basic knowledge. While this was basic knowledge, he had never encountered a soul that, instead of going to hell after death, could move freely across Earth. It wasn't unheard of for souls to move freely across Earth. In fact, Shen Fei had heard of many, such as the legendary Pen Fairy and Ouija board games, and even the terrifying Study Mary. Kamar-Taj possessed a vast collection of magical books, all of which were, of course, recorded. In the world before Shen Fei's time travel, playing such a game would have been terrifying, but in the Marvel world, it was simply courting death. Therefore, even though Kamar-Taj knew that the game had been deliberately perpetuated by demons from hell, it didn't do anything about it. After all, as long as the procedures weren't followed, nothing would happen. While most people kept a distance from such games, some still gave in to their curiosity and tried to explore. Curiosity killed the cat, and they paid the price in blood. For these people, Shen Fei could only say, don't be reckless. Even with his current strength, he wouldn't dare to do such a thing. Generally speaking, the game would only summon some ordinary hellish ghosts, but there was always a chance. It was said that someone from the church once hoped to use this game to deal with hell, but ended up attracting a great demon. The result was predictable. Bang! Tobias Ford, who was released by Shen Fei, immediately raised the wrench in his hand and was about to attack Shen Fei, but was kicked away by Shen Fei. He hit the wall behind him hard, and then his body disappeared. You really don't learn your lesson. Do you really think I can't see you? Shen Fei said as he kicked behind him, kicking Tobias Ford away again. Tobias Ford in his soul state was invisible to ordinary people, and they couldn't even attack him, but for Shen Fei, he was clearly visible. It seemed that Tobias Ford had forgotten how he was caught by Shen Fei before. Seeing Tobias Ford disappear again after being kicked, Shen Fei didn't pursue him. Instead, he said, if you keep going like this, it won't be long before you can even reach hell. The soul is also a form of energy, and the opponent doesn't have the ability to absorb dimensional power like Kamar-Taj to strengthen his soul. Every day he stays in reality is a continuous drain on his soul energy. Once his soul is completely depleted, he will truly be gone. Let me see Hannah, Tobias Ford said, appearing on the other side of the group. Because of whose strange appearance, Coulson's team spontaneously gathered together. Oh, Tobias Ford's words made Shen Fei stun for a moment, and then Shen Fei looked at Coulson. Wait a moment, Coulson looked at Shen Fei, his lips moving a few times, as if he wanted to say something, but in the end, he didn't say anything, instead looking at Melinda. Hannah was currently in the interrogation room on the plane, a specially designed room that doubled as a holding cell. Because Coulson's team was dealing with individuals with superpowers, the walls of the room were designed to block all energy signals. Therefore, even in spirit form, Tobias Ford couldn't enter. Of course, this also demonstrated the power of Marvel technology. In other words, the passage of spirits would certainly not be blocked. Hannah was placed in there because they suspected she was a superpowered being, just in case. Are you sure you're okay? Melinda asked Shen Fei. Don't worry, I'm here. It'll be fine, Shen Fei nodded confidently. Melinda then went to the interrogation room and, after a while, brought Hannah out. Hannah was still pale. Tobias Ford, are you here to seek revenge on me? Hannah was shocked to see Tobias Ford standing across from her upon entering the lab. If Melinda hadn't supported her, she would have collapsed immediately. The anomalies surrounding her led Hannah to believe she was possessed by a demon. Previously a devout Christian, Hannah held distinctly different views on faith. Western believers, especially zealots, place their faith in God for everything, whereas in the East, faith is largely about finding peace of mind. No one places all their trust in God. Therefore, while in the West, kings are recognized as divinely ordained, with divine authority over kings, this is not seen in the East. Hannah, seeing Hannah's fearful expression, Tobias Ford suddenly panicked. There seems to be something wrong between these two. Speaking of which, even in spirit form, there's a wrench. How interesting. After glancing at the two, Shen Fei lost interest in their relationship and instead became curious about the wrench in Tobias Ford's hand. It was, in a sense, a spirit weapon. Is it true that all things are spiritual? The wrench reminded Shen Fei of a certain concept. After a while, the others finally understood what had happened from the two's conversation. After learning everything, Simmons's fear faded, and he looked at Tobias Ford with pity. The story was simple. Tobias Ford had a crush on Hannah, but due to his introverted personality and inability to express his feelings, he didn't dare to confess. So, he devised a plan to get close to Hannah. He deliberately loosened some machine nuts, causing them to sound an alarm. He would then report it and invite Hannah to inspect it. Tobias Ford then tightened the nuts again, slowly troubleshooting the problem and spending more time with her. After all, the lab's particle accelerators were expensive, and no one dared to ignore the alarms. Without knowing the problem, they had no choice but to investigate thoroughly. Tobias Ford's plan was a good one, but after several attempts to find the problem, Hannah naturally let herself down. Tobias Ford repeated his trick, but Hannah was delayed, leaving Tobias unable to tighten the nuts in time, leading to the accident. Afterwards, it was unknown whether it was because Tobias Ford's love for Hannah surpassed the power of the dimension. But Tobias Ford's soul did not go to hell, but stayed in the human world. After seeing the company and the people in the town accusing Hannah, he went to help, and then all the things that happened later happened. This is the beginning and end of the incident. After knowing the whole truth, Hannah and Tobias Ford fell silent. For Hannah, although the accident was caused by Tobias Ford, it was also because he wanted to get along with her. Women are emotional. In this case, plus she is a believer, it is not easy to blame Tobias Ford. Carlson and others on the side did not know what to say at this time. They thought it was a superpower event, but it turned out to be a love story. Okay, I know you love him and don't want to leave him even after death, but your presence has been causing her great distress for so long. Without your actions, things wouldn't be like this. Perhaps you think you can protect her, but how long can you keep doing that? If I'm not mistaken, if you don't go to hell soon, you'll probably disappear completely. What will happen to her then? Will you die so she can live and continue living? Or do you want to kill her and have her go to hell with you? I'm sorry. Tobias Ford's expression became complicated after hearing Shen Fei's words, but he finally seemed to make a decision and apologized to Hannah. Then, a black vortex, resembling a black hole, appeared in Tobias Ford's area. An eerie aura emanated from it. Although Carlson and the others couldn't see it, they all felt the temperature around them drop. It seems very lively here. Just as Tobias Ford was about to be sucked into the black vortex, a figure suddenly emerged from it. Of course, this was Shen Fei's perspective. To Carlson and the others, it was just someone suddenly appearing on the plane. The newcomer appeared to be a somewhat aged man, dressed in a black leather jacket and holding a skull-shaped cane. He appeared, then with a gentle swing of his cane, sent Tobias Ford careening into a black vortex, which then vanished. Of course, from what Carlson and the others saw, the old man simply smacked Tobias Ford down with his cane. Damn! How did he show up? Shen Fei glared at the man with a solemn expression. He couldn't help it, he was too famous. Mephisto, one of the lords of hell, was the one who most favored the mortal realm. He had left behind many legends on Earth, the most famous of which was Ghost Rider. Shen Fei had gained this knowledge not from Ghost Rider, but from Kamar-Taj, where numerous records of Mephisto were kept. Historically, Mephisto had seduced the mages of Kamar-Taj on more than one occasion, and the Ancient One had even clashed with him over this. Who are you? Carlson said, immediately glancing at Shen Fei. This sudden appearance was uncanny, similar to Shen Fei's disapparition. Greetings, Lord Mephisto. The Sorcerer Supreme will surely welcome you upon learning of your presence. After a brief moment of nervousness, Shen Fei calmed down as he recalled some information about Mephisto. This was the human world, and Mephisto's power was severely suppressed. Furthermore, Mephisto, aside from his fight with the Ancient One, seemed to never attack, only offering offers to tempt others. As long as Mephisto could hold his ground against any deal, there wouldn't be a problem. The problem was, few people could hold their ground against Mephisto. Of course, that meant other people. Shen Fei was determined not to be tempted. He appreciated power, but he wouldn't sacrifice everything for it. Besides, he now possessed 2 Infinity Stones, treasures not even Mephisto possessed. Mephisto. Shen Fei's words caused Callison and the others to take several steps back. Everyone present knew what the name meant, and Hannah was so frightened that she fainted. Seeing Callison about to say something, Shen Fei immediately waved him off, leaving everything to him. Don't try to use him to pressure me, disciple of the Sorcerer Supreme. He won't be able to find this place for a while. I was just curious about why a soul hadn't appeared in hell, so I came to see what was going on. I didn't expect something so interesting to happen, Mephisto said, looking at Callison with a meaningful look. How bored are you? Shen Fei was speechless after hearing Mephisto's words. Hell is so vast, and how many people die on Earth every day? Even if the East is not under Hell's jurisdiction, a large number of souls still enter Hell. For a king of Hell to find out that a soul didn't go to Hell is simply too boring. It's nothing we can do. The human world has been developing so rapidly these days that Hell can't keep up. Mephisto, seemingly seeing through Shen Fei's thoughts, spoke up. That Lucifer guy has abandoned his territory to me again and is on vacation in the human world. I just took over Lucifer's territory and noticed a single soul hasn't made it to Hell, so I came to check. Seeing Shen Fei's silence, Mephisto continued, you don't seem to care at all about Lucifer's arrival in the human world. That's not my business, Shen Fei said calmly. Shen Fei felt completely helpless. He wouldn't care if these kings of Hell came to Earth, as long as they stayed out of his sight. Besides, he had no way to stop them, no ability to do anything about it. The dangers in the Marvel Universe weren't just the apparent director of family planning who wanted to snap his fingers. The hidden dangers were no less severe than Thanos's. The king of Hell, the Celestials, none of them were easy to deal with. If Ego hadn't foolishly killed his own father, many planets in the galaxy would have suffered. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone, see you in the next video.